Good morning, 3 a.m. the time. Thank you for sticking with us as we continue our coverage of Hurricane Nicole as it slowly makes its landfall in the Fort Pierce area.
We want to begin the hour with First Alert Chief Meteorologist Steve Weigel. Steve, we're starting to get more viewer reports that especially the Vero Beach, Fort Pierce area, getting very quiet out there, very calm, which presumably that is the eye coming on shore.
Yeah, that's right. This is going to make landfall very soon, and it'll be around the Vero Beach area and then move inland after that. This storm, still a hurricane, is, oh, there we go. We have a new bulletin here. So Nicole makes landfall along the east coast of Florida, just south of Vero Beach. Radar imagery from weather radar, center of Nicole. Let's see, just south of Vero Beach, sustained wind 75 miles an hour. And the pressure at 981 millibars. So there it is, the official landfall of Hurricane Nicole in the last few minutes, I would say in the last couple of minutes, from the National Hurricane Center. So just south of Vero Beach along Hutchinson Island. Now it's moving inland. It'll lose the battery, which is the warm waters of the Gulf Stream, as it moves inland and up toward Orlando and the Tampa area. And we have big winds and rain still continuing. So the eye wall is about 40 miles wide at this point. It encompasses Vero, Fort Pierce, just starting to work through Port St. Lucie. So there was a brief period around Port St. Lucie where the winds went light. Now it's starting to really pick up again. But from the west, all these winds in this area are moving from either the northwest or the west, and they're coming offshore, and that should help that storm surge situation. All the water that has piled up the last couple of days along the coast will get a chance to get back into the ocean. The winds across Vero and Sebastian are likely now light. I'll show you some of the wind reports in a second, and so that will help too. We've lost that wind that's been coming in off the ocean, and it will continue to improve the next couple of days. So we have showers, and we have areas of rain around the lake. A lot of the rainfall that we saw earlier in southern Palm Beach County has come to an end. Still obviously some showers, some gusty winds now coming from the west toward the east all the way up into Stewart and Jensen Beach, an area that's seen persistent rain through the afternoon and evening. There's the back edge, the southern side of that eye wall that is working up through Fort Pierce now, just south of Fort Pierce, and it'll work north in the next couple of hours and eventually off the coast. So we have 40-mile-an-hour winds in Stewart, 22 in Sebastian. The winds have gone very light, well, not even reporting in Vero and Fort Pierce right now. So this is where that eye is. And as we get into Jupiter and the West Palm area, start to climb a little bit more, coming from the west toward the east. So as it moves across the state, eventually we start to see an improvement here, but it's really going to take a few hours before that happens. I think it'll be mid and late morning before the winds on the Treasure Coast drop down to a reasonable level. At this point, still, from what I understand, we still have the hurricane warning in effect, East Coast, Palm Beach County. So 441 toward the coastline, hurricane warning, and also hurricane warning for the Treasure Coast, tropical storm warnings in effect for Okeechobee County and also for inland Palm Beach County. Those will more than likely be discontinued at some point, but right now they are in place. Getting some more wind reports coming out, 74-mile-an-hour wind. Now that's Port Canaveral, so that's just to the north. We've had our wind gusts in the last few hours anywhere from 40 to 60 miles an hour, and most of those have been on the northern Treasure Coast, to Vero, Sebastian, a little farther north up around Palm Bay. But the current winds with that eye in this area here making landfall in the last few minutes just south of Vero. Light winds here, they're picking up, or they're still fairly reasonably strong around Sebastian, and we have some good winds coming in from a completely different direction on the southern side of this around the West Palm and Boynton Beach and even down around Boca. So Hurricane Nicole makes landfall in the last 5 minutes, northern Treasure Coast, moving inland after that. I believe we have Katya Hall here too, if we can bring her in. She's got some more information on this storm and what we can expect as we go through the next couple of days. Oh, you got all the webcams there. Nice to see. Maybe we can.
Yeah. And it's nice to see you, Steve, too. Thank you for
Yes.
all your work through the night. We're very appreciative. All right, waking up this morning, actually early morning, 3 a.m., we're seeing cloudy conditions in some spots, rainy conditions in other spots, and it's a bit on the windy side. West Palm Beach camera showing rain out there this morning, so we're still dealing with a couple of those feeder bands pushing into the area. Again, here's a look at the winds. It's pretty gusty up towards Sebastian, up to 29 miles per hour, 17 in Port St. Lucie, 26 in West Palm Beach, and those gusts well over 38 miles per hour in Port St. Lucie. So we're still going to be dealing with some gusty winds, at least for the start of the day here. So this is 2 o'clock in the afternoon here, and those winds start to come down, especially up towards the Treasure Coast down into Palm Beach County. Winds down to 15 to 25 miles per hour. And these are just the sustained winds. Early Friday morning, look at this. A bit on the breezy side, but those winds do start to taper off into the weekend forecast. So once we get through this storm early this morning, we will start to see improving conditions later in the day. Here's what it will look like in the West Palm Beach area. So again, a bit on the windy side to start, and also still a little bit wet and cloudy, but by 10 a.m. we'll see that sun break out, improving conditions. Again, still on the breezy side throughout the day today, so hold on to those hats. But as we head into this evening, we will start to see much better conditions. Look at those winds coming down to about 9 miles per hour, and rain chances on the lower side behind this system. We're going to get some drier air to filter in. Then as we head into your Friday forecast, a nice day in store, highs in the mid 80s, and we're looking at maybe an isolated shower or two. Here's a look at the Port St. Lucie forecast. You can see gusty winds to start off the day, cloudy, wet, rainy. As we head into this afternoon, still on the breezy to windy side, but as we head into this evening, we'll start to see those winds come down a little bit more. Into tomorrow's forecast, again, a nice Friday in store. So again, we just got to get through the morning hours as the storm starts to clear, and then behind this we'll see drier conditions, more bright sunshine. Afternoon highs will be in the mid 80s. Here's a look at Fibercast here, and you can see the storm will continue to push away from the viewing area throughout the early morning hours. This is noon today, and look at this. We start to see clear skies. That rain moves out of here. Again, still on the breezy side, even windy at times today. By 6 p.m., we could maybe see a couple of showers or storms on the outer sides of these feeder bands here, but then as we head into Friday, look at that, a dry picture in store, mostly sunny. If you have any plans for the Stewart Air Show, it actually looks pretty nice into the weekend forecast, and even into Sunday, we're looking at highs down to the low 80s, Holly.
Hey, Katia, real quickly, going back to where the eye of the storm is right now, northern Treasure Coast.
Yep.
It's pretty wide, 40 to 50 miles. So does that mean it's going to take, what, about an hour or two before, it starts to jog north?
Yeah, it'll start to push out throughout the morning hours, and so throughout the day we will start to see improving conditions. You just got to get through the next few hours here. So still on the gusty side in some spots, and obviously still dealing with some of those feeder bands, but as we progress through the rest of the morning, things will start to clear out.
But for the most part, that particular pocket where it's pretty peaceful
Yep.
right now, it's going to be that way for at
Yep.
least the next hour
or so, yes.
Okay.
And then
Until
maybe
we see
another
the storm on
feeder
the backside.
band. Yep.
Okay. All right. Katia, we'll check back in with you. So as you heard, this storm has made landfall now, Hurricane Nicole. We are going to see the backside of this very soon in the next couple of hours or so. But for those of you, for instance, Palm Beach County, where the rain is and also the wind, those totals might stack up throughout the day. So a great time to download, you saw it there on our screen, our WPTV app, and then you can kind of follow along as the day progresses.
Yeah, an important tool there.
Let's go ahead now and go to Fort Pierce.
Yeah, that's where we have one of our team, WPTV's John Shaman.
As Nicole makes landfall, not a lot of damage on the mainland in downtown Fort Pierce. We're along Indian River Drive, and if you look behind me, you can see some minor street flooding. And if you look off in the distance, you have law enforcement still has the South Causeway Bridge locked down. It's been that way since about 4 o'clock on Wednesday night. We were over on the barrier island in South Hutchinson Island for several hours Wednesday before the storm approached. Jetty Park was in pretty good shape. My favorite sign was the sign from Hurricane Grill and Wings that said, "Stay safe," as they boarded up. And it appears most people have heeded that. We've seen very few people out and about, certainly after sunset here in downtown Fort Pierce. There were a few people who came down to the city marina to take a look at the water, but no real breaches of the seawall over onto Melody Lane in downtown Fort Pierce. So again, we'll assess everything once daylight comes, but at least the heart of Fort Pierce seems to have weathered this storm quite well so far. In Fort Pierce, I'm John Shainman. Back to you.
All right, thank you, John. A stark contrast to those severe conditions that he was dealing with earlier throughout the day. We also do have crews on the ground in Martin County.
Throughout the night, we've seen some heavy rain. We've already seen some of the concrete in the road start to buckle and chipping away at that shoreline. This, again, is going to be one of those events where we pretty much see a lot of beach erosion. Megan McRoberts has been covering a lot of that for us this morning. She's going to check in now with the latest there.
Yeah, as we've been driving around the county all night, we wanted to make a stop here at Indian River Drive in Martin County. We're north of Jensen Beach Boulevard because you can see here where the storm surge, the impacts here of Hurricane Nicole have now led to a partial road wash away here along the eastern side of Indian River Drive. I'm using a flashlight here because it's pretty dark, so you can see this washout here just along the east side of the road. So if you look down into the water, you can see that concrete crumbling. I would say maybe 50 feet of the roadway here down into to the river to the side of us here. As you look along the shoreline as well, we're seeing some debris. I don't know if my photographer can come just a little closer to the shoreline. You can see some boards of wood have washed up. If we look out into the water, there are some nearby docks that extend very far out into the river. And we are seeing some damage, of course, from the storm surge impacts here of Hurricane Nicole. So because of this road washout here, as you can imagine, law enforcement does have this section of Indian River Drive closed off to drivers. In fact, of course, they don't want anyone driving out here anyways, but they do have deputies now guarding the north and south ends of this washout. So this is north of Jensen Beach Boulevard, and we are south of the county line. Again, this is really jeopardizing driver safety. We expected to see this. Indian River Drive is not a stranger. It is not unusual to see some kind of roadway impacts when there are strong water conditions along the shoreline. So again, north of Jensen Beach Boulevard, south of the county line, Indian River Drive, a partial road washout here leading to the road closure here for now. I'm Megan McRoberts in Martin County. Back to you.
All righty, Megan, images now here of this is the pier in Deerfield Beach. You could see this is kind of at the height of the evening there, where those winds, really the surf started to churn and kick up. We've actually seen this a little bit more locally. The Lake Worth Pier, also the Juno Beach Pier getting battered. And you can just kind of get perspective of how tall those waves are. I mean, in some cases that surge, comes over the pier.
Power of Mother Nature. Also, when you see those high tides that we've seen a lot more of recently due to the full moon, it's going to be a lot worse. Kind of the perfect storm there in terms of damage that we want to avoid.
I've got to tell you, our WPTV weather spotters, you have been invaluable throughout the night. You've been sending a lot of pictures. We're getting some still this morning. And if you are interested, if you can do it safely, we encourage you to get onto our website, WPTV.com. You'll find that weather spotter tab at the top of the page. But we are getting perspective from you, straight from what you're seeing, and getting a lot of stuff from people who are at home and obviously seeing what's going on outside.
Yeah, we've been going through all of it. There's been a lot of it, almost a constant stream. We do have somebody taking care of that. WPTV's T.A. Walker joining us now with some of those pictures and videos.
Yeah, good morning, guys. Good morning, everyone. I want to start in Boca. This was sent in from Balsam. Look at these trees in Boca Raton, these palm trees going really back and forth in the wind. She sent in that video, and then I want to go over to, this is from Manalapan. This is Louisa. Look how high she captured that wave. What a beautiful picture she captured. Very, very high. And then the last thing I want to show you right now is what it looked like in a real heavy band that came through from Nicole, and she's showing outside her house. She was doing that pretty safely. You can see all the rain coming down in Boynton Beach there. So that's what's going on so far right now. And we're going to get to more. We'll tell you show you all the video coming up. We want to remind you, if you see storm impacts in your area, and only if you can do so safely, snap some photos or record some video and email it to us. You can send it to us at ureport@wptv.com.
All right, thank you so much, TA. One other thing we've been keeping track of as well, as Nicole continues to make landfall, or has made landfall just south of Vero Beach in Florida. Some of the numbers of households without power tonight, something that a lot of county leaders throughout our viewing area have told us to pretty much expect as we deal with the effects of this hurricane. You see the numbers there constantly changing according to FPL. I believe their latest update was as of 2 a.m. I do have some of the updated numbers for you. Palm Beach County right around 9,500 outages. And again, these are constantly fluctuating just because of the fact that there are linemen out on the ground trying to restore power as it is safe. Martin County, 4,300. St. Lucie County, 2,300. Indian River County, 8,000. And Okeechobee County, 120 outages there.
Since midnight, we have seen those totals really start to climb. In some cases, Palm Beach County, for instance, doubling. To be expected, especially as those winds really started roaring. And so FPL has said, our last presser with them, that they are aware of those outages, and as that eye passes, it may give them a little bit of time to get out there and get that work done, get back inside. Let's go to Michael Butchner. Right now he is in Jupiter with a look at how things are faring there.
We're in the Riverland Mobile Home Park, this in Stewart, and we pulled off here because we just simply couldn't drive any further. Let me step out of the way here and show you what's going on. First of all, you could see the water here that we're standing in, several inches here, but if we push the camera in, you'll see here this water running out of the St. Lucie River, flooding right into this neighborhood here. In fact, you could see several vessels that are docked there. You could see they're floating on the same level as the water in the neighborhood. So not only will these residents, when they wake up in the morning, not only will they be dealing with some flooding here, but they're also going to be dealing with some of the winds, some of the residual winds that are left here from Hurricane Nicole as she passes by. I can tell you, driving here, we didn't see a ton of damage in the area here in Stewart, just some vegetation laying around. Then we turned into this community here, and that's when we came across this flooding here, runs several different side streets. You could see the water, just to give you some perspective here, the water running maybe about 3 inches or so deep. You could see the bottom of my boot is buried in the water here. But the water rushing in off the St. Lucie River, you can see where several vessels are docked here. This all happening in the Riverland community in Stewart. I'm Michael Butchner reporting. Now back to you.
All right, 301, Hurricane Nicole made landfall. Steve, it's been very telling to watch behind the scenes some of those traffic cameras. You've got State Road 60, Vero Beach, and then State Road 70 in Okeechobee Road. And in the last 30, 40 minutes, you know, we've gone from heavy, heavy rain to, you know, a lot quieter.
So is there worse in store for the people in our viewing area, or have we seen the brunt of the storm?
Not worse weather, but on the backside of the hurricane, there are going to be some very strong winds. They'll be coming in a very different direction. They'll be coming in from the west and the northwest. You can sort of see it here as the storm made landfall at 3 a.m. That was just south of Vero Beach, a very disorganized hurricane. And just in the last half hour, it was trying to get better organized again with the convection trying to wrap around the center, but it ran out of time, didn't have a chance to redevelop. There's a look at the radar coming out of Florida, and clearly there's a center of circulation just south of Vero was the landfall spot. And as Chris asked, the winds were 40, 50, 60 miles an hour ahead of the storm, especially Treasure Coast. In behind, we're going to get some very strong winds developing. They're already starting to pop up on the southern side, especially the eye wall, which is now moving into Port St. Lucie and down around Stewart and in around the Jupiter area, and some big rains too. I mean, look at all this rain that's fired up around Fort Myers and working in around Belglade and then wrapping up around the Jupiter area. Two things are going on here. You have the center of the storm, which is moving generally toward Orlando, and then you have this massive rain that is coming in from the west toward the east, and it is going to head toward the coast, but at the same time, the entire system gets dragged up the coastline and in toward the Orlando and just north of Tampa area by sunrise or shortly after. So as we take a look, there's the southern side of that eye wall right there. So the winds now in Fort Pierce, they've gone from strong northeast winds and east winds to now southwest and west wind. Right downtown Fort Pierce, we're starting to see that happen, and it's dry in the eye and the winds are light, but that will change obviously. First Fort Pierce, which is happening right now, next Vero, I would say in the next 15 minutes to half hour, and then into Sebastian. as they get out of the calm winds of the eye. And a little farther south, these winds are very gusty through Jensen Beach, Stewart, Palm City, down through Jupiter into Cuesta. Another area, heavy rainfall working through Juneau, back through Wellington. And we're going to have to watch these areas because we could get an extended period of time with heavy rainfall lined up and moving, just sitting over an area for an extended period of time. So far, we've picked up about 2 to 3 inches of rain, but long term today, we could see add to those totals another couple of inches in spots. Wind gusts, now Fort Pierce, 29 miles an hour. They don't update, real time. So the eye was in this spot here. It's now pushed in a little bit, and those winds now coming out of Fort Pierce from the west toward the east, and you can see some pretty good gusts. West Palm still 35, strong in spots, strong tropical storm force winds along the coastline. I want to bring in Katya. It looks like she has some of the storm and wind reports up and down the coast, and it looks like a lot of little circles there along our coastline.
Anyways, right? We have a couple of these circles showing us storm surge reports as well as even wind gust reports over the last 24 hours. So keep in mind, some of these are delayed reports. This one was from yesterday. The Key Lime House dealt with some flooding there up around Delray Beach. Wind gusts up to 40 miles per hour, 47 mile per hour wind gusts around Lake Worth Beach, 40 up towards West Palm, Jupiter, a 40 mile per hour wind gusts, and then along Hutchinson Island, quite a bit of surge reported there, especially along MacArthur Boulevard in that area. Also this report, Indian River Drive, just north of Jensen Beach, reporting a partial road washout. Again, that may have changed. We'll have to see as the sun comes up. 60 mile per hour wind gusts right along the coastline here, and that's really where we felt the strongest winds, right near the coast. It was really a big coastal storm. Inland communities, you saw some windy conditions, but it was much stronger near the coastline. Here's a look at up around the FPL power plant, a wind gust up to 51 miles per hour. And then up towards St. Lucie County here, storm surge breached along the seawall. That was just yesterday morning. And then a couple more storm surge reports up towards the Seaway Drive area in South Hutchinson Island. And also a video showing Seaway Drive in Carlton Court on Hutchinson Island with some very heavy downpours and also flooding in that area. So again, things may have changed since those storm reports came out, but I just wanted to break down what we've seen over the last 24 hours. It really has been a big coastal storm, especially with that coastal flooding across the area. And we've seen some bands of heavy rainfall at times as well, and windy and even gusty conditions across our inland communities. Here's a live look outside. This is West Palm Beach. See that rain coming down. We'll wait for that sun to come up early this morning, and as Steve was showing you, still dealing with some gusty winds out there in some spots. West Palm Beach seeing a sustained wind around 26 miles per hour. So here's the breakdown of the sustained winds throughout the day. The Jupiter forecast showing winds pretty strong, at least to start, but as we progress through the afternoon into this evening, you can see those winds will start to come down here, down to about 5 to 10 miles per hour by this evening. West Palm Beach, here's a look at the wind forecast for you. You can see those winds starting to come down once again throughout the day as Nicole pulls away from the viewing area, and we'll start to see conditions improve. Here's a look at Vipercast showing you when and where you could see the rainfall. Again, dealing with that landfalling storm right now, and then as Nicole moves away from the viewing area, we'll start to see improving conditions. Now keep in mind, we could still see a band of rainfall this afternoon. Models want to show some showers and storms working in this afternoon, so we're not in the clear quite yet, but as we head into later this evening and especially into Friday, it is looking like a pleasant day. Here's a look at Friday afternoon. A couple of showers and storms up towards Boca, Boynton Beach around 1-2 o'clock. Into the weekend forecast, a stray shower or storm on Saturday. By Sunday, though, it does look much better for the Stewart Air Show. Wave heights are still climbing in some spots across the area, so it's going to be a bit rough out there over the next couple of days. But as we head into the weekend forecast, those wave heights do start to come down a bit more. Here's a look at the weekend forecast. The Stewart Air Show looking a little bit wet in some spots at times on Saturday. Highs in the mid 80s. By Sunday, though, more sunshine. Highs down to the low 80s. I want to show you the 7-day forecast here. We are looking at nice conditions as we head into the weekend and then into early next week. Rain chances down to 10%. But for today, at least to start, it's definitely going to be on the windy side. Again, improving throughout the day. A stray storm possible on Friday and maybe even on Saturday as well. But by Sunday, the humidity goes down. Temperatures in the low 80s, looking much better into the weekend forecast.
Alrighty, thank you, Katia. Derek Lowe joins us by phone. He is driving to Vero Beach. Derek, I'm thinking you're taking I-95. Correct me if I'm wrong, but what has that drive been like for you this morning? Is it really rainy, on and off?
Vero Beach, driving eastbound on State Road 60, kind of what's considered to be a main drag here in Vero Beach, and really so far so good. We're heading towards Indian River Boulevard. The streets are wet, but a good sign to report so far. You know, if you remember during Hurricane Ian, a large portion of State Road 60 had lost power, a lot of businesses, and at least driving towards the beach on State Road 60 this morning, although the streets are empty and there's not a lot of people out, of course, but at least the businesses are lit up, a good sign that power is still on here in Vero Beach up in Indian River County.
He is, as he said, taking State Road 60. We're taking a live look at I-95. And this is a night and day difference from even just an hour and a half ago where the rain. I mean, if you looked at the traffic lights there, the street lights, blanket conditions because you really couldn't see much that rain was falling. Yeah, well, in terms of what you've seen up and down the roadways, Derek, I know that we saw a lot of reports of down power lines and traffic lights being out. Is it safe to be on the roads out there at this time?
I would say so, at least for the time being. I know we have the back end of this storm coming through right now. I think we're kind of in that middle period of calmness. A lot of streetlights, they seem to be working. We haven't run into any that seem to be out of power yet, like we did when we were up here for Hurricane Ian. A lot of them were down, and even some power lines were down. But again, we're heading towards the coastline here on Indian River Boulevard coming up soon, and then we'll be going over the Merrill P. Barber Bridge. And, you know, of course, expecting conditions at least to be a little worse over there towards the coastline. Yeah, but we'll have to, you know, see, of course.
Lots of power outages up there in Indian River County. I think last I checked with FPL, close to 8,000. But Derek, what have you seen in terms of a contrast with the weather out there? Where obviously you're heading towards the eye right now, but it's been described as surreal compared to the brunt of those outer bands that we saw earlier overnight and into yesterday.
Yeah, it's kind of, if you're outside or looking out the window up in Indian River and Vero right now, it's kind of just that eerie feeling that you get. You know, not a lot of people on the roads right now. It's very calm. There's not even almost just a mist, you know, outside in terms of rainfall. But the roads are wet. You could see that, you know, over the last few hours, there's definitely been some outer bands and rainfalls, you know, hit this area. Not even so much shrubbery or anything in the roads like there was with Ian, but the roads are definitely slick. I think we're just in that quick period of calmness before the back end of this storm comes.
Okay, Derek, we appreciate you. Stay safe, and we will check in with you shortly. We do have crews spread out across the viewing area. It's been really interesting just to see you go from, you know, one place in Palm Beach County, maybe Boynton, you're seeing some localized flooding there. Then you can go up north to Stewart, a little bit drier. Maybe you go somewhere else in Martin County, and it's you know, a deluge. Yeah, one thing I've noticed is just the size of this hurricane. And we were looking at the radar just a few minutes ago with Steve and Katia, and the scope of it, the entire peninsula of Florida affected in some way by these winds and then the bands of rain. So you're right, the range is pretty intense. We do have Michelle Casada who will take a look at the conditions in Palm Beach.
The rain just picking up here again on Palm Beach Island. If you take a look at the ocean, the surf extremely rough out here, but the wind gust not too high. We have this wind measurement tool, and right now it fluctuates a little bit between 7 miles an hour to 9 miles an hour. It goes back down to 4. So really not heavy winds that we're seeing at the moment, and that could be because a lot of the outer band activity is not coming through this area as of yet right now. We did drive down A1A up here, and there were some areas that were supposed to be flooded. Apparently the water has receded. We did not see any flooding on A1A on the island, and so that's a good news for those folks living out here. We're going to continue monitoring the conditions here on Palm Beach, and we'll toss it back to you in the studio.
All right, Michelle, thank you. Let's go ahead and check in with WPTV's Ashley Glass. She's monitoring that storm from Stewart.
We are here in Stewart, right at the Stewart-Palm City line. Let's take a look at current conditions here. We're getting a good wind gust right at this moment. You can see the rain is really coming down. We keep getting these, bands that will move in, things will kind of ramp up and then they, die down, and then it just kind of goes like that over and over again. I can tell you our time this evening has been spent, since this afternoon all over the Treasure Coast, in Hobe Sound, Port Salerno, Stewart, and now here the Stewart-Palm City line. And our meteorologists have been feeding us nuggets of information, helping us stay safe while we're out here in the field, showing you what it's like outside during this hurricane. And I'm so glad to tell you the wind you're seeing right now, it's shifting west, pushing some of the water and the flooding we've been showing you all evening back out into the ocean. That's a really good thing for us by way of storm surge. So that was really great information to hear from our meteorologists, again, that these winds you're seeing are shifting to the west, and that works well in our favor. Again, as we have been all over the area this evening, we have seen flooding. We've seen some pretty stunning images at Sanskrit Park, as well as in Port Salerno in the popular kind of restaurant area, Twisted Tuna. We saw some water getting inside some of those businesses, coming right up to the doorway. I can't tell you, we have spoken to a lot of people. They've approached us, all evening long, and people are taking this storm seriously. They're not panicked, but they're telling me that after what they saw in Southwest Florida, they're prepared and they are doing what our meteorologists and all of the authorities are saying. They prepared themselves, they stocked up with what they needed so they could be inside and be safe during this storm. That is the latest from here in Stewart. I'm Ashley Glass. We'll send it back to you.
That does seem to be the consensus after people saw what happened on the West Coast. They're taking this much more seriously when, maybe in years past we would have said, oh, a Cat 1, we'll be okay.
Evacuations and people who are deciding to go to a shelter versus shelter in place. Definitely important to keep up to date with the information. One person who's been keeping in tabs with the conditions out on the roadways, Todd Wilson, joining us via Zoom. He's making his way to Port St. Lucie.
Let's give that a go one more time.
Can you try that again, Todd? What are you seeing out there?
We just got on the road here just this morning, and the wind is quite strong, but it's not like it was yesterday. There's light rain. There's not a lot of rain that's going on. Roads are wet, of course. Traffic is very, very light. We haven't seen any outages at this moment, but we're heading towards the Twisted Tuna just to check out that area, just like Ashley was talking about, just to see how the water is there, because I talked to them yesterday and they were dealing with major flooding that was coming up, and they had to cut off their eating area outside that was facing the water. So I'm curious to find out how they're doing now, because they were expecting that water to rise, and so they were probably more than likely going to have to shut down for the day, and I think that's exactly what they did. But so far this morning, it's a lot of wind, strong wind gusts. Very, very light rain whatsoever, low traffic, and I haven't seen any outages whatsoever.
I remember those images from Twisted Tuna. It wasn't even noon yesterday, and that water was almost knee deep, and that wasn't even really the first effects of the storm. So it'll be interesting to see if it's receded this morning.
Yeah, it's funny though, because many of the people that I spoke with yesterday, they were expecting strong wind, some rain and whatnot. But everybody, I have to say, everybody that I spoke with, they were really surprised in how much the water began to rise and the flooding began so quickly. So I think everyone's hoping that that's going to recede and possibly they can get back to normal later today.
Well, I know Steve Weigel had mentioned there's been a bit of a wind shift. And so in terms of that beach erosion, maybe we won't see the damage that we were expecting, although, we have to preface it by saying there is going to be erosion. We started to see that around 11 o'clock yesterday morning, just those waves chipping away at the shoreline.
Yeah, that was a big concern also. We had gone to Martin County yesterday or the day before, and they were like, they had in St. Lucie County, they had spent millions of dollars on shoring up the shore, and they said this could all be washed away by one storm. So they were big concern about beach erosion.
Wow. Okay.
And Todd, we saw you out in the field yesterday, seeing the worst of the storm. I want to hear it in your words. You're getting pretty wet out there in those coastal areas.
Oh my goodness! Let me tell you something. I had a very scary situation for me yesterday. We were on MacArthur, and a huge wave. There were houses, and then there was a clear path where they were building a house, but there was no foundation or anything. It was just cleared, and so a huge wave hit it, and it came across the street. And I was in the driveway of another house, and the water was as high as almost to my waist. And it hit a car, and it looked like it was going to tip the car. And I started running to try to get out of the way, and it was just pushing me back towards this little sliver between two houses that goes right back out to the ocean. And I will be honest with you, man, I had to take 5 minutes because I had not been that scared in a very, very long time. I don't think I've ever been that scared. I was running, and it felt like I was running in quicksand. And I couldn't get away. And the crazy thing is at that moment, I'm looking at the people in the car, and the two ladies in the car are screaming, "Run, run, run, run!" And by the time I got across the driveway and I got away from the water, I needed to take 5 minutes. I really did, because I was pretty scared.
Well, you mentioned MacArthur Boulevard. That's what borders Bath Beach, and we've heard of some of the breaches there, and so we've seen it in a couple of places throughout the viewing area where it was just too much, too fast.
Yeah, not something to be taken lightly. Even though we've been talking about how slow-moving Hurricane Nicole has been, those conditions, you said it, can change in a matter of seconds. So something.
It did. It did. It was crazy. It was like you saw the water coming. It was not much, and then all of a sudden a huge wave hit. And boom, it was out of nowhere. So yeah, those conditions can change real quick.
Okay, Todd, thank you. Todd Wilson making his way to Port St. Lucie this morning. Let's go back to First Alert Chief Meteorologist Steve Weigel. Hey, Steve, last 2 minutes, what's changed?
Well, the storm is moving inland, moving toward Orlando, and a landfall at 3 a.m., so we're 3:36 now, and the winds are beginning to shift almost everywhere from the west toward the east. Very disorganized hurricane, doesn't look very hurricane-like out there, with the center of circulation, somewhat of an eye, making landfall 3 a.m., and that is just south of Vero Beach. So it works inland after this, and eventually the official forecast has it making it to the west coast of Florida, around the Gulf of Mexico, around the Big Bend area during, well, that'll be in the next 12 to 24 hours, moving north. We're still going to be dealing with some gusty winds and some heavy rainfall. This big band here setting up all the way from the lake, southern side of the lake, and then wrapping up towards Stewart now. This entire area will get dragged northwest very slowly, about 10 to 15 miles an hour through the entire day. So what's going on as far as the radar? We have showers and we have a few downpours. Southern Palm Beach County, a little bit more persistent around the Acreage and Royal Palm, and all lined up, in fact, all the way up into Jupiter Farms, and Ibis along North Lake, PGA, Donald Ross. Look at the rainfall that's coming in now around Palm City, already into Hobe Sound. And these are areas where the winds have shifted in a big way. They've shifted from, well, persistent northeast winds for the last few days. Now they're west and northwest. And there's the backside of this is the eye wall here that is working from Fort Pierce and working up the coast with a little bit of rainfall. But the big change here is the wind direction. So as this moves into Vero, the winds go from light to a west wind, and they'll pick up fairly quickly too, because this is the back edge, the southern side of a very ragged eye wall, very disorganized. So here we go with 29-mile-an-hour winds, Stewart and Fort Pierce, coming out of the west toward the east. It is those westerly winds, Jupiter, West Palm, even Wellington, and light winds, Sebastian and Vero, where we have the eye still right over this area. But as I just showed you on the radar, the winds in Vero will pick up from the west toward the east in the next few minutes. So hurricane still west-northwest 14. There's a track up just off the coastline of North Florida and then wrapping up into the Carolina coastline after that. That'll be a later Friday, a close-up view. Landfall, as I said, just to the south of Vero Beach at 3 a.m. We still have the hurricane warnings in place. And then we're going to watch those likely get dropped in the next hour, at least for some spots, because the chances for hurricane force winds, especially in Palm Beach County, are low at this point. In fact, the strongest gust that we've seen so far is Sebastian, 66 miles per hour. That happened a couple of hours ago. And rainfall totals have been on the low side too, and there's a big reason for that. There's so much dry air. They're getting trained. I see Katya's got the numbers up and down the coast for rainfall totals. What last 24 hours? Yes.
Yeah, last 24 hours. So not significant rainfall, but we had some pockets of heavier downpours. Again, last 24 hours, radar indicated rainfall estimates anywhere from 2 to 3 inches of rain in some spots, about 3 inches up around Boca Raton, 3 inches up towards Vero Beach, about an inch in Okeechobee, 2 inches up towards Jupiter, and also up towards Pratt and Whitney. Throughout the day today, we still could be dealing with some heavy downpours, at least for the first part of the morning, as Nicole continues to bring in those feeder bands across the area, and then we'll be dealing with drier conditions as we head into about 10 o'clock in the morning for Palm Beach County. But notice still a bit on the wet side across Okeechobee County into Indian River County. It'll still be a cloudy start though for St. Lucie, Martin counties, and then we start to see breaks of sunshine here or there with leftover moisture. We could run into a couple of afternoon showers and storms around 3 o'clock today, but most of the rainfall should be along the Treasure Coast. Let's walk you through your Friday. Look at this, sunny skies. This is 8 o'clock on your Friday. Looks pretty nice out there. A shower or storm possible around South County in the afternoon, 3-4 o'clock. We dry out into the evening, so a really nice date night on your Friday. Into the weekend, Saturday, mainly dry for the first part of the day. A couple of afternoon showers and storms as actually a cold front pushes in. It's going to be on the weaker side, so it's not going to bring us a whole lot of rainfall or anything like that, but it could bring in a couple of showers and storms from West Palm Beach down into Boca. And then Sunday's forecast, mainly dry and also mostly sunny. Here's a look at the moisture available in the atmosphere. There's a lot of moisture right on top of us, indicated by this orange-red color you see popping up on the screen here. And that's all from Hurricane Nicole, which actually may be downgraded in the next advisory. We'll have to wait to see what that advisory has to say, and it could come out in the next 30 minutes or so. But again, lots of moisture still on top of us, so we're going to deal with a little bit of some wet weather, at least to start off the day. But as we head into this evening, you can see this green color popping up. That indicates drier air across the area pulling in. Here's that front. You can see it on Saturday, bringing with it a little bit of moisture. And then behind that front, that drier air filters in across the area, so the humidity drops down a little bit more into your Sunday. How about into the middle part of the week? I mean, we're talking next week. Could be dealing with another front, and that also may bring in some slightly drier air. Here's a look at the humidity trend. So today's still on the muggy side and tomorrow as well, but by Sunday the humidity does go down just a notch. Great weather for that Stewart Air Show. Watching the skies as we head into the morning hours in Jupiter. It's going to be a bit cloudy, a little bit on the windy side to start as we head into this afternoon. Again, a stray shower or storm cannot be ruled out. We're still dealing with that leftover moisture from Nicole. And then as we head into your Friday, a nice picture perfect start, starting off the morning in the low 70s into the afternoon hours, mid 80s, and those winds will come down as well. How about in the Wellington area for you? Again, cloudy, a little bit wet to start off the day, still on the windy side, but notice those winds start to come down as we head into this evening. This evening around 7 p.m. partly cloudy skies, winds down to about 8 miles per hour, and then into your Friday, a pretty nice start to the day. Morning temperatures in the low 70s, afternoon highs in the mid 80s, and we are looking at maybe a couple of showers and storms on Saturday, again, as that front starts to move through. But Sunday, drier air takes hold, the humidity goes down. Monday, Tuesday, sunny, warm weather, maybe some scattered showers and storms on Wednesday as that other front pushes through.
Nicole has caused thousands of flights to be canceled. Many of those set for today. PBIA shut down around 9 yesterday morning due to the storm. Just checked in on the website. They still have a disclaimer on the front page. This morning, we can tell you that it looks pretty much the same. It looks like many of those flights set for this afternoon, though, are still listed as on time. We'll keep you updated throughout the day.
All right, let's get to some new video that is coming in from our field crews. Mentioned this earlier. That's where the roads, just so much water starting to buckle. So this is near Jensen Beach, and you can see there's going to be a lot of work that has to go into not just repairing the roads, but doing, again, renourishment projects to get things back up to par. More video now of Hurricane Nicole's impact on the southeast coast of Florida, from Volusia County to right here in West Palm Beach.
A lot to cover, is showing beach erosion we were just talking about, and those high winds and rain we've been feeling since Wednesday, really. And right now, much quieter here in West Palm Beach, but that could all change as we see the crackback of those bands as the eye passes over parts of our viewing area.
We've been really fortunate throughout the evening to have such a big team of reporters, very seasoned, many who have ridden out storms like this before, and they've been able to give great perspective from different areas of what they're seeing, what they're not seeing too, because in many ways that's also very telling. Palm Beach County, Stephanie Susskind, she's been covering that area for us this morning, now at the county's Emergency Operations Center.
We are in the briefing room here at the Emergency Operations Center, where Palm Beach County leaders come together to address us when they have major news to share. No word yet if they will be holding a briefing later on today, but of course we'll keep you updated on that. But we have learned from emergency leaders overnight that they really have not seen any major issues in Palm Beach County. No serious concerns coming into them here at the Emergency Operations Center, so of course that is good news. But they do say that they know there will be work to do once the sun comes up, and they can go out and really survey the area and look for any damage, look for issues, especially at the beaches. So emergency leaders say they really want you to just be patient and give them some time to look around the area.
Stay wherever you're at. Shelter in place wherever you are, and don't go out until you know it's safe. We need that time in daylight hours to make sure our roads are safe, debris is cleared. Our energy partners here with FP&L are actually here in the EOC with us to ensure that power is restored and any down power lines may be fixed quickly. So we need individuals to just be patient, give a little time. Let us make sure that our community is ready to go back to doing things we love to do in our county.
Another big part of Thursday will be demobilizing the shelters, moving people out, making sure they have a safe place to return to. We're told that a little more than 500 people did take advantage of the shelters here in Palm Beach County. Reporting in Palm Beach County, Stephanie Susskind, WPTV, News Channel 5.
Katia Hall joining us now. Walk us through, from beginning to end. We're not at the end yet, but what stood out?
Yeah, I mean, I would say the coastal flooding that we saw, with the tides coming in, especially yesterday when I was here in the morning about 8, 9 o'clock, we saw, we had all those flooding reports coming in, and that was even before Nicole made landfall. And so we got that surge coming in. We had those higher than normal tides, coastal flooding across the area. And then as we progressed through the rest of the day, the tides went down again, but they came back in. So I would say the standout point is the flooding across the area that we did see. And I think once the sun comes up in the next couple of hours, we're really going to get a better idea of what kind of damage we saw with the flooding area. Now the winds, they were strong at some points, but definitely near the coastline throughout the day. And then in terms of the tornado, I'm glad we didn't have any tornado warnings with this storm either. So we didn't really have a big tornado threat with that. Now with Hurricane Nicole making landfall, we're getting some of those feeder bands, but I think we got pretty lucky with this storm that it wasn't a huge issue across the area.
I heard it described as disorganized. How long is it expected to keep that hurricane status?
I'm guessing probably by the next advisory. So that should come out in the next 10 minutes. Sometimes it comes out a little bit earlier, but definitely you can see the dry air. I mean, you can even see it on the satellite
picture. That the eye is breaking up a bit more, I mean, that's all positive for us.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we want it to weaken. We don't need a hurricane coming on through, but nonetheless, it did make landfall as a Cat 1 storm, and now it's continuing to weaken as it moves away from the area, and we'll start to see better conditions throughout the day as Nicole pulls away. We could still see a shower or storm or two, but it's looking like things look much better.
I mean, truly though, what a rare November event.
Yeah, it was just wild. I mean, this late in the season, but you know, even though hurricane season runs through November 30th, it doesn't, Mother Nature doesn't say, all right, it's the 30th, we're done, you know?
And that's a good reminder, you know?
I mean, we have seen storms form even after the end of hurricane season. So it's not out of the question, but usually the activity does start to go down after in November. And so this is just a kind of a quirky storm. That's
interesting. While you were talking, just saw one car go through there. I mean, really, for the most part of the morning, it's been a ghost town out there. You're going to start seeing, I think, I know when I was driving to work yesterday afternoon, I couldn't believe how many cars were on the road. There were a lot of people, yes.
Yeah, there were quite a bit of people. And I was thinking, if I didn't have to be out, I would kind of just hang out in my PJs.
And still the advice from, law enforcement, hang back.
Exactly,
there's
because
nothing that important.
Yeah, they have to assess the damage and do their part as well. So that's why they're saying, kind of stay inside for today. And if you don't have to go out, why do you have to go out, right? I mean, we have our hurricane supplies. Don't need them all, but.
The other thing that I noticed that was interesting about not only this storm, but also Ian, is just the size. Even though that Nicole was disorganized, it was huge.
Yeah,
it's huge.
Yeah, the wind field at one point, and I have to look at the last advisory, was over 450 miles wide was the tropical storm force winds from the center. That was yesterday. And so this is a very large storm. So that's why we always say, the center may make landfall here, but impacts could be felt well outside of the center. I mean, as far north as the Carolinas, they felt some tropical storm force winds. They even saw some coastal flooding as well, and that's the Carolinas, and the storm is way down here. So it's pretty wild, these storms, and they're, how
and you gave us that range yesterday. You said anywhere from really Boynton Beach to Sebastian.
Yeah, of where the center was going to make landfall, and it did end up making landfall in the south of Vero Beach. So I mean, that was
pretty on. Right.
So luckily it wasn't a storm that hopefully, we'll see once the sun comes up, didn't cause a whole lot of damage across the area, but nonetheless, play it safe through the morning, throughout the day. If you don't have to go outside, hopefully people don't have to go to work today.
And as soon as he's able, Johann Hoffen, Chapter 5, he will be giving us.
Yeah.
That's always the shot,
That's
where you can really see what the storm did.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and get to St. Lucie County. That's where we find Joel Lopez. He is live in Fort Pierce. Joel.
Good morning. Yeah, here we're in Fort Pierce. We're closer to 95, so we're a little bit more inland. And like so many of you viewers, we woke up with no power this morning. I'm told it went off around 11 p.m. last night while I was asleep. We were working the AM shift. So as you can see, it's pretty dark out here. And this hotel, we're at the Hampton Inn, you can see they gave us these little glow sticks to help out a little bit. But these are the doors. Everything's not really working right now, so we got to push it open just like this.
Oh, wow.
So you can see in here, dark, right? Power is out, and we actually have one of the staff members here. Marshall, let me tell us, you've been working overnight, so what are we seeing?
Well, just nothing much we can do. I've been keeping in touch on Channel 5 all night to find out what's going with the storm. What else can I do? As soon as I get power back, I can make coffee, take care of my audit and things of that kind that have to be done. It's something you live with in Florida.
Because you lived here for quite a while, you said, right?
I'm one of the natives. I've been through many hurricane eyes, so that's par for the course.
How does this compare to other storms for you?
This one is a mild one, and that's a good thing. Basically, those of us who live here, we don't fear them, but we do respect them, and we prepare for them appropriately, and that's all you can do. Right. Mother Nature is like that.
Marshall, thank you. And of course, what we're feeling right now is the heat, right? Florida, it gets hot, the air is out, the power is out. So hopefully we're going to be making some calls and see when it can get restored. Right now, we don't have any numbers here in Fort Pierce, but we'll be looking into those, guys. So let me toss it back to you in studio.
Yeah, with that moisture in the air, I know that Katia Hall has said it is going to be very, very muggy, very icky, especially the next couple of days. Joel, thank you. Going now to WPTV's Tori Dunnan. She is joining us from Boynton Beach.
So lots of change here outside Two George's restaurant as the tides have gone out. So basically what you can see here, this is the Intracoastal Waterway. This water had come over the dock and then covering about a foot deep here outside of the restaurant. You can see right now, if you take a look, the water levels inside the doors of the restaurant. It was about up to about up to here or so at a certain point. It's hard to tell how much water got inside the restaurant. We'll have to wait for daylight to see that. We did also speak with some of the fishermen who were making sure their boats were okay on the marinas on either side of the restaurant. So far, so good, but a lot of the damage assessment will need to be done once it gets lighter here. The water situation, though, pretty intense as far as flooding went for a couple hours during the overnight hours. In Boynton Beach, Tori Dunnan, WPTV News Channel 5.
All right, we want to switch over to another one of our team members, Brianna Nesprawl, who is joining us over the phone from Lantana. Brianna, what's going on this early morning hour for you?
Well, right now I'm right off of the old Key Lime House in Lantana. We're at the Sportsman Park Marina. We're parked right now. You know, yesterday we were seeing Jessica Bruno out here. This whole parking lot was completely flooded with water, you know, going over the seawall. Right now, all that water has receded. We're pretty lucky right now. We are seeing some strong winds, but besides that, it's not raining. There's not much debris. What we've mainly seen are just palm fronds on the ground. But again, I mean, this was completely flooded yesterday. We can probably go back and see that video from yesterday, but right now, it's receded. It's pretty calm right now.
I think a lot of us thought that the rain totals were going to be a lot more significant, but the range that our meteorologists have been giving us, they've been saying the totals are not that impressive, maybe 2 to 3 inches in that area. So as you mentioned, the water has backed off again. Can you tell us what it was like, your drive? Are you starting to see Palm Beach County, per se, the winds died down? You're in Lantana.
Yeah, I mean, driving north from, we were in Delray Beach onto I-95, streets pretty much empty. And again, not much debris, not much rain, just we're seeing those strong winds. I mean, I'm staring at a palm tree right now. We're seeing they're swaying. That's the bulk of what we're seeing right now. As far as rain, flooding, it's calmed down right now. I mean, we are looking at the seawall. We can see how high the water went. Right now, the tide does seem low as compared to yesterday, but it's basically just receded, calm right now here in Lantana.
Yeah, and that old Key Lime House that you were talking about, Brianna, very close to the intercoastal waterways and those storm surges that we saw during those outer bands. So what did you experience? Because I know that you were up and down that area, including closer to further north near Flagler Drive in West Palm Beach. What was your experience like?
You know, we saw the worst of it. Me personally, driving down Flagler Drive, we weren't here per se in Old Key Lime House yesterday. We did see, you know, those videos from social media, from Twitter that your viewers have been sending in to us. But we saw the bulk of it of flooding on Flagler Drive yesterday in West Palm Beach. I mean, driving there, we were scared. We were about to get stuck at some point. A car's turning around. We saw that sailboat that, you know, crashed into the seawall. That was probably the worst of what we saw here in Palm Beach County. That was yesterday in West Palm Beach off of Flagler Drive. Just lots and lots of flooding, which we have heard. We've seen those videos now. It's since receded, but that's what we're seeing here in Palm Beach County right now.
All right, thank you, Brianna. Leaving you there with a look of I-95 in Lantana. A few cars out on the roadway, some droplets on the cam. Make sure you're safe out there. We do want to leave you one last check of the weather with Chief Meteorologist Steve Weigel before we cut out this hour for our continuing coverage on Hurricane Nicole.
Chris, we still have some gusty winds, and they're starting to shift direction now. The winds picking up in Vero very, very quickly. Just in the last few minutes, we've gone from light winds to 43-mile-an-hour wind gusts, 31 in Fort Pierce, 30 in Stewart, and close to that or over that down through Jupiter, West Palm, Wellington a little bit less. And the winds are coming in from a completely different direction. They're coming in from the southwest and the west as the storm system, the center, starts to work its way up toward Orlando in that area. There's a track as it crosses the state in the next few hours, and then eventually, maybe briefly, off into the Gulf of Mexico. We have some showers, and a tropical storm now, and we have, of course, still some rain bands working in around Stewart and Palm City down through Hobe Sound. Some heavier rains all the way down into West Palm, Royal Palm, the Acreage, and into South County. Not as active with the weather, at least not at this point, but we are expecting a little bit more rainfall even in that area of South Florida and along Belglade and back around Fort Myers and Naples, some heavy downpours that continue. So it is soaking rains and more on the way. Wind gusts continue to pick up. Again, a tropical storm downgraded from a hurricane, and winds from the west now. It's going to be a blustery day, and we still have the threat for some tropical storm force wind gusts right into the mid and late morning hours.
Okay, so not a done deal yet. Look at that. That rain, the wind really coming down. Whoa. That is Lake Monroe in Sanford. And so you can see other parts of the state still going through this.
Yeah, those gusts that we were talking about. Still something that's affecting us as we continue to track Nicole and its progression throughout the state. That's it for this hour, but we are going to be back next hour with more coverage of Nicole.
Stay with us.
And I believe
Good
we
morning.
are on the air.
Yeah.
Good morning. As I was saying, I don't have one of these iPads that we use to get our scripts. We do have good news to share this morning, though. Early 4 in the morning, Hurricane Nicole has been downgraded to a tropical storm. So that is good news. As
the latest update, yeah, as we continue to see information come in here. We still do have our crew members throughout our viewing area, and that includes Dave Bowman, right?
That's right. He is in Martin County. Let's take a look in Palm City.
Yeah, and right now it is wet and windy as the wind from one of the feeder bands is hitting here in Palm City. We're at Charles Layton Park. It's just off Martin Downs. We have a boat ramp right behind us that connects to the St. Lucie River. The water appears to be rising a little bit since, from the areas that we've seen so far, not at a rapid level. And obviously the tides have a lot to do with what goes on. Not quite to the extent, though, where things were yesterday, where we actually had much of the parking lot here was flooded from what we understand. You also hear an ambient sound. I don't know if you can hear it, but there are some constant alarms that are coming by here that have been trickled that's kind of disturbing the peace a little bit. It sounds like some kind of intruder alarm that's been beeping ever since we got here roughly about 15-20 minutes ago. You can see, though, that the wind is picking up. It has been calm much of the morning here in Palm City, but this is one of the feeder bands, obviously, that Steve Weigel was talking about a few minutes ago. And still a better situation than yesterday when the parking lot to this was flooded. But it's something worth keeping an eye on because the water levels do appear to be rising right here in Palm City. Reporting live in Palm City, Dave Bowman, WPTV, News Channel 5. Back to you guys.
Hey, Dave, thank you for that. And I'm glad he's staying somewhat dry right now. We want to turn to WPTV's Jessica Bruno.
Yeah, she is live, I believe, in downtown West Palm Beach along Flagler Drive. Jessica, what are you seeing out there?
Well, guys, we just drove up and down Flagler. We also drove through the town of Palm Beach. We didn't encounter any flooding. We saw a lot of palm frond on the ground, as Brianna was saying she was seeing over in Lantana earlier. That, of course, is expected, and it's still pretty windy, as you can probably hear, but nothing too crazy out here. We did encounter this boat. I believe that we brought you this image yesterday. In fact, I think Brianna was here yesterday, so the boat has sunk a little bit more than when we last saw it, but it's been toppled over since yesterday. You'll remember we saw a lot of high winds, a lot of rain here yesterday. There was some pretty significant flooding on Flagler. We were telling people to turn around, find an alternate route, but as I said, this morning the water has receded. Pretty quiet out here, so good news for people who live over here. Reporting live in West Palm Beach, Jessica Bruno, WPTV, News Channel 5.
Oh my, Jessica, certainly something to look at over there on the waterway along Flagler Drive. We are continuing our coverage, team coverage, with WPTV's Derek Lowe.
He joins us live now from Vero Beach. Good morning, Derek.
Hey, good morning, guys. Take a look at this. We just arrived here off of Ocean Drive near JC Beach, Calm Beach here in Vero Beach. And this is an area, after talking to residents yesterday, they say that washes out nearly every bad storm. It happened in 2004 with Francis and Jean. And again, a couple years ago, photographer Jeff is panning over to the ocean. You can see the surf, not as bad, but take a look at this sidewalk washout here. This boardwalk has already taken a beating. Of course, we're still making it through the entirety of the storm, and really this is the case down the entire portion of Ocean Drive. This stretches about a quarter of a mile to half a mile, and again, just completely washed out. Police and construction crews were out here yesterday placing concrete barriers in place to make sure that the public is not coming to this area. Of course, this is an area, of course, that's already struggling to recover from the erosion that happened during Hurricane Ian. And here we are again, just weeks later, with more erosion that has taken place, something that they're going to have to spend some time and money, of course, repairing. We're going to keep checking in with you guys, driving around Vero Beach. Anyone watching at home, if you have anywhere that we should check out, we've been to Sexton Plaza and seen that scene over there, but this is probably the worst that we've seen so far driving around Vero Beach this morning.
All right, we have some big winds starting to fire up in Vero Beach and on the northern Treasure Coast. Now they're starting to come in from the west and blow off the coastline. So that should help some of the storm surge situation that we've seen recently with all that water piling up against the coastline because of that big northeast wind. Now the winds are west to east, and that'll help get some of that water out of the inlets and help the water levels drain at least a bit. Is exactly what we need. There's a look at the storm. Made landfall at 3 a.m. Category 1 hurricane. It's now down to a tropical storm, and it's expected to move toward the Tampa area and around Orlando, and then briefly off into the Gulf of Mexico before it tracks toward the Carolinas. There's still some heavy rain, still some gusty winds. Wind gusts, the highest that we've seen so far, 66 miles an hour. That was in Sebastian. Saw several hours of 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts in Vero Beach. And a little bit less, but still some significant winds down even into Palm Beach County. But the back edge of this still bringing some rainfall and gusty winds across Stewart now, Port St. Lucie, and all the way back down through Belglade. Heavier rains just to the west of that we'll keep an eye on. And here is what is what is left of the eye wall of this what is now a tropical storm working through Vero. So the winds here are starting to shift around to the west and then the southwest as the storm starts to pull away and dragging some rain in behind it. Hobe Sound all the way to Stewart and Palm City, up around Jensen Beach, just off and on persistent rain. And wind gusts ranging anywhere from about 20 to 40 miles an hour off and on. Here are the current wind gusts of 41 in Vero, 31 in Fort Pierce, light in Sebastian, only because the eye is very, very close to Sebastian, and you can see pretty good numbers, even Jupiter and down through Palm Beach, 25, 35 mile an hour wind gusts. This is what we're going to see through the morning and maybe on the Treasure Coast even into the early afternoon, these gusty winds as this storm slowly pushes off toward the Tampa and eventually into the Gulf of Mexico. I want to bring in Katya, who's also watching it with me and tracking what is left of this as it pulls up the East Coast and away from us.
Yeah, it's going to be a quick mover throughout the day. I mean, we'll see as better conditions as we head into later this afternoon. Winds will start to come down, that rainfall also coming down as well. And then we'll also see better conditions even into the weekend forecast. So that's something to look forward to. In the meantime, it's cloudy. It's still a bit soggy in some spots across our viewing area, low 70s right here in West Palm Beach. And as we take a look at the radar map, you can see a few of those showers still moving across the area, at times heavy, and up toward the north. I actually want to take you back to the north of the viewing area, some big downpours as that storm continues to lift up to the north. So just walking you through the day, again, a windy, gusty start to the day, but you can see these winds start to come down as we head into later in the day. Still on the breezy side at 4 p.m. right here in the West Palm Beach area, but that rainfall will start to clear out throughout the day as well. Into your Friday forecast, starting off with temperatures in the low 70s, lots of sunshine out there, and then we could see a stray shower or maybe even a thunderstorm into the afternoon hours across Palm Beach County. Not expecting a whole lot more rainfall from here. You can see Vero Beach maybe up to 1/4 inch of rain with some of those leftover bands, and then up towards West Palm Beach a little bit less than that as well. So Vibracast showing you when and where you could see that rainfall into the next 72 hours here. And again, a little bit wet to start off the day, but if you are waking up any later than 9 a.m. in Palm Beach County, the rain will pretty much be over for you. Maybe a stray shower pushing into this afternoon, but things do start to improve throughout the day. By noon, Nicole is out of the viewing area. Again, still a bit gusty at times and maybe a couple of thunderstorms rolling in around 3, 4 o'clock, but it looks like things do start to get a whole lot better into this afternoon and into this evening. This is 10 p.m. for your Thursday. Mainly dry into your Friday, starting off the day pretty quiet, mostly sunny, a few afternoon showers and storms, and a similar picture into your Saturday as well. We'll be dealing with lots of sunshine throughout the day and maybe a couple of afternoon showers and storms. Sunday's forecast, also looking good. Here's a look at the forecast into the weekend. Mid-80s, a couple of showers and storms on Saturday. Sunday, low 80s, more sunshine. The humidity even goes down a couple of notches as well. So a bit on the windy side today, and maybe even a couple of leftover showers and storms this afternoon, but things start to get a whole lot better as we head into this evening. Into your Friday, dry to start with a couple of afternoon showers and storms with some leftover moisture. Veterans Day tomorrow, highs in the mid-80s. Air show into the weekend. A couple of showers and storms on Saturday. Sunday, though, mostly sunny and dry. And into early next week, we will continue that trend of dry weather before we get a little bit unsettled by the middle part of the work week.
What a difference a couple days can make, right, Katya?
Yep.
Yeah, we are not out of the woods though yet, but it's certainly nice to see as we're starting to make those weekend plans.
Right, and look forward to it. Well, if you haven't done it yet, download our WPTV app. You can actually track the tropics and our local forecast with our First Alert Weather team. You can use the QR code you see there on your screen right now. Grab your phone, open the camera, and there you can get the latest updates.
We do rely a lot on weather spotters here at WPTV to make the most of our coverage and really expand our eyes to all corners of our viewing area. I believe we have one of them on the phone.
Yes, I believe we have Shane on the phone from Vero Beach. Good morning, Shane.
Good morning.
What are you looking at right now? What are you seeing in your area?
So I was able to get out in the middle of the eye and get a picture for you all. Right now, it seems within the last 30 minutes, it's really picked up again with the wind speed, and it's starting to howl again. It has rained a little bit, but overall, it's mostly just a lot of wind right now on the back end of this eye wall.
See any flooding at all in your area, Shane, or was it mostly the winds that you were dealing with?
It's been mostly the winds. When I got outside to get that picture, there was no flooding in the yard. I couldn't really tell if there was a lot of limbs or anything down because it was still dark. I'd be able to tell more when the sun comes up. But it didn't look too bad in my area. I'm about 5 miles inland and just south of the city limits.
Yeah, and Steve Weigel was actually mentioning that the winds are supposed to pick up in that area of Vero Beach. Now, Shane, I think we pulled up your picture on the screen, but I was not sure what I was looking at. Can you describe what kind of picture you sent in to us?
Yes, so it was kind of cloudy, but you're looking at the moon and Jupiter in that picture.
Okay.
And we know that that area where you're calling from, Vero Beach, that's right around where Hurricane Nicole, now tropical storm Nicole, made landfall.
Around 3:02 in the morning.
Did you witness that kind of lull in the storm overnight, Shane?
Yeah, it seemed like for about 45 minutes to an hour, it was just calm out there and peaceful, and then it just picked up again.
All right, we will check back in with you. And of course, as things change in your neighborhood, please do give us a call back and let us know what you're seeing.
Okay.
We appreciate you being up with us bright and early.
All right, thank you, Shane. Well, many of you have been sending us views of what it looks like outside your home, our weather spotters, including our everyday viewers here at WPTV.
Absolutely. Our WPTV's TA Walker joining us now to show us some of those pictures and videos that have been coming in. TA has been nonstop, and you've been sorting through some of the best stuff.
Some of the best stuff, you're right, Hani. Good to see you this morning. Melanie Hinshaw sent this sailboat that we've been following all morning. That's in the Lake Worth Lagoon. Over here is Palm Beach, but this picture really gets you a little more a closer look and detailed look at the damage. You can see the fender here is dented in, which is a rare sight to see. The boat has capsized in the Lake Worth Lagoon. I want to move on to my next photo from David from Boynton Beach. He has some really windy video, not much going on there, but you can see the palm trees really starting to pick up. He sent that in. Thank you, David, for that. And then Melanie and Delray had sent in this video, and this is the intracoastal, and you can see the water line is right up against the sidewalk there. It's gone over the decking to the boat ramps, and it's on level with the sidewalk. And then the last thing I want to show you is, this is the cutest thing. This is from our first alert weather spotter, Shelly. This is Miss Molly, and she's going for her walk. And she has her rain gear on, and she's all ready. And I know the struggle is real, because my dog Tito, when you're trying to take him out and go walking, he's like, no, thanks so much. We really appreciate it. We want to remind you, if you see any kind of storm damage, if you see any wind, any flooding, and you can do so safely, head to our website, WPTV.com, and send it to us. We love to have your videos. We love to have your photos. Hani, Chris?
I love that, some of the lighter moments that we get to see from a storm, even if it's a little puppy in rain gear.
Our pets have needs, don't they?
Right, they do. Our hurricane coverage, of course, now turning to Fort Pierce.
That's where we join our John Shaman with the latest in that area. John?
As Nicole makes landfall, not a lot of damage on the mainland in downtown Fort Pierce. We're along Indian River Drive, and if you look behind me, you can see some minor street flooding. And if you look off in the distance, you have law enforcement still has the South Causeway Bridge locked down. It's been that way since about 4 o'clock on Wednesday night. We were over on the barrier island in South Hutchinson Island for several hours Wednesday before the storm approached. Jetty Park was in pretty good shape. My favorite sign was the sign from Hurricane Grill and Wings that said, "Stay safe," as they boarded up. And it appears most people have heeded that. We've seen very few people out and about, certainly after sunset here in downtown Fort Pierce. There were a few people who came down to the city marina to take a look at the water, but no real breaches of the seawall over onto Melody Lane in downtown Fort Pierce. So again, we'll assess everything once daylight comes, but at least the heart of Fort Pierce seems to have weathered this storm quite well so far. In Fort Pierce, I'm John Shaman. Back to you.
All right, thank you so much, John, covering us on the Treasure Coast. We also have crews in Martin County, but before we get to them, producers, I believe we're gonna go to an interview that we have here. We are being joined right now from what looks like FPL's headquarters, Peter Robbins, with the latest on what's going on in our viewing area. Good morning, Peter.
Good morning.
Okay, good morning. Thank you for having me. Nope, can you hear me okay?
What is experiencing in terms of outages right now across the South Florida viewing area?
Right now we have about 90,000 outages in our viewing area. We've been able to restore more than 135,000 people so far since Nicole started. But we are seeing those outages kind of pick up here overnight as we've got that weather getting worse. Obviously, now that Nicole is on shore and is kind of weakening a little bit. We hope there won't be quite as many additional outages, but what we do say to folks is that even though you have power now, doesn't mean you're not going to lose power before the storm is over. We're still dealing with severe weather from Nicole throughout our service territory.
If they find themselves without power, is there somewhere that they can report that?
They can, but at the end of the day, with our smart grid technology and our smart meters, we know where the outages are. So if you have a loss of power, you do not need to contact FPL. We know that you're out. We'll be getting to you. The only scenario you might need to reach out to us is if you're at the end of Nicole and your entire neighborhood is back on or your entire street is back on and for some reason you are not, then you can reach out to us. But you know, with our technology, we're able to identify the outages right away.
And Peter, I know you said 90,000 so far outages, but you've already restored 135,000.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, if you are the person or family without power, it sucks, it really does. But in the overall grand scheme of things, you service hundreds of thousands of customers.
Right.
So 90,000, given the kind of storm that made landfall here in Florida, you would say that is not a huge number.
Yeah, look, in many of the counties that we serve, even some of the ones that are hardest hit right now, we have still 95% of our customers in those counties with power. So really the outages county by county is less than 10%. In most cases, it's less than 5% of the people. But our focus is on those people, the ones who don't have power, and we'll be out attacking outages. We can do it overnight. We have some people working overnight, so when the winds drop below 35 miles an hour, we can restore power. But really, once most of the weather is gone and Nicole continues to move onshore and away from the coast, we have a team of 13,000 people that we've amassed here before the storm, and those folks will be in the field in full force restoring power.
Now, how early could we see those crews out, given that now Hurricane Nicole has been downgraded to a tropical storm?
You know, it really depends on the local conditions. So, you know, Palm Beach County, it looks like the weather's going to improve here before it improves on the Treasure Coast and going north. So those folks will be rolling out as soon as they can. Daylight does help. It helps for us to have daylight. It's just a little easier to see what's going on, obviously, when you're out in the field. So I really say as, you know, the weather improves here this morning and the sun comes up, you are going to see those folks out in full force restoring power. Not to say we can't do it now. We do have some folks who can work here overnight and kind of help where they can, and we can restore power remotely in some cases with our technology. But really the brunt of the activity you'll see will be during the day here on Thursday.
And Peter, Hani mentioned it. It's an inconvenience for anybody when they're without power. You mentioned that your crews have to wait until winds reach below 35 miles an hour to go ahead and get those power systems back online to some customers. But how do you prioritize which customers get back online first in communities where they're all under 35-mile-an-hour winds?
No, that's a great question. You know, we have a very detailed and thorough process we follow when it comes to restoring power. Typically, we start with our power plants, right? We need to be able to generate power to send it out on the grid, and we look at our transmission system, which is really the backbone of our system. I haven't had any indications of any challenges with those two components of the grid in this storm, and that helps us restore power much more quickly if those two big components of the grid are not damaged at all. We obviously prioritize critical infrastructure, things like hospitals, police departments, fire stations. We want to make sure those folks are back up and running first. And while we're doing that, we are trying to get big blocks of customers restored at once. So we look for opportunities in the beginning of the storm to maybe get an entire neighborhood back online by fixing one or two pieces of equipment. So we step through that process as we go. We don't stop working, though, until we're at the very end of that process, which is when every last customer is restored.
And I know you said only 10% or less of customers right now without power. Did you expect it to be these numbers, or were you expecting something worse? Or how do you guys compare and contrast and then plan ahead for the next storm, which hopefully won't be this season?
I hope not, right? I think we all share that belief for sure. But look, you know, we don't really plan in terms of an exact number. We try to anticipate what's the worst thing we're expecting to see. What if a storm intensifies? What if it is sort of the upper limit of what's predicted? So we want to plan for that kind of, you know, worst case or greatest case scenario. And if it's not as bad as that, then everybody's happy, of course. But we always plan for that. In terms of lessons learned, you know, we always are evaluating our storm response. We try to be super critical because we know our customers want us to show up when there's a storm. That's what they care about, is how we respond to a storm like this and how we get their lights back on and how quickly we do it. We know it's a priority for everybody, and it's an inconvenience to be without power. It's way too early to talk about any lessons learned from this storm, but rest assured that when we're on the other side of the storm in our response and we can kind of catch our breath a little bit, we'll immediately start analyzing our response to try to get better.
You mentioned it, Peter. You know, we love to see you guys out there in the field, especially in situations like this. It's almost like, you know, when you see Santa Claus coming, because power is so valuable to everybody out there. One thing that I have noticed in cases of these storm scenarios is that I do see more bucket trucks out there just in general. Does FPL have any partnerships? Are they calling in people from other municipalities or states to help in situations like this?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, when it comes to a major event like this, whether it's a hurricane here in Florida or like a bad blizzard or ice storm up north, the utility industry really is one family, and we help each other out. We have each other's backs. So that 13,000 strong workforce I mentioned includes support people from other utilities here in Florida and from out of state as well. So in some storms, we've drawn people from as far away as Minnesota and northern states like that, and even from Canada So we really have a wealth of resources. The entire industry really relies on each other in situations like this, and we've been able to pull in some extra help because, again, we know customers want their lights back on as quickly as possible as soon as a storm is over. We get that. It's our absolute top priority. So obviously we've got to be safe, right? We talked about weather conditions. We can't be out working if it's not safe for our crews to be in the field. But as long as it's safe, we are relentless when it comes to restoring power, and we get a lot of help.
And you guys have been very efficient. Talk about what you've done in terms of hardening your system. We've done a lot of stories with you guys in the past about you guys getting rid of those wooden power poles in favor of more secure systems.
Yeah, it helps a lot. It really does. We've invested a lot over the years to really harden our grid and make sure that it is as storm resistant as possible. It's never going to prevent outages. We can never have a system where we'll have 0 outages from a hurricane because we have above ground equipment and power plants and transmission lines. But I tell you what, the investments we've made in the grid have absolutely paid off. Just to go back to Hurricane Ian, which was a month, 6 weeks ago, our entire transmission structures and our entire transmission system came through that storm intact. And if we have to repair that after a storm, it can delay us getting to your house and your neighborhood by days, if not weeks. I mean, that is like the backbone of our power grid. So to have those systems come through hurricanes pretty much unscathed is huge in terms of shaving time off the restoration for folks. And it also helps prevent outages on the front end, right? Putting lines underground, putting in concrete poles instead of wood poles, hardening lines that go into hospitals and 911 centers and things like that help keep people on. And really, at the end of the day, having power, it gives you kind of a sense of return to normalcy after a storm. It feels like you can kind of catch your breath and say, like, we're getting back on our feet. We're getting back to normal. So we know it's absolutely critical for folks, and we make those investments year round to make the grid as storm-proof as possible, and it helps us restore power faster.
All right, Peter, thank you so much. And of course, thank you to those 13,000 linemen who are going to be out there working hard for us. We appreciate everything you do.
Yeah, thank you for having me. Appreciate it.
Have a good morning.
Speaking of crews, we have our own crews on the ground right now in Martin County.
Let's check in with our Megan McRoberts for how conditions are there.
Yeah, as we've been driving around the county all night, we wanted to make a stop here at Indian River Drive in Martin County. We're north of Jensen Beach Boulevard because you can see here where the storm surge, the impacts here of Hurricane Nicole have now led to a partial road wash away here along the eastern side of Indian River Drive. I'm using a flashlight here because it's pretty dark, so you can see this washout here just along the east side of the road. So if you look down into the water, you can see that concrete crumbling. I would say maybe 50 feet of the roadway here down into to the river to the side of us here. As you look along the shoreline as well, we're seeing some debris. I don't know if my photographer can come just a little closer to the shoreline. You can see some boards of wood have washed up. If we look out into the water, there are some nearby docks that extend very far out into the river. And we are seeing some damage, of course, from the storm surge impacts here of Hurricane Nicole. So because of this road washout here, as you can imagine, law enforcement does have this section of Indian River Drive closed off to drivers. In fact, of course, they don't want anyone driving out here anyways, but they do have deputies now guarding the north and south ends of this washout. So this is north of Jensen Beach Boulevard, and we are south of the county line. Again, this is really jeopardizing driver safety. We expected to see this. Indian River Drive is not a stranger. It is not unusual to see some kind of roadway impacts when there are strong water conditions along the shoreline. So again, north of Jensen Beach Boulevard, south of the county line, Indian River Drive, a partial road washout here leading to the road closure here for now. I'm Megan McRoberts in Martin County. Back to you.
All right, Megan, thank you. And this is a picture you might have been seeing throughout the morning of the Deerfield Beach Pier there. I've been looking at some other pictures online from this pier, and it has been getting battered up pretty bad by those waves. And as you can see there, just sort of the white caps and the waves in that picture there. We also want to show you this, Nicole causing spillage in Indian River Lagoon. This is in Sebastian, Florida. As you can see, those water levels there rising, but it looks like it actually receded a little bit just compared to what we've seen just in hours past.
Yeah, wind's going to be picking up in that area now. Sebastian, very close to that area just south of Vero Beach where Nicole made landfall not too long ago. Now a tropical storm. We do want to get to WPTV's Michael Butchner. He joins us now from Jupiter with the conditions there.
We're in the Riverland Mobile Home Park, this in Stewart, and we pulled off here because we just simply couldn't drive any further. Let me step out of the way here and show you what's going on. First of all, you could see the water here that we're standing in, several inches here, but if we push the camera in, you'll see here this water running out of the St. Lucie River, flooding right into this neighborhood here. In fact, you could see several vessels that are docked there. You could see they're floating on the same level as the water in the neighborhood. So not only will these residents, when they wake up in the morning, not only will they be dealing with some flooding here, but they're also going to be dealing with some of the winds, some of the residual winds that are left here from Hurricane Nicole as she passes by. I can tell you, driving here, we didn't see a ton of damage in the area here in Stewart, just some vegetation laying around. Then we turned into this community here, and that's when we came across this flooding here, runs several different side streets. You could see the water, just to give you some perspective here, the water running maybe about 3 inches or so deep. You could see the bottom of my boot is buried in the water here. But the water rushing in off the St. Lucie River, you can see where several vessels are docked here. This all happening in the Riverland community in Stewart. I'm Michael Butchner reporting. Now back to you.
And obviously this report from earlier, a little bit earlier today from Michael Butchner, but I believe you have a question for Steve.
Yeah. As we have the radar behind us, what's left of Nicole, things changing very fast, Steve. We saw things go from hurricane to tropical storm in really a matter of hours.
Yeah, I would say the hurricane upgraded to a hurricane over Grand Bahama roughly, and that was early afternoon, I believe. And then we got into a storm that made landfall at 3 a.m., just a couple hours, about an hour and a half ago, and now it's back to a tropical storm. And if you think back, 24 hours, this was a subtropical storm and then upgraded to a tropical storm and then a hurricane. So it's covered all the bases the last few days. Big impact through the Bahamas and then into South Florida with significant storm surge, just a staggering video coming out along the coastal areas and even in the intracoastal and along the Indian River, where we are getting reports of pretty significant damage. And once the sun rises, I'm afraid it's going to be even worse than it looked before the sun set. And we have this tropical storm now that is moving inland toward Orlando. Heavy rainfall all the way back through Tampa, gusty winds up through Melbourne and Daytona now, even some gusty winds, but in an opposite direction, coming in from the west coast and pulling to the east off the coast. That'll help with this storm surge situation because we've had very strong winds for days coming in along area beaches and piling up that wind. So that storm surge situation that we saw for the last few days will be helped along by this offshore wind now that'll help get some of that water away and off back into the ocean. All right, there's a look at what's left of the center, which will just kind of collapse on itself because it's lost its energy source, which is the warm waters of the Atlantic. So a few quick showers here and there around the northern Treasure Coast, wind gusts upwards of 35, 40 miles an hour. Palm City, Stewart, Jensen Beach, Port St. Lucie, more persistent rain working in the next hour or two. Some soggy roads and gusty winds and, reduced visibilities. Be careful if you're out on the roadways early morning. As far as Juneau and Jupiter, again, another little wave of rainfall. And a little farther south, all dry now. We've had off and on rain and a couple inches of rain down around Boynton, Delray, Boca, and Highland Beach, and even up around Lake Worth Beach. All quiet at this point, but it'll probably be short-lived because more rain possible. Wind gusts, 20, 30, 40 miles an hour, all coming in from the southwest now, and we have a little bit lighter winds in spots, not everywhere, so it'll be a very breezy, gusty, windy day. And we still have the tropical storm. The hurricane warning's been discontinued, tropical storm warnings everywhere, and we have this track which is up into North Florida and then eventually up into the Carolinas where it becomes a remnant low. That'll happen later tomorrow. So tropical storm warnings, no hurricane warnings in our area at this point, all dropped off, and I suspect as we get into the mid-morning hours, we'll see some of these tropical storm warnings also be discontinued because the system's going to weaken and move north pretty quickly after that. All right, I want to bring in Katya Hall, who has latest on what's going on today and around area.
Yeah, today we're going to start to see improving conditions throughout the afternoon, maybe a stray shower or thunderstorm. But I just want to show you this real quick. This is a time lapse over the last 18 hours or so in the Delray Beach area. And this is starting at around 10:35 yesterday morning. And what you'll notice, camera actually shifts around a little bit. Those winds really start to gust up near the coast. You'll see the camera shift around here. And look at those strong ocean waves pushing on shore, eating away at that ocean. So definitely some beach erosion in some spots across the area. We'll see more as the sun comes up right around 6:30 this morning. Actually, here's a live look outside at the Delray Beach camera. You can still see those strong waves across the area, up to 10 to 12 feet for just off the coast of Palm Beach County, 14-foot waves off the coast of the Treasure Coast. So not as strong as what we saw yesterday, but it's still pretty rough out there. Here's a look at those wave heights. These purple colors you're seeing indicating wave heights over 15 feet. And you'll see these wave heights go down as we head into this evening. It's still going to be pretty rough out there today and also tomorrow, with wave heights climbing anywhere from maybe 4 to 8 feet tomorrow. But notice into the weekend, we start to see this blue color pop up, and that indicates those wave heights going down. So improvement into the weekend on the water. So if you have plans to take the boat out, it's just going to be way too rough out there today. Small craft advisory up, seas running 9 to 12 feet. Even our inland waters are going to be very rough. Into your Friday, seas running about 4 to 8 feet. As I mentioned, we don't really see those wave heights come down until the weekend. Seas running about 2 to 3 feet. A light chop in our inland waters on Saturday. On Sunday, seas running about 2 to 4 feet. Let's take a look at the rainfall throughout the day, and you can see we're still dealing with those outer rain bands, as meteorologist Steve Weigel just showed you on the radar. And so we'll still deal with a couple of these bands at least to start. But here's a look at 10 a.m. and you can see things will start to clear across the area. Just a stray thunderstorm possible this afternoon, but as Nicole pulls away, we'll start to see some slightly drier air move in. Into your Friday, mainly dry to start, mostly sunny as you're heading to work Friday morning. A stray thunderstorm possible in the afternoon, and then into the weekend forecast Saturday, another dry start to the day, and then just a couple of afternoon showers and storms rolling in. By Sunday, it looks much better. So here's a closer look at the weekend forecast. Saturday, mild and muggy to start into the afternoon. On Saturday, we'll see a couple of afternoon storms, but a nice evening, upper 70s. Into Sunday morning, temperatures down a few degrees, down to the upper 60s, thanks to a passing front. Into the afternoon, low 80s, the humidity down a notch, and a comfortable evening with temperatures in the upper 70s. Here's a look at your first alert 7-day forecast. In terms of those winds, it's still going to be pretty gusty out there, at least to start off the day, and then slowly as we head into this evening, those winds will start to taper off. Into your Friday, Veterans Day, mid-80s, a nice day in store, mostly sunny in some spots, and a couple of isolated showers and storms in the afternoon. Same thing on Saturday, but by Sunday, 83 degrees, a really nice day in store, and we'll continue that dry weather trend into early next week.
I think everyone's going to appreciate that break after the storm. Thank you, Katya.
Looking forward to the weekend. Also, looking forward to seeing more images and footage from our crews spread across our viewing area.
Michelle Casada joins us now with a look at conditions in Palm Beach.
The rain just picking up here again on Palm Beach Island. If you take a look at the ocean, the surf extremely rough out here, but the wind gusts not too high. We have this wind measurement tool, and right now it fluctuates a little bit between 7 miles an hour to 9 miles an hour. It goes back down to 4. So really not heavy winds that we're seeing at the moment, and that could be because a lot of the outer band activity is not coming through this area as of yet right now. We did drive down A1A up here, and there were some areas that were supposed to be flooded. Apparently the water has receded. We did not see any flooding on A1A on the island, and so that's a good news for those folks living out here. We're going to continue monitoring the conditions here on Palm Beach, and we'll toss it back to you in the studio.
All right, Michelle, we appreciate it, and I believe we have an NBC report.
Yeah, Jay Gray in Jensen Beach with the conditions there.
Good morning, and Nicole made landfall just to the north of us near Vero Beach about 3 this morning. It was a Category 1 hurricane, but is already now downgraded to a tropical storm. Don't let that fool you. This is a storm that's still going to cause some problems. We've seen heavy rain, we've seen wind gusts here in Jensen Beach over 60 miles an hour. And of course, you've got that tidal surge that continues. Low tide right now, but a high tide on the way. That's expected to bring more problems. Right now in the state of Florida, more than 80,000 people without power. That number expected to grow as this storm makes its way through the state and up into Georgia, eventually over the next few days into the Carolinas as well. So this storm will have some staying power. The good news is it seems to be moving quickly right now, but in its wake it's leaving beach erosion. We've got some roads damage, and we've got some water in places that it just is not supposed to be right now. There are several homes and businesses that have been affected structurally by this storm. And once we get daybreak, we'll have a little more on how devastating that Nicole has been, making landfall again early this morning near Vero Beach and continuing to move across the state of Florida right now. That's the latest from here in Jensen Beach. I'm Jay Gray. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Jay. Let's take a look at how folks are doing in Martin County.
That's right. We do have our Dave Bowman live right now from Palm City. Good morning, Dave.
Honey, Chris, we've had a lot of gusts of wind and a lot of rain. It actually calmed down just a few seconds ago, but some of the more gustier areas and some of the wettest periods of time we've seen, even though the storm has made landfall. We're at Charles Layton Park right now. That's in Palm City. It is just off of Martin Downs, not far from the bridge that you can see that connects Palm City to Stewart. Take a look at the lights on the bridge. You can see the steady rainfall that's actually happening here and feeling the gust of wind we're getting right now. This is at a boat ramp that we're at. The boat ramp obviously submerged. The St. Lucie River has flooded its banks, but it had been a lot worse yesterday. It goes in and out with the tides that we see from time to time. But take a look at the gusty winds. If you just look up at some of these palm trees, it's actually getting pretty severe in some of these gusts from the outer bands of the storm. Obviously, Palm City is like so many other communities in the area where you're seeing a lot of downed tree limbs, and driving tends to be pretty hazardous. There are areas, spotty areas of power outages where the roads are potentially dangerous. Anyway, that is pretty much the situation from here. It is gusty, windy, and wet, and we have a big gust coming in right now. Reporting live in Palm City, Dave Bowman, WPTV, News Channel 5.
Yeah, Dave, you really can, the weather can change on a dime, right? Thank you to our First Alert weather spotters for checking in this morning. Danny says, just lost power in Vero Beach near I-95 and State Road 60. Very windy and rainy still. And then Edwin sent in this video last night. Let me see if I can flip over. There we go. And this is in Stewart. You can see water levels are really high there in Sandsprint Park in Stewart. And thank you for that video. And then I want to get to the Instagram because this comes from Brandon. He says, we've been through a lot. Let's hope we can check this one off with no significant damage. Francis, Jean, Wilma, Matthew, Irma, Dorian, and then Nicole. He can now check that box. And this last one, I want to bring in Chief Meteorologist Steve Weigel. This wins the internet for Nicole. This is Megan. This is Cooper giving us his live report on Tropical Storm Nicole this morning, dressed as Mr. Weigel. Has the tie, has the Channel 5 hat, has the microphone. I just think that's adorable, Steve.
I think Steve is still getting ready. Well, we have one of them come. I think Katya's going to join us. Look at this picture. I mean, this kind of gives you something to smile about, at least.
Yeah, a candidate for the pet forecast that you do.
No, I've got to put him into the forecast. So cute. I just love that. His tie. Like, I wonder if they put a wire in it to kind of give it that little effect. How cute is that? That definitely looks exactly like Chief Meteorologist Steve Weigel. I mean, side by side view. They look exactly the same.
I'm not sure Steve would agree with that. that statement.
Yeah, but I mean, he's a cute dog. All right.
Okay.
All right, let's get to it. We now have Tropical Storm Nicole. It is downgraded from a hurricane. It made landfall earlier this morning, about a couple of hours or so ago, as a Category 1 storm with winds up to 75 miles per hour. We've been feeling the impacts throughout the last 24 hours. We've been seeing that coastal flooding starting as early as yesterday, and that was before Nicole made landfall. And not just impacts here, but up and down the Sunshine State. Look at all of these storm reports across the area. These little wave circles you see, that's storm surge reports across the eastern half of the state. You can see they run up and down the state here, all the way up towards Daytona Beach and towards Jacksonville. These circles you see here, that's tropical storm force winds reported. And so again, not just a storm for us here. The tropical storm force winds extended about 450 miles from the center, and that was yesterday afternoon. And look at some of these reports up towards the Carolinas, even some reports of coastal flooding from Nicole. And now we're seeing those winds still pretty strong in some spots, especially towards the Treasure Coast. You saw Dave Bowman out there. He was dealing with some gusty winds across the area throughout the day. We will be dealing with those, at least gusts to start, but notice how those winds start to come down as we head into this evening, as Nicole pulls away, even into the weekend forecast. Looks really nice, a bit on the breezy side at times, but across the state still dealing with those strong winds, at least for today. And then as we head into the next couple of days, winds will start to come down. All right, so for today and tomorrow, better conditions, at least for us here in South Florida. Again, still dealing with Nicole though, Steve, as we head into the day today, as Nicole continues to push up to the north and away from the viewing area, but at least for us here locally, we will start to see improving conditions by this evening.
Yeah, good to see. And some of the strongest winds, not, well under hurricane force, so that was good to see too. Big storm surge though, and damage along the coastline. There's a look at what is now tropical storm, and it is moving to the northwest and eventually perhaps a brief second landfall as it moves into the Gulf of Mexico around the Big Bend area and then eventually up toward the Carolina coastline. The heaviest rain now getting pulled away. We'll have to keep an eye on this band of rainfall on the southern side of the lake that could work in around Belglade, all pulling away after that and working up the East Coast. There's that center of circulation right there that is moving up toward Orlando, and it's really just spotty showers and gusty winds. Vero into Palm City, Stewart, Jensen Beach, and a little farther south down around West Palm and even down around South County. Nothing right now, but the chance for a shower or two in through the next couple of hours. There's a look at our current wind gusts. So strongest on the Treasure Coast, 41 mile an hour wind gusts. Everything coming from the southwest toward the northeast now. And there's the track, which is going to last another maybe 24 hours before it starts to fizzle out just to the north. So improving weather heading into later today and into Friday.
With a look at what weather looks like right now. Thank you, Steve. We want to head to Danielle. She's one of our WPTV weather spotters. She is in South Hutchinson Island. Good morning, Danielle.
Good morning. Can you guys hear me?
We can.
Hi, good morning. Yeah, so we're on Hutchinson Island. We are on MacArthur Boulevard. For people that are familiar with the area, we're on the south end of the island where we saw a lot of these impacts yesterday. So we're actually at the part where it's impassable, but the road is blocked off when you first get onto MacArthur Boulevard. It's over near Plantation Road. So we went ahead and went past that with Martin County Sheriff's deputies. So they are stopping everyone there, and it's residents only. Now, this was a voluntary evacuation, but we even saw it yesterday afternoon and just how severe it was getting so quickly with the high tide coming this way. It's one road in and out of here, and right now that road has a lot of sand and debris on it. So it's definitely tough to get around, and obviously a concern coming in with that high tide this morning.
Right, we're seeing some images now of the roadways near your area, Danielle. We know, there's a semi driving by right now. We've seen your coverage throughout this morning as well as yesterday morning and throughout the day. You've been through it. What have you seen in terms of those storm surges and flooding during those coastal areas that were getting hit?
Yeah, well, specifically this island, and I'm sure it's similar on some of the other barrier islands, but with that storm surge and those tides coming up, I mean, I'm actually seeing it right now in front of me. The water is coming up over the roadways, and it happens pretty quickly, and there's, dunes on the east side of the road, which hopefully will stop those waves from coming, but it just kept hitting them, right? And so then now it's come up over the roadways. And with that water coming up, you never know when it's going to wash out the roadway. And then when that happens, we saw that in Fort Myers, obviously these communities then get blocked off to the rest of the community and to first responders. They were urging us yesterday, to get people off of this area because maybe they can make it through the water if it's flooding, but once the roadways wash away, that's when things get really difficult. So there are dozens of homes further south, further than we can go. But, some of them evacuated. NCSO doesn't know exactly how many because it was a voluntary evacuation.
Yeah, it's all in the name of safety.
Yeah. Have you heard any updates from the Indian River County Sheriff's Office or officials there in terms of when they'll be out and about, assessing what things look like and clearing up the roads?
I was in contact with Martin County Sheriff's Office this morning. They don't know. They don't have any information for any injuries or anything like that. They do have deputies, again, blocking off the roadway much further, just right when you're getting onto MacArthur. But for now, no injuries reported, and I'm sure they're going to be back out here as soon as the sun comes up getting this standoff. But right now, I don't know that there'd be any use to do it because, as I said, I'm seeing that water just wash more sand onto the roadway. So if they were to do that, it would probably get washed right back up here pretty quickly after that.
And those coastal communities, the erosion and the beach renourishment, surely to be an issue that we're going to cover in the days to come. You mentioned, Danielle, that the roads were blocked off. Obviously, again, with safety in mind. I was looking at your live reports earlier throughout the day and what you've been tweeting on social media. People still, driving along those roadways for whatever reason. Have you seen any stranded vehicles at all, or what have you seen in terms of people taking that risk?
I've seen some people taking risks yesterday, people coming to and from their houses, but a lot of these people that I talked to specifically yesterday afternoon were workers, and there's one house that's being built on the south end of Hutchinson Island, and the foundation had been laid, and now it's completely full of sand. So there was a lot of people working on that home that had been sent out here and were trying to get things in place, trying to do the best they could to make it so that they would have maybe less work to do as soon as this storm rolled through. So there are some people, but for the most part, it seems like people have hunkered down either in their homes or they've made it off the island.
All right, Danielle, we appreciate your coverage, of course, for these past couple hours and to be continued. Try to get some rest, and we appreciate you getting on the phone with us.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
All right.
We will be back after a quick break with more on tracking Nicole and its effects in our viewing area and throughout the state. Well, welcome back. We are continuing our storm coverage, now heading to Stewart.
That's right, and that is where we find WPTV's Todd Wilson joining us live from Sandsprit Park. Good morning, Todd.
Good morning. Right now we have a lot of constant rain here. We have some strong winds out here. It's pretty tough here, but we were here at Sandsprit yesterday, and what we saw was water shooting up through the planks here. No problem. It was moving the planks here on the boardwalk. We get here this morning because we wanted to check how things were because we knew that there was some flooding on the other side by the boat launch. But we get here this morning and you can see how badly things have been torn up. This boardwalk goes all the way back that way, all the way this way, and it looks like this. But this is what I want to show you here. Take a look at this here. Completely ripped out all the way. I want people to be careful if you come out here because there's a big hole. I walked up on this thing this morning and I didn't almost see it. I had my phone light on me and I moved up and I saw this hole. Please be careful to show you how strong the water was. Take a look at this. See this? This is a brick from this concrete right here. So it ripped it up. And here's part of the plank right here. You can see this. It's sitting on the side here. So people, please be careful. Flooding is definitely taking place back over by the boat launch. But here, this plank is completely tore up. This boardwalk is definitely not safe because it's ripped up all the way through. So I just want to let people know, boy, it must have been some strong water here to tear this thing up because this was secure. Live in Stewart, Todd Wilson, WPTV News Channel 5.
All right. Yeah, we are looking at, of course, this what is now a tropical storm work its way inland and not fizzle out, but weaken very quickly as it pushes across central Florida. The heaviest rain getting dragged away. Look at all the dry air that's now starting to get entrained and brought up from South Florida. So the sunshine, it'll start to break through during the day. There's a look at the radar. Showers and heavier rains that are working across the lake area right now. Also a big band of rain on the northern side of what is left of this. This was a 50-mile wide eye at landfall, which was around Vero Beach, just south of Vero Beach at 3 a.m. Now it's just kind of all collapsing on itself, all falling apart, which is typical for a tropical system that makes its way inland. But there's still some heavy rain, mainly up around Orlando now, and there's that little center that is starting to fall apart. So at landfall, this was 50 miles wide and a pretty significant system. It's now pretty much gone. For our rain and showers and chance for a thunderstorm, not a lot going on until you get back around the lake, eastern side of the lake, and all the way up around Jensen Beach and Port St. Lucie. Some heavy downpours, gusty winds, 30, 40 mile an hour winds, tapering off briefly around Vero, Sebastian, and Fort Pierce, where some of our stronger winds are 40, almost 45 miles an hour. Stewart 43, 21 in Sebastian, and then a little bit less getting back around Wellington, 12, 14 in Boynton, and 32 in West Palm. So it's going to be gusty southwest winds, some off and on showers, a few downpours through the entire day, and the sunshine's starting to break through first in Palm Beach County and then eventually into the Treasure Coast. There's a track. Tropical storm now, weakening quickly. By this time tomorrow, it's pretty much gone as it fizzles out over the Carolinas and just really becomes a big rainmaker up around South and North Carolina. The hurricane warnings are all completely gone. Tropical storm warnings still in place. Those will likely be discontinued as we go through the day too. And again, first in Palm Beach County and then eventually on the Treasure Coast later in the day. So blustery conditions, still the chance for a few showers, chance for a thunderstorm this afternoon if the sun breaks through, and improving weather for Friday and the weekend.
That's good news. Thank you, Steve, as always.
Yeah, lots of updates here within the past hour. More to come as we continue our coverage. We're leaving you now this hour with a look at the pier on Flagler Beach between Daytona and St. Augustine.
All right, here we go, 5:02. As you're waking up with us, thank you for trusting us with your coverage for what is now Tropical Storm Nicole, been downgraded after making landfall, 3 o'clock, North Hutchinson Island, just south of Vero Beach. Mike Trim and Holly Davis with you. Let's get right to it.
The effects of that storm, though, not over yet. We're seeing power outages just really about 30 minutes ago in Vero Beach. So not a done deal by any means, but here's some video of Hurricane Nicole's impact. This is on the southeast coast of Florida. We've seen this thing stretch all the way from Volusia County and seen some of the effects in West Palm Beach. We want to start with First Alert Chief Meteorologist Steve Weigel. Steve, again, power outages still occurring in our part of the viewing area.
Yeah, absolutely. And the wind gusts still over 40 miles an hour on the Treasure Coast. We still have a tropical storm warning in effect. It was downgraded from a hurricane warning, Holly, about an hour and a half ago. And gusty winds, some downpours still in the forecast for today. Even as the storm center moves up toward Orlando, we start to get some drier air working in right now. A weaker storm as it moved inland, and part of the reason for that, a lot of dry air getting trained near the center of it as it moved through the Bahamas yesterday. But as we got into the morning and we had the landfall just south of Vero Beach, that was at 3 a.m. Official forecast, a hurricane at landfall and now a tropical storm. Lots of gusty winds and rainfall, but that's getting pulled away as the storm moves more toward Orlando and up around Tampa. It should track to the north of Tampa and then maybe briefly off into the Gulf of Mexico before a second landfall around the Big Bend area. And then I think by later Friday afternoon, it's all gone. It becomes what we call a remnant low up around the Carolinas with just a rainmaker with some gusty winds. But there's that center, not much left to it. It was over 50 miles wide as it moved from the Bahamas into our area. It was just a massive eye with this hurricane, which is now just completely falling apart. So we still have those winds, 30, 40 miles an hour. You don't see it on the radar. You see these bands of rain that are racing from the southwest toward the northeast. And the issue, the big issue with this hurricane, of course, with this storm surge and that northeast wind for days along the coastline that piled up the water in combination with those extra high tides with the king tides and the full moon that we had a couple of days ago. Now we get a chance to get some of that water away from the coastline, out of the Indian River, out of the intracoastal. We saw extremely high tides the last couple of days, but the low tides just didn't happen because the water wasn't able to escape back out the inlets and get back out into the ocean. Now it has a chance because of those winds shifting and moving more southwest and west. So that's nice to see. Rainfall, not a lot, but still some quick gusty winds and rain working. Obviously not along coastal Palm Beach County, but more on the Treasure Coast. And as far as our wind gust at this point, Stewart now 43 miles an hour, high 30s in Vero, 21 in Sebastian. West Palm at the airport 32, and a little bit less back through Wellington and Boynton sitting at 13. The track quickly moving, as I said, a second landfall possible as it gets just over around the Big Bend, just north of Tampa briefly, and then moving inland after that. And then by this time tomorrow, Friday, 1 p.m., it's completely gone, done. As far as the warnings, tropical storm warning, Palm Beach County, Treasure Coast, all the way up into central Florida. We had earlier hurricane warnings. They are now all dropped. And we're dealing with just these gusty winds. Most of the winds will be, the wind gusts will be around tropical storm force. Sustained winds are going to be difficult to see tropical storm force wind gusts or sustained winds, but we'll keep an eye on that. And of course, keep an eye on the forecast, and Katya is here too. Rainfall totals, not as high as we had expected.
No.
And a lot of that was due to that dry air that got entrained in the storm. But, you know, much needed rainfall, just not flooding rain, which is nice.
Absolutely. And I'll show you actually the rain almanac in just a minute to show you kind of where we stand compared to normal. But again, not a whole lot of rain. Some spots a little bit better than others. Radar indicating upwards of close to 3 inches up towards Boca. This is over the last 24 hours. 2.5 inches up towards Indian River County. And the rain's still coming down in some spots. We could pick up maybe an additional quarter to maybe even a half an inch of rain in some of those spots along the Treasure Coast, West Palm Beach, a little bit less than that. So here's where we stand for the month of November. Close to 3 inches of rain so far. We're actually running a little bit above normal for the month in Fort Pierce, and also Vero Beach running above normal as well for the month of November. Now for the year altogether, we've already seen over 46 inches of rain right here in West Palm Beach. And you're thinking, that's a whole lot of rain, Katya. Well, unfortunately, we're still a little bit below average. At this point, we should have been seeing about 55 inches of rain, so we're running a little bit more than 9 inches below average, and also running below average in Vero Beach by over 10 inches of rain. So throughout the day, walking you through Vipercast here, this shows you when and where you could see that rainfall timestamp in the corner of your screen here. Again, still dealing with some rain to start off the day, and then as we head into about 11 a.m., Nicole will start to pull away. We start to see drier air move in. As a result, those skies begin to clear. We could still see an afternoon shower or storm push into the area, but it does look like things start to get a little bit better as we head into later into your Thursday. How about Friday's forecast? Well, mainly dry to start, maybe an afternoon shower or storm. Rain chances though on the lower side. And same thing for your Saturday. Lots of sunshine throughout the day, a couple of showers and storms possible. We actually have a weak front pushing in, and that will actually result into some drier conditions into your Sunday. And we talk drier air, a little lower humidity by Sunday as well, but today, tomorrow, Saturday, still on the muggy side. All right, here's what it will look like in Jupiter throughout the day. Again, a little bit gusty to start off. Temperatures will be in the upper 70s by 10 a.m. Also could be dealing with a little bit of rainfall, at least for the first part of the day, and then we'll start to dry out into this afternoon. And a bit on the breezy side this afternoon, winds coming down later this evening. Let's take a look at tomorrow's forecast. Bright sunshine for the first part of the day, low 70s, and then we'll be dealing with a light breeze from time to time, but not dealing with those strong winds like what we're seeing this morning across the area.
Hey, below than average rainfall. Tell that to the Indian River Lagoon. Nicole causing some spillage there. That's a Sebastian. Best case scenario, you had a lot of rain falling very, very fast. You got to hope that we don't have a repeat of Hurricane Ian. The aftermath of that, we actually saw some sewage leaking into the lagoon. That lagoon, by the way, stretches more than 100 miles from Volusia to Martin County.
Now, Vero Beach, just south of it, that's where we saw landfall for Nicole. Our Derek Lowe has been there. Anywhere from State Road 60, he's been to the ocean itself.
Derek, we talked to you about 2 hours ago, and I know at the time you didn't see a lot of down traffic lights, but it certainly looks like things have really picked up since the last time we chatted.
Holly, Chris, yeah, good morning. Perhaps the back end of now Tropical Storm Nicole is starting to make its way up through Vero Beach. I know Steve mentioned that we're going to have some westerly winds that will hopefully continue to push this water back out to sea. Right now we're near JC Beach and Calm Beach, and you can see this part of Ocean Drive just completely washed out. If my photojournalist Jeff can just pan down and down to the side, this stretch of road is about anywhere from a quarter to half a mile, and it is just gone. Pieces of this boardwalk, like this one over here, you can see, I mean, just completely torn apart, washed out to sea. And after speaking with residents that were here yesterday, it wasn't quite this bad. Portions of it had already been washed out, but of course now a lot of it all the way down. They said that this is kind of a notorious stretch of road. It happened years ago, back when Francis and Jean hit, and again just a couple of years ago, and even with the aftermath of Hurricane Ian, this area struggling, of course, with beach erosion from here all the way down to Sexton Plaza by the Mulligans and many other areas in Indian River County after Ian was forced to close a lot of their beaches for erosion repair, and that seems like it's going to be the case here yet again for quite some time. The residents saying yesterday that they almost anticipated this. And as you can see, I mean, the tide is still coming in pretty high, but again, hopefully with those westerly winds that, I mean, take a look at this right here. So maybe we're not done yet, but hopefully soon. Steve mentioned those westerly winds will hopefully continue to push this water back out to sea, and this situation doesn't get any worse. Indian River County officials are planning to hold a 10 a.m. press conference this morning. We'll try and give you that update once it becomes available. But for now, reporting live in Vero Beach, I'm Derek Lowe, WPTV News Channel 5.
Yeah, Derek, wanted to keep you there. Obviously want to keep you safe from that surge coming in there with the water. But Derek, you grew up on the Treasure Coast your whole life. You've been to Vero Beach many times. I mean, have you seen it as bad as it is right now with that erosion and that destruction there post-hurricane, what you're looking at right now in your experience?
Yeah, I mean, it's bad. I haven't frequented Vero Beach a ton, I will say, but after speaking with residents, like I said, they almost anticipated this. You know, they saw it a couple weeks ago with Hurricane Ian when it was here, and they mentioned this was a similar story back when Francis and Jean. So really dating back a couple decades, Vero Beach always seems to struggle with some beach erosion here.
Areas. All right, Derek, thank you so much for joining us. Some of those areas along the Treasure Coast, they have invested millions into renourishment projects, and a lot of county officials said even before the storm, they anticipated that it would be wiped out.
Yeah, so you know, and a lot with our forecast that they were anticipating that days ahead. So we're seeing the aftermath now. We're going to see much more as you wake up and you see the sunrise as well. So
let's go to real quickly a tweet here. This is from the St. Lucie County Sheriff's Office. There's a downed power line, and we may see more of this now, especially as those wind gusts start to pick back up again. The eye of the storm now passing over, so power lines going down. In this case, this is north of Northwest Prima Vista and then Curtis Street. Danielle C., let's check in with her. She is in Stewart with a look at conditions.
Yeah, so Danielle, what are you seeing there? I saw a lot in Sewell's Point yesterday, obviously with the water there. What part of the Stewart area are you in right now?
Holly, Mike, good morning to you. So we're on Hutchinson Island. We're on MacArthur Boulevard. Right now, this area of the roadway is blocked off, but we wanted to get on here and give you a look at what we're seeing. So we're now at the area where it's obvious why it's blocked off. You can see the debris and the sand that's washed up onto the roadways, and now this roadway is impassable. We've actually also been seeing, as we were here, water coming up down where that truck is, coming up over the roadways with a lot of foam, and that's what's bringing all of the sand and debris, and that's why they have this blocked off. Now, this is Hutchinson Island. Again, we're towards the
So Hutchinson Island, MacArthur Road especially, and you know, it's not just Bathtub Beach. There are several beach access points, and then you have the House of Refuge there, you know, the long-standing house, the historical landmark. As she's showing us, all kinds of debris still over that road, impassable.
And we started to see that before noon yesterday, you know, when those breaches were reported. So could be, okay, let's go back. We do have Danielle. Danielle, finish what you were telling us.
I'm not sure where you lost me here, but we were just talking about the sand and the debris that's washed up over in all of the communities that are far down this road. This road extends a couple of miles further. So this is Hutchinson Island on the south end. There's Bathtub Beach down there. A lot of you may know as well. Now again, don't head out this way this morning because Martin County Sheriff's Office has blocked off this road, but the wind is picking up a bit. We really haven't seen much rain on and off the wind as those
She was mentioning that wind. There was a good
is all of this debris.
Yeah, 1 or 1.5 hours where there was just nothing, you know.
And you just kept seeing the water come in through those beach access points, and it's like, when is it going to stop? So get a better look at that when the sun rises to our Danielle seat there. But right now, our Brianna Nespraw checking in as well.
Let's go south. She's in Lantana. Hey, Brianna, good morning.
Hey, good morning. I'm actually at Boynton Beach at 2 Georges where they received significant amounts of flooding yesterday. You know, I was just speaking to the manager a few moments ago. He said this is actually the worst they've seen it since Hurricane Dorian. He said that's because only one of those high tides really affected them, whereas yesterday they got that double whammy, the storm plus those 2 high tides, and it really affected them. It was hard for them to control the flooding here, but they said they were expecting it. So what they did, they brought in all the outdoor furniture here in the outdoor dining area. They brought that all inside. You can see it's all cleared up. I'm going to see if we can walk a little bit here. You can see the chairs stacked up inside. They said they lifted every last thing that they could, coolers, chairs. So all this outdoor dining and bar areas, they said all of this actually got flooded. I'm going to see if we can walk back. I'm going to make sure photographer is okay here. He said this is actually the deepest part where there was significant amounts of flooding. He said here at this glider, it probably went up just a few feet, probably about to here. So all of this area was flooded. Right now what they're doing, they said there's a lot of cleaning to do, lots of debris, palm fronds, cans, everything that was washing ashore. That's what they're doing today. Luckily, they were closed yesterday expecting all of this. So right now they're just inside trying to clean up, trying to bring all that furniture back because their hope is to open for lunch later this morning. For now, I'm live in Boynton Beach. Brianna Nespraw, back to you guys.
Thank you, Brianna. All right, joining us now, you know, a lot of crews in the area because of a November hurricane not seen in 40 years. NBC's Jay Gray is checking in with us.
Good morning, and Nicole made landfall just to the north of us near Vero Beach about 3 this morning. It was a Category 1 hurricane, but is already now downgraded to a tropical storm. Don't let that fool you. This is a storm that's still going to cause some problems. We've seen heavy rain. We've seen wind gusts here in Jensen Beach over 60 miles an hour. And of course, you've got that tidal surge that continues. Low tide right now, but a high tide on the way. That's expected to bring more problems. Right now in the state of Florida, more than 80,000 people without power. That number expected to grow as this storm makes its way through the state and up into Georgia, eventually over the next few days into the Carolinas as well. So this storm will have some staying power. The good news is it seems to be moving quickly right now, but in its wake it's leaving beach erosion. We've got some roads damage, and we've got some water in places that it just is not supposed to be right now. There are several homes and businesses that have been affected structurally by this storm, and once we get daybreak we'll have a little more on how devastating that Nicole has been, making landfall again early this morning near Vero Beach and continuing to move across the state of Florida right now. That's the latest from here in Jensen Beach. I'm Jay Gray. Back to you.
Let's go to Joel Lopez. He is in Fort Pierce this morning. If I'm reading this correctly, there are about 5% of households there that are without power right now.
Yeah, and that includes the hotel Joel was staying in overnight to be kind of fanned out across the area. Joel, last time we spoke with you, you were talking to the hotel manager. How's it looking where you are right now?
Hey, good morning, guys. Yeah, it's still hot, still without power. Things are getting muggier as the day goes. It's been about 6 hours now. The power went out around 11 last night. Now, if you look, staff here is just hanging on with flashlights, trying to keep things lit while they can. Most of our gear didn't get much time to charge overnight, and he's watching our app, which is great. Now, if you actually want to pull up the utilities website, we can get a better look at what this outage looks like. Right now, Fort Pierce Utilities is reporting about 1,100 people are without power right now, which makes up about 4.5% of customers here. Now, at the hotel, the front desk employee, Marshall, says he's doing things the old school way, jotting things down and checking people in and out on paper and getting ready for what could be a day without power.
I got a feeling that without the power, breakfast is going to be running a little late. I know I'm supposed to be making coffee right now, but that's not going to happen either. It would be nice if I had gotten more ice before the power went off.
Now, of course, if you're waking up and your power is out, a good tip is to keep that refrigerator closed as long as you can to retain the cold. And if you're going to run a generator, make sure you run it safely, follow those manufacturer orders. And we have reached out to Fort Pierce Utilities right now, but we haven't heard anything back yet. So guys, hopefully you're enjoying the AC back at the studio.
I say hopefully those guests at the hotel cut Marshall a break this morning if he's a little late on breakfast.
He's been up all night.
Oh, good guy there. All right, let's go through some power outages by the numbers here. Right here at Last Check, FPL reporting over 50,000 outages, about 9,500 of those coming from Palm Beach County, about 8,000 in Indian River, 4,000, so slightly less there, Martin County, and just over 2,000 in St. Lucie. Okeechobee County reporting about 100, and we know these are fluctuating, so we will continue to check those and then update you throughout the day. WPTV News Channel 5's Jessica Bruno is in Jensen Beach.
All right, Jessica, what are the conditions like where you are?
Yeah, guys, we're in Jensen Beach, just off of Indian River Road. It's been pretty windy. In fact, photojournalist Caleb Holder, who I'm with, is having to hold the light that we're using just so it doesn't blow over. And I actually almost kind of fell over a minute ago. As far as flooding and rain conditions, we haven't seen anything too crazy. The water here is kind of high, and you can kind of see there is some debris that's washed up along the shore here. Also, the neighborhood to my left, it appears, obviously it's pretty early in the morning, but it does appear, because it's so dark, that there is no power here currently. I believe also this is where Megan McRoberts was last night, and the road just behind Caleb where we're standing was washed out. Really heavy flooding. You can see there's still an officer here, but he is letting people through, and from what I can see, from what we've seen driving around, that flooding has all receded. So right now, mainly just wind, power outages, little debris around the road, but nothing too crazy that we've seen so far. Back to you guys.
All right, Jessica, thank you. Hey, Nicole has caused thousands of flights to be canceled, many of those set for today, but PBIA shut down at about 9 yesterday morning because of the storm. This morning, we checked the website. We're waiting back for an answer as well. Most morning flights have been canceled. Looks like many flights set for this afternoon are still listed as on time. You know that's a fluid situation. Keep it right here. We'll have any updates for you live as they come in.
Okay, let's go back real quickly to Indian River County. We got a new tweet. The Barrier Island bridges, those are back open. So a really good sign right there. But authorities asking that if you do decide to go home, for instance, that you are just very, very careful, especially as the sun, you know, it's down, hasn't come up yet, don't exactly know what you're dealing with.
Well, that's and it shows that the wind speeds are dropping as well as the storm is slowly moving on. But you know, to our south, kind of move past that, Deerfield Beach, the pier there. These are pictures overnight. You know, look, the waves have
those
been,
white caps, yeah.
I mean, pretty much every pier from Deerfield to Sebastian and on up, New Smyrna Beach, just getting hammered. So this is Deerfield Beach, of course, just to our south in Broward County, if you're not familiar with this part of the area. And it has really been just the pictures and steady videos coming in. We appreciate you. This is, take a look, from WPTV's Megan McRoberts in the field right before Jessica Bruno live earlier today. If we have that, you can see the damage at the end of the road there. So Jessica's following up with that this morning. Indian River Drive has just been a mess in some parts of Jensen Beach. As you can see, the water just slamming up against that.
You know, we've talked about erosion on the shoreline, but also what this storm has done to roads. I mean, you've got concrete out there that's just buckling. And so after this, you're going to have some road repair.
You know, many who've lived there for a long time can say, oh, this is the usual suspects, but you still don't like to see it. And when you see it like this, how long is it going to take? You already have a police officer out there kind of guiding through traffic. So we'll see.
Turning people away, yeah.
Hey, it's not safe. I mean, who knows how far that will crumble even more. The pictures we're going to show you now on your screen moving forward. Yep, that's from our viewer, Melanie Henshaw. Thanks, Melanie, showing the rising waters. Tipping over that boat, that's Flagler Drive, downtown West Palm Beach, right on the Intracoastal. Saw that flooding early on yesterday, and we'll check if the waters have receded this morning as well. Boy, just a lot. And we really thank you for the pictures, our eyes and ears out there, and that's going to keep going this morning.
And our meteorologists, they've said, you know, the rain totals weren't as impressive as they thought they could be, but you look at some of these images and you're saying, well, wow, that's a lot of water.
That is a lot of water. So it is moving, the storm. It's not just staying on top of us.
It didn't sit on us for very long, and so that's where we did get fortunate. But the power of that storm when it can tip a boat like that. Let's go to, I believe, the central part of the state. The conditions are getting stronger there. We know that storm moving up north. You mentioned some of the Melbourne, Orlando International Airport still closed right now. Orlando International, all because of this. The wind speeds, they're really kicking up. Theme parks, you know, that's kind of the lifeblood of that area.
So this is, look at the water.
Sanford, open today.
Yeah, that was from WKNG there in the Orlando area. Wow. Okay, so now you're seeing what it's like as tropical storm. It has been downgraded from a hurricane moving forward through that central part of the state. Yeah, you're right. The theme parks yesterday making their announcements. I don't think they're opening today, Holland.
Well,
this is moving right
and
there.
Steve will bring you into the conversation here. You know, some like SeaWorld said they won't be open until Friday. So. It's just all a matter of this storm moving in and moving out.
Yeah, we're getting some pretty good wind gusts too. I mean, look at it. It made landfall around Vero Beach. So all of that rain and all that wind now is in Central Florida, around Orlando and Kissimmee and even back around Tampa. This storm is so massive. The wind field stretches out hundreds of miles from the center. So it's having an impact across almost the entire state. Maybe with the exception of back around Pensacola and Panama City, but a big storm. Still some really strong winds firing up in our area. Tropical storm force wind gusts, 30, 40, 50 miles an hour. A little bit less, and we'll see it tone down even more from West Palm south, because that's where we'll see the improvements first. I think we'll see a fair amount of sunshine during the day as it all gets pulled up through Orlando. And then a second landfall in Florida is possible. as we get into tonight. This is expected. There's that little center of circulation right there. So 3 a.m. it made landfall as a hurricane just south of Vero Beach. As a hurricane, winds 75 miles an hour. It's now a tropical storm, and the structure of this is having a difficult time staying together because it's now over land. It's lost its energy source, which is the warm waters of the Atlantic. So the models and the official forecast bring it out again into the Gulf of Mexico briefly with a second landfall around the Panhandle. That should happen later tonight. So we do have some rain on the radar, and gusty winds, as I said, 30, 40 miles an hour. There's some of our heavier bands of rain. It will get a quick half an inch to inch of rain in spots, not everywhere. There's more persistent rain. This area has been raining for quite a while. So Indiantown up through Jensen Beach, Palm City, Port St. Lucie, and then farther north around Vero and Sebastian, all quiet, but you can bet that some of this is working in the next couple of hours. So 40, look at that, look at all the 40s here. 43 in Stewart, 40 in Fort Pierce, 41 in Vero, 7 in Sebastian. I don't know, for some reason the Sebastian wind is dropped off considerably. I'm sure it'll pick up again. That's a southwest wind now. For the last few days, it's been a northeast wind, and this is a big shift in the wind, and it's going to stay up very blustery today. And there's a tropical storm working eventually in toward the Carolinas tomorrow afternoon, and at this point, it's fizzled out. I mean, there's still rain and gusty winds here, but as a tropical system, it's completely gone. And also gone, the hurricane warnings. They have all been discontinued. We're in a tropical storm warning. I would be surprised, honestly, though, if we get sustained winds to tropical storm force. The storm's moving away. We're certainly seeing gusts to tropical storm force, but sustained winds, it's going to be tough at this point with it pulling away and working up toward Orlando. Katia's here too. We've been watching it for the last few hours, and rain totals on the low side too. 2 to 3 inches of rain, and most of the rain seems to be gone now, although the showers and maybe I suspect we might even see a thunderstorm pop up, maybe not this afternoon or tomorrow afternoon if we get a little bit of sunshine.
Yeah, that's right. Hey, listen, and before we go to Katia, I just wanted to say, if you're watching, if you get out there in a safe spot this morning as the storm, especially as it's passing through, send us those pictures, video, you report at WPTV.com. You can also share us with the WPTV app under the Share a News Tip section.
Just got a U report from one of our weather spotters who said the Linton Avenue Bridge, that is a blackout there. So we're seeing still some of those power outages roll in. We do have an update from Fellsmere Police. There's a small tree blocking North Pine Street. This is north of County Road 512. All other roads, though, faring really well, though, in that area. No major flooding right now, no reports of downed power lines. But I-95 near 108th Avenue, there are some lights out there as well. Remember, traffic lights that do not work, be sure. We've seen some people already getting out there this morning. Treat those as a four-way stop. T.A. Walker joining us right now in the studio.
We've gotten so many videos and pictures over the past few days. Hard to show them all in 1 hour, but you have some that are right now happening, right?
Yeah, I want to go through the Twitter feed actually right now, if you don't mind, Mike. This is from our own Derek Lowe. There is a power line right here in the middle of the roadway. Derek saying probably trucks and SUVs wouldn't be able to make it. So that's just to your point, Holly, you shouldn't be out on the roadways. You got to be very careful as you start exploring around your neighborhood this morning. Check this out from Daytona Beach. This is from Krista. She said, we had a backyard yesterday. This is her home here. Today we don't. We lost 30 feet overnight. That's just so much damage for her. And this is up there in Daytona. This is storm surge coming into Volusia County, up the boat ramp, way where the boats would be parked. And then I want to move over here to Jessica Baruna. We've been showing this sailboat in the Lake Worth Lagoon there on Flagler as it's been sinking all morning. It gets lower and lower in the channel there. And then this is from James Whelan, First Alert meteorologist, showing the waves breaking on Palm Beach last night thanks to high tide, he says. And then, of course, there's some more things I want to show you real quick. This came in from David in Boynton Beach, just showing the winds on the palm tree last night. If you want to send us any kind of videos, please do you report at WPTV.com. Mike?
Thanks, TA. The downpours have been happening at Vero Beach for hours, and then you saw the calm as the eye was moving through. It was like a 50-mile wide eye. This is a U-Report video from Stephen Boudet showing how strong those winds and rains have been throughout the night. Now,
okay, let's take a look at some of those roads. We know many of you exactly are eager to get out there, not exactly sure where you're going at 5:30 in the morning, but if you do have to go, I mean, some of you are going to still be dealing with torrential downpours. This is that State Road 60?
yeah,
Vero Beach?
northbound State Road
Yeah,
60.
so, you know, really, if you can, if you're in the northern part of the viewing area, Treasure Coast, that Vero Beach, Fort Pierce area, you know, hang tight a little bit longer.
And listen, can we stay on this for just a second? We were in the newsroom right before this hour and the last hour. The eye was right over this shot right here, and it was calm.
Nothing.
So it was so calm, right? You could see the stars.
And we can talk to, I think we're going to have Katya here in just a second. This is the back end. This is what they were talking about. The eye has passed. It's moved north. It's jogged up towards central Florida. This is now the back end of that storm.
Okay, so and you can see how slow the vehicles are moving, right? And rightfully so. So Todd Wilson, he is in Sansprit Park in Stuart, where the storm still kind of moving through there. Todd?
Okay, Todd.
That's right. You know what we're dealing with right now is strong wind. Not any rain whatsoever. Not much rain at all. And in fact, the spray that we're getting is coming off the water. Now, I'm standing on a wood dock right now. The front of it is underwater. The rest of it here. But as soon as you go about another 30 feet out here, it is completely underwater. The ones on the left of me here, now these are all floating docks, so they're floating. But what I want to tell people is this. Yesterday we were here and it was incredible flooding out here, and boats were moving further upland here to be able to get into their trailer and be towed away. That's the case here because it wouldn't be smart to bring out a boat at this time, but definitely water still moving up, and it's pretty deep up here. And I'll tell you this, it has been interesting to see the amount of water that just keeps coming this way. It's as if the wind is just continuing to blow it and blow it up. So it's getting deeper and deeper as we get to land. So I want to let people know, be careful if you're coming out here because it's deeper than you think. I tried to walk out to this one here and it got up to almost to my waist. So I would say not a smart idea. Live at Sansprit Park in Stuart, Todd Wilson, WPTV, News Channel 5.
Todd, let's hang on to you for just a second. You've been ping-ponging all across the viewing area. You've kind of been through it these past 24 hours.
Yeah, you know what? I've actually enjoyed it because it gives me an idea to see different areas and how they're affected by this storm. And the people that are resilient, they're working through this. You know what? The one thing I can say about Floridians is they have a pretty cool head about a storm or a possible hurricane. They were like, we'll just deal with it. We're already prepared. We'll actually even come out and, you know, look at everything and see the flooding and whatnot and really just try to enjoy it and see what it is. So I can't complain. It's been interesting to say the least.
Very true. You live here long enough and you just say, okay, we'll get prepared, we'll be smart about it and go on by our business.
And just reestablishing it for those that have lived and like boating, a way of life, obviously Sansprit Park, a popular boat ramp, and just kind of reiterating where you are and where those boat ramps are because you probably can't see them, they're underwater right now, but have you identified the signs of where the boat ramps would be?
Yeah, the boat ramp is actually, let me see if I'm right, it's on the east side of the park, and I would tell you this, you know, it would not be smart to come out here with a boat at this moment. Most people would understand that because the water is really choppy, the wind is bad. I would tell folks, you know, hey, this is not the place to go right now. But it continues, like I said, more and more water continues to come up on shore because the wind, it appears from my back, is pushing it onto shore. So right now, if you're going to walk around here, not a smart thing because it's pretty deep if you go further well.
All right, Todd, we'll let you go. Those floating boat ramps that you referenced, though, they're doing exactly what they were designed to do.
Yeah, listen, Sansprit Park, okay, Treasure Coast.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
You see that in Stuart, Todd. We'll check back in with you in just a little bit, especially, and I keep saying it, when the sun rises, we're going to get a lot better look at things. How about this, Bahamas? Our friends, maybe some of you even have family there, sent us this video overnight. A number of residents, when Hurricane Nicole made landfall. This was Green Turtle Cay, sent in by the owner of the New Plymouth Inn. I know our Steve Weigel knows friends in the Bahamas, but just getting hammered there. But the Bahamas, obviously no stranger to hurricanes at
yeah,
all.
Dorian, the last big one. And so you hear Bahamas, you hear hurricane, and almost instantly you hold your breath. Severe weather likely caused a state trooper involved crash. This was I-95 around, I believe, 9 last night in Boca Raton. This video sent in to us by Nicholas Hine, a tanker, a state trooper, at least one other vehicle seemed to be involved. We certainly hope everyone is okay. Lanes were closed for a while, but back open right now.
That's the thing. There's going to be ponding on the road this morning. There's going to be wind going everywhere, debris. We do have our Sophia Hernandez, Florida 24 reporter, who is live in Vero Beach.
In Juno Beach.
Juno Beach. Here we go, Juno.
I'm Sophia Hernandez reporting from Juno Beach, where really the focus is on these cold, powerful winds. You can see it behind me. Thankfully, the rain has let up. Nicole hitting more than an hour ago, and thankfully this area hasn't really experienced much flooding. Again, the focus is really on those strong, powerful winds. We are about less than a mile away from the shoreline in Juno Beach, typically a vacation area, an area that attracts many tourists, especially this time of year. The people that we have spoken to, they have come to try to squeeze out the little bit of summer that they've came to experience, and unfortunately they were met with this storm. Now you can see down below on the street some FPL trucks. That is also another focus of today. Last night, the hotel that we are staying at, power came in and out throughout the night. There's about more than 8,000 customers here in Palm Beach County currently without power. So going into Thursday, that's going to be a top focus here in Palm Beach County, is restoring power to those residents who don't have any, and also surveying any damage or debris in the area. Again, thankfully, this close to the shoreline here in Juno Beach, we are not experiencing any of that. But there are other evacuation zones to the north of us and to the south of us, all along Ocean Drive. That's again the coastline that will be experiencing some kind of damage and debris, and that will also be the focus going into Thursday. Again, from Juno Beach, Sophia Hernandez, Florida 24 Network.
The wind gusts really giving the Flagler Beach Pier a lashing. This is near north really of Daytona, and unfortunately a 1-2 punch for this area. That pier still sustaining damage from Hurricane Ian in September, and now you see another storm, and probably just contributing to the damage that will have to be fixed there.
New video just coming in out of Central Florida, and that's where we're going to see the storm keep moving and moving. Yeah, you can see the wind whipping through the palm trees right now, a sight we've been seeing over the last 24 hours here. So with much more on this right now, as we move forward with this video, we're going to get to a break.
We will see you more storm coverage, Tropical Storm Nicole, after this. As soon as he's able, Johan Hoffend will get off the ground in Chopper 5, just kind of flying over that coastline, and that's going to give us our first glimpse of some of the beach erosion and other storm-related damage.
Yeah, so including damage and including where things are affected right now. Our WPTV News Channel 5 reporter Dave Bowman live in Palm City. What are the conditions like there, Dave? All right. Actually, we're going to go to Steve Weigel, our chief meteorologist. Steve, how are the conditions right now?
Right now, beginning to improve. We still have gusty tropical storm force winds, but we are looking at an improvement during the day as the storm works its way up through central and then eventually North Florida. There it is, made landfall as a hurricane around Vero Beach. That happened at 3 a.m. It's falling apart now. It's losing its structure simply because it's now over land instead of the warm ocean waters that help fuel it for the last few days. And the radar showing some pretty significant rain still on, especially on the southern side of this, working into Clewiston. I know we have some viewers even on the western side of the lake, Clewiston, Belglade, Bohokie, and gusty winds too. You can see a broad area of circulation, that counterclockwise low, and what's left of that center, that eye, would be in this area here, just north of Okeechobee County, and working its way toward, well, the west coast. Eventually, it's going to work into the Gulf of Mexico briefly. At least that's the official forecast. And then a second landfall possible up around the Panhandle, Big Bend area. That would happen later today. Still some rain on the radar. Showers, gusty winds. The gusty winds, what you don't see, 30, 40 miles an hour. You know, the latest wind reports just in the last few minutes had 40 to 45 miles an hour for gusts from Vero and Sebastian down through Fort Pierce. And these little bands of rainfall, these squalls that are continuing to push through. We get a little bit of sunshine today. I think these will fire up even a little bit more and bring some more rain. The models have been picking up on some even afternoon rain, maybe a rumble of thunder, all pushing in. It's very warm and humid, so all pushing in from the south and working their way north during the day. So some soggy weather possible. There's a look at the winds, the current gusts, 43 Vero, 40 in Fort Pierce, 38 in Stewart. A little bit less, but still windy at times. West Palm down into Boynton and even Boca. And what is now Tropical Storm Nicole will briefly move into the Gulf and then up into the Carolina area for Friday afternoon. That's where it will completely wash out and be gone. Also gone are hurricane warnings. Now tropical storm warnings, Palm Beach County up into the Treasure Coast, just for the weak threat of getting a brief tropical storm force wind, sustained wind. We'll see the gusts. We're already seeing them now, but the sustained winds, if they do pop up, they shouldn't last very long. There's not really a lot of energy left to this, and it pulls away quickly heading into tomorrow, and it's completely gone, and we get into a little bit drier weather and a little bit less humidity getting in toward the weekend. I want to bring Katya with more on the conditions. It looks like maybe a little bit of sunshine trying to break through.
Yeah, this was actually a time lapse from yesterday. I just want to show the beach erosion.
Wishful thinking.
Yeah, I know. Maybe some more sunshine later this afternoon, though, and into the weekend as well. So great weather for the Stewart Air Show. Here's a look at a time lapse over the last 18 hours in Jensen Beach. Waves coming on shore. Certainly a wet and windy day out there and some rough surf. And here's a look at Delray Beach yesterday. You'll notice the camera kind of shifts around here. Watch what happens. Here we go. You see a shift. Those are those winds picking up across the area, kind of moving that camera back and forth. So we've been dealing with coastal flooding, beach erosion across the area, wave heights climbing up to 14 to 17 feet in some spots. And those wave heights will start to come down, but it will take a couple of days here. So still rough on the waters. We still advise you to stay off the waters. In fact, we have a small craft advisory issued, high threat for rip currents, and then watch what happens into the weekend. You see this blue color popping up. That indicates wave heights down to about 2 to 3 feet. So for today, boating forecast, not looking good. Seas running about 9 to 12 feet. Inland waters are even going to be rough with winds out of the south around 20 to 30 knots. For your Friday, still a bit rough out there. Seas running about 4 to 8 feet. A moderate chop in those inland waters. And then look at the weekend forecast. Saturday, Sunday, seas down to about 2 to 3 feet at times. So still a bit soggy to start off the day. And Steve was talking about a thunderstorm could roll in this afternoon because we still have leftover moisture behind Nicole, which will make way for maybe a shower or storm into the afternoon hours. But at least the bulk, the heaviest of that rainfall will start to move away from our viewing area into your Friday. A dry start to the day, sunny skies, a shower or storm possible in the afternoon, and same weather story for your Saturday. Dry to start, a couple of afternoon showers and storms rolling in, nothing necessarily heavy though, and then into Sunday's forecast, improving weather conditions with the humidity going down a notch. So here's a look at the weekend forecast. In the morning, if you have any plans, temperatures in the low 70s on Saturday, afternoon highs in the mid 80s with a couple of afternoon showers and storms into the evening, upper 70s. Quiet weather, should be rain free. And then Sunday morning, temperatures down a few degrees into the mid to upper 60s, afternoon highs in the low 80s, mostly sunny, and upper 70s into the evening hours. First alert 7-day forecast. Again, a bit on the windy side, at least for today. Winds will start to come down though as we head into this evening. Into your Friday, a couple of afternoon showers and storms. The air show this weekend looks very pleasant. A few afternoon storms on Saturday, dry weather on Sunday though, and early next week, bright sunshine, highs in the low to mid 80s, a few rumbles of thunder as we head into the middle of the work week.
You mentioned rough surf. As the eye was coming over land, the wind direction changed and it kind of pushed some of that rough surf back out into the sea where it's supposed to be. So hopefully, I mean, what's your thought on this? The erosion won't be as severe as it could have been?
I mean, we were dealing with some very rough surf and beach erosion throughout the day yesterday. But again, as the winds are now pushing that water back out, hopefully we'll see some improvement. But beach erosion still likely is what we're going to be seeing as that sun comes up this morning because we had to deal with yesterday.
All right.
All right, well, one of the spots we've seen getting much of the brunt of Hurricane Nicole, now Tropical Storm Nicole, is Vero Beach.
Yeah, the water coming up to his, really, what, knees?
Yeah, Derek Lowe, for sure.
Just about 10 minutes ago. Derek, what's the latest where you are?
Hey guys, good morning. You know, about half an hour ago was the last time we checked in with you, and I told you about those barriers that construction crews and police were out here on Ocean Drive in Vero Beach yesterday installing to keep the public out of this area. And here they are. This is what we're talking about. Solid concrete, and they are all the way up and down Ocean Drive. This is the intersection of Ocean Drive and Indian Lilac Road. And if my photojournalist Jeff down there, I know it's probably hard to see just past this car, but there is a power line that is low hanging. It's not completely down. So if you're traveling later on this morning as our conditions improve, be wary of the roads because the clearance on that, you might be able to think that you can make at least this one. But if you're driving a taller SUV or truck, the conditions or the chances are probably more likely than not. Something I want to show you that we've been showing you really all morning is if, Jeff, you can follow me this way, we can go over to the boardwalk here. Again, Ocean Drive. And I just want to give you guys an idea to show how strong even a strong tropical storm or a low-strength Hurricane 1 can be. This area, very prone to beach erosion and flooding, and we were out here yesterday talking with residents, and they say this is a spot that is just notorious for beach erosion. You can see this stretch of Ocean Drive, and it really goes all the way down. It's anywhere from a quarter mile to half mile. You can see the water still coming up even into the early hours of this morning. It is just picked apart piece by piece. The boardwalk again destroyed, and they were just starting to get some repairs done on this area after Hurricane Ian, and it looks like that progress is just going to be set back yet again. Residents yesterday, they were almost anticipating this. So, I mean, that's the conditions right now here on Vero Beach. Steve mentioned those 40 to 43 mile an hour wind gusts. We're definitely feeling those right now this morning. Later on today, Indian River County officials, they're going to be holding a press conference around 10 a.m., hopefully to give us an update on the conditions and the damage done here in Vero Beach and throughout the county. We'll be sure to bring you that once that happens. But for now, we're reporting live in Vero Beach. This is what it looks like. I'm Derek Lowe, Back to you.
Okay, Nicole, weakening back to a tropical storm after making landfall around 3:01 this morning, a little south of Vero Beach, where Derek is right now. So you can see some areas not faring well at all. This is case in point where a seawall has pretty much been wiped out. And then as we go through the course of the morning, you'll see some other spots where streets are just flooded. This is Volusia County. Wind speeds there 40 miles an hour greater. They're expecting about 4 to 8 inches of rain.
Wow.
My goodness, stop sign, it appeared, just flying down the road in Cocoa Beach. This wasn't too long ago. Golly, you can see the rain there, car drive. Lucky the car didn't smack right into the car or the windshield. That's why it's not safe to drive in some of these conditions right there. Again, Cocoa Beach, Holland just showed us Volusia County. It is not just the Palm Beaches and Treasure Coast that's feeling the impact from Nicole. And now, not just from the coastline, it's moving its way through Central Florida. We saw Lake Monroe, if you're familiar with the Sanford area, really getting the brunt of it right now. And with that, of course, comes power outages. So let's take a current look right now. And I'm scanning through live time as we are expecting a lot of those FPL crews to get out there when the sun rises. So Indian River County, you're just dealing with about 9,000.
About 5,000, or really make that 6,000 Martin County.
Yeah, and just going down Palm Beach County, almost 8,500. Our Cameron Eppinger called, and you talked with FPL earlier.
Right.
It really takes the sun to rise and the wind speeds to go down for that fleet of trucks they've been talking so much about to get out there and make those repairs.
But they were saying about 10% of households, customers were in the dark. So, you know, when it's you, it's a big deal. 10%, maybe the whole mass, not so much. And they're really crediting all of the millions that they poured into shoring up the power grids.
I mean, just to give you an idea here, they've already restored 35,650. So over the course of the past 24 hours. So they're working. Be patient with us, folks. Don't forget you can listen in on your radio, our radio partners, if your power does go out and you can't get your cable going and you don't have cell phone service going.
But now that the worst of the storm is past, they'll be able to get out there much quicker. But that is going to be the big headline, at least for the next couple of hours until those lights are back on.
So Jensen Beach, another trouble area. We've seen some roads really affected by that. NBC's Jay Gray joining us from there.
Good morning, and Nicole made landfall just to the north of us near Vero Beach about 3 this morning. It was a Category 1 hurricane, but is already now downgraded to a tropical storm. Don't let that fool you. This is a storm that's still going to cause some problems. We've seen heavy rain. We've seen wind gusts here in Jensen Beach over 60 miles an hour. And of course, you've got that tidal surge that continues. Low tide right now, but a high tide on the way. That's expected to bring more problems. Right now in the state of Florida, more than 80,000 people without power. That number expected to grow as this storm makes its way through the state and up into Georgia, eventually over the next few days into the Carolinas as well. So this storm will have some staying power. The good news is it seems to be moving quickly right now, but in its wake it's leaving beach erosion. We've got some roads damage, and we've got some water in places that it just is not supposed to be right now. There are several homes and businesses that have been affected structurally by this storm. And once we get daybreak, we'll have a little more on how devastating that Nicole has been, making landfall again early this morning near Vero Beach and continuing to move across the state of Florida right now. That's the latest from here in Jensen Beach. I'm Jay Gray. Back to you.
Bit of a bummer for those who were hoping to get out of town yesterday. Nicole has canceled thousands of flights. This is mainly across the eastern seaboard. PBIA, we saw that airport shut down around 9 o'clock yesterday morning because of the storm. Also Melbourne, Orlando International, and just checked, it looks like those airports are still closed. So their advice, check directly with your airline, see if that flight will be going out or if you're expecting an incoming flight today. It does look like PBI afternoon flights, many of them are still on time, but again, you do want to make sure you check directly with your airline. We do have more storm coverage, tropical storm Nicole now after the break.
See you then. All right, here we go, 5:58 right now, moving right forward. Tropical Storm Nicole now, if you're just waking up with us, downgraded from a hurricane that made landfall at 3 o'clock North Hutchinson Island.
Speaking to some viewers on social media, just read a comment there. Goodbye, Nicole. So, yeah.
Look at the aftermath, though, and several areas, several roads damaged. Seen a lot of beach erosion out there. But we got to know where that track is right now and how long we can expect this
Hopefully
rain.
in the next 45 minutes, we'll get some chopper footage from Chopper 5. Let's talk a little bit about Katia, flooding, wind speeds, anything that's still lingering in the area. Mainly, I guess it would be Treasure Coast, northern part of the viewing area.
We're still seeing some wind gusts out there and also some bands of rainfall still pushing in, but the worst of it is starting to lift away from the viewing area. Throughout the day, you could see an afternoon shower or storm, but for the most part, the worst of it should start to clear out as we head into the day today. Hurricane Nicole making landfall south of Vero Beach on North Hutchinson Island at 3 a.m. right on the dot. A Category 1 storm with winds at 75 miles per hour. So right at that Cat 1 strength. As we take a look at the radar, you can see the center starting to pull away from our viewing area, but we still have some rain bands pushing in, wrapping around this system. And meteorologist Steve Villanueva will have a closer look at that rain in just a minute. In terms of wind speeds across the state, with the center starting to move away, we're starting to see some of the strongest wind speeds to our north and also west, but we're still dealing with some gusts here locally. So here's a look at the latest track from the National Hurricane Center. Again, downgraded from a hurricane early this morning to now a tropical storm with winds at 70 miles per hour. It's moving west-northwest at 14 miles per hour. Will continue on this path, moving towards the Big Bend area by this afternoon. So it's a quick mover. Could even make a second landfall as it moves up towards the Panhandle as a tropical storm, and then it will race off into the Carolinas, turning into a remnant low pressure system, but still dumping some pretty heavy rainfall into the next few days. Tropical storm warning still issued for the entire viewing area, so we could see winds over 40 miles per hour, maybe gusts over 40 miles per hour, but not really seeing those strong winds like what we saw last night, Steve.
Yeah, well, good morning, everyone. Here's a live look outside. In fact, we're seeing a very pretty sunrise. There is, this is FAU Stadium, Boca Raton. You can see the sun coming up early this morning. Still plenty of clouds sitting on top of us. And we'll continue to see at least the threat of some showers as we head into the next few hours as this system is starting to pull away from us. Now, these are the peak wind gusts that we saw, at least in some of our areas that record this type of information. In Vero Beach, we had a peak wind gust of 53 miles an hour into West Palm and into Fort Pierce, peak wind gusts at 44 miles an hour. That was since midnight. So right now, sustained winds at about 20 to 30 miles an hour. So the strongest sustained wind is in Vero Beach at 32 miles an hour, into the Palm Beaches at 25, Fort Pierce at 28, and into Okeechobee at 25. So these are below tropical storm force winds, but we're still seeing those sustained winds anywhere from 20 to 30 miles an hour. But we do have stronger wind gusts. Now, we do have wind gusts still in the 40 mile an hour range into Vero and into Fort Pierce. Otherwise, Stewart, a wind gust of 36, 35 into Okeechobee, 32 into the Palm Beaches. So you can see the center of the storm right around Sebring right now, in fact, crossing the Kissimmee River into Belle Glade. That's where we're tracking a couple of light rain showers right now. Steadier rain back across the lake, but it's generally on the light side. A little bit heavier, though, on the western side of the lake. Towards Wellington, a couple of spotty showers coming on in right now. But as the system starts to pull away from us, all of this right here will simply just work its way in this direction and away from the coast. But nonetheless, we could still see an isolated shower or two come on in on those southerly winds on the bottom side of this storm system. Into the Treasure Coast, really not much moisture at the moment, but you can see that the big moisture is back on the western side of the lake, and that could easily work its way into Okeechobee County as we head into the next several hours. Here's the bigger picture. Most of the really nasty storms right now, well to our north around Daytona Beach and over towards Jacksonville. That's where we have those big thunderstorms rolling on in. They're still seeing a big storm surge. You can see the overall flow right here. So on the northern side of the storm, we're still seeing that onshore flow. So they're definitely getting battered with that heavy waves right now and coastal flooding. But since we're on the southern side of the storm system, we have the opposite. We have that offshore wind, and as a result, the seas, even though the seas will be still high, we're not going to see the storm surge like we had yesterday as we were getting battered by that system. So the timeline basically, as we head into the next few hours, the storm system is going to pull away and we will slowly start to improve as we head into the next few.
The risk for tornadoes, that's diminished as well?
Once the eye wall starts to push to the north, you have to go basically north of the eye to find that type of weather. We're on the southern side of the eye, so.
Okay.
That's good.
Learning as we go.
Yeah.
You know, passing this information on to you it is getting safer out there, but still the storm is around, the wind, the rain. We hope that to die down. Now there's been just a steady flow of pictures and video.
I got to tell you, our WPTV weather spotters, they have been working overtime. I don't even know if some went to bed last night. T.A. Walker, you have had just a field day sorting through a lot of those videos and pictures that are coming in.
Well, first we want to say thank you, right, to everyone who's been posting videos and photos to our First Alert Weather Spotters page. You know, civil twilight has started and you can safely do so. Please post more pictures and videos. Otherwise, you guys, sunrise is at 6:36 and you can send us in photos and videos to youreport@WPTV.com. Weather spotter, this is Danny up in Vero Beach. He sent us a video. Lots, just at 5:30, lots of wind and rain he still was experiencing there in Vero Beach. And now I want to move over to our photographer, Eric Pasquarelli. This is in Hope Sound there off Osprey Street, east of US 1. This is a down power pole there. He says Martin County Sheriff's Office is on scene to make sure that this pole does not go into the road and nobody gets affected by it. So be careful if you're traveling through there. Some video on Twitter. This is the Indian River flowing over its banks in a pier there in Melbourne. That was just posted about 22 minutes ago. And then I want to go to this video from Laura. She's up there in Orlando, and this is her pool enclosure. And you can see, she says 40 mile per hour sustained winds there in Orlando. And you can see the palm fronds, the silhouettes of them blowing in the wind. And so if you have anything you want to send to us, please do youreport@WPTV.com. Mike?
All right, we want to see where it looks like, and of course, if you're in a safe spot to do it, you know what I mean? A lot of those roads, eroding, some of them, especially in the Treasure Coast. Just if you have a safe spot, send it to youreport@WPTV.com. You can also share it with us at the WPTV app under the Share a News Tip section.
I did have a friend, he sent me a text around 12 this morning. He said, I have some great video. Should I send it to you or should, you know, I put it into the weather spotters? And I'm thinking, I'm asleep. But
You report.
I thanked him and I said, you know, send it to the newsroom.
Yeah,
so thank you again.
Listen, this was also in Volusia County yesterday. That's a public safety building on the beach, the beach safety building. They call it, and you can see it pan over there. So
look at it tilting.
Just dangerous. That's a sturdy building there. Too.
Yeah, well, that started with Ian. So again, when you talk about that double whammy, this is another building, another side of the state where it has been just inundated with flooding and surge after not one, but two hurricanes.
Gotcha. We just want to establish right now first, producers, if you could tell us, Danielle Seat, she was earlier on Hutchinson Island. Just want to make sure she's there before we toss out to her. Getting that confirmation. All right, she is on Hutchinson Island. So Danielle, hey, the debris on the roads have been impassable there. What's it like now before the sun comes up?
Still impassable, Mike. You can see all of the debris and the sand, and actually the tide is coming in, so with it, it's bringing more sand and water. I don't know if you can see all the way down there, but there's actually ocean water coming up over the roadways. This is as far as we can get. You can
Hopefully we'll be able to get back to her. It's my understanding Dave Bowman has something to show us in Hope Sound.
Okay, Dave?
We are at Osprey Street in Hope Sound, just a little bit less than a mile down from US 1, where there is a hazard on the road. It is a power pole. You can see at the bottom, it's split right there. Wooden power pole split. Go up to the top. The good news about this is that there's no electric lines hanging from it, but it's at a very precarious angle, and it is something that really any drivers on this area for the time being until this gets taken down really would need to look out for. Again, you look at the top, it is very close to this one power wire right here. The other wires, there's a little bit of clearance, and it looks like if it's going to fall, it's going to likely miss the power lines, although if you see a little spike right there, that is very close to one of them. There is some traffic here. As a matter of fact, right now we see some of the electric crews that are arriving. You see a sheriff's deputy with the car right there with the blue lights on it, and just a little bit beyond it, what looks like to be a couple of power company trucks. We'll find out a little bit more for you as time develops, but it appears they may be ready to take care of the problem now. Still, if in the next few minutes you plan on going on Osprey Drive between US 1 and the beach in Hobe Sound, be very careful. That power pole is leaning at a very precarious angle. In Hobe Sound, Dave Bowman, WPTV News Channel 5.
Companies have all different types of tools now to know, even before it happens, that the power is out, drones and such, and so you don't even have to pick up the phone and call anymore. They already know. This is new video coming in from West Vero. This is the corridor that shows that rain, the wind. It is not over yet. It is still affecting the area. We're hearing from viewers about power outages too, even as Nicole has been downgraded to a tropical storm.
Okay, back to Hobe Sound. That's what Dave Bowman just showed us. Osprey Street, just east of US 1. Currently no power lines affected. We'll check back in with Dave as he is on that scene, sending us back the footage real time. Of course, don't want to drive through that section of Hobe Sound. That's just off US 1 in Hobe Sound. You know, you're on your way there. And how about this? Talking about Indian River County there, Holland.
Well, getting a beating right there. Nicole causing spillage. This is the Lagoon, Sebastian area. And fingers crossed, we've seen some sewage leaking into this because of Hurricane Ian. That was the aftermath there. And so you've got to only hope that it does not happen again. The Lagoon, we're talking a pretty good distance here, stretching 100 miles from Volusia to Martin County. We are going to stay on top of our coverage of Tropical Storm Nicole as it moves out of the area. What to expect later today.
All right, tracking Nicole right now, 613. Downgraded to a tropical storm. I know we're saying that. Maybe you're just waking up with us. It's been a long night, as many of you have been dealing with the wind, the rain, or just watching us watch it for you, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. Let's bring Katia Holland. Hey, looking like we're still seeing some power outages. Indian River with the brunt of them, about 9,000 households there. And then Palm Beach County, not too far behind with about 8,000. So.
Yeah, we definitely had some damage with those winds moving through, especially overnight. But now we're starting to see those winds come down a little bit. Still pretty gusty in some spots along the Treasure Coast. We still have a tropical storm warning issued for the entire viewing area. I bet this will be expired in the next few hours here. We're still seeing some pretty strong wind gusts up towards Okeechobee and also St. Lucie County. But for Palm Beach County, just on the breezy side. Here's a look at the center of Tropical Storm Nicole, now pushing out of our viewing area, and the worst of the rainfall now starting to move into the Tampa area, but we're still dealing with some of those outer rain bands moving into our area as well. So current sustained winds at 70 miles per hour with Tropical Storm Nicole, and it will hold on to that status as it continues to move into the Big Bend area. It's going to be a quick mover by this afternoon. It will be in that area, and then it will push up towards the Panhandle early tomorrow morning. By the weekend, it will be out of our viewing area and out of the state and moving up towards the Carolinas. Here's a look at the radar at this time, seeing some of those rain bands still pushing in. Even though Nicole is pulling away, we're seeing that rain moving into Canal Point, Belle Glade, Lake Okeechobee, into Indiantown, and some of these showers will start to move up towards Port St. Lucie and Stewart Beach. Now for Palm Beach County, it's mainly dry. We have a couple of light showers out there, but we are starting to see improving conditions. So Vipercast showing some of those rain bands still impacting us at least through about maybe 10 o'clock this morning. We dry out for this afternoon mainly, but we could see a stray shower or thunderstorm. And then going into your Friday, dry to start, mostly sunny skies. We'll start to get a couple of afternoon showers and storms, just isolated storms. And then into the weekend, Saturday, mainly dry for the first part of the day, a few showers and storms in the afternoon. By Sunday, though, we have actually a weak front that's going to push through on Saturday, and so we could see some drier conditions by Sunday, mostly sunny skies, less humidity as well, so things are looking much better into the weekend forecast. Here's a look at the latest track with Tropical Storm Nicole. Again, it's a quick mover, so by this afternoon, it'll be somewhere in this area, packing winds up to about 50 miles per hour. Second landfall possible as it pushes up to the north towards the Panhandle. Again, early Friday morning, so this is actually overnight tonight into early Friday morning with winds up to 40 miles per hour. And then as it continues to move overland, it will start to weaken, winds down to about 35 miles per hour. As we take a look outside this morning, that sun's starting to come up. We're going to be able to see more damage across the area. Most likely going to see some beach erosion and definitely across the coastal communities. That's where we felt the biggest impact. In terms of what we have going on right now, cloudy conditions, a few showers, rain bands again pushing in, at least for the first part of the day, maybe a stray thunderstorm this afternoon, but it looks like things will start to improve, especially as we head into this evening.
Well, good morning, everyone. Live look outside. This is a webcam from Delray Beach, and now that we have an offshore wind, that's certainly going to help coastal conditions. We did have that onshore flow all day yesterday, and as a result, we were getting those pounding waves. But now that the winds are shifting and we're seeing that offshore flow, the seas will slowly start to subside. But during the high tide cycles, we could still be dealing with some coastal flooding, so that we will continue to watch as we head into the afternoon hours. But the winds right now, these are sustained winds. They are below tropical storm force winds. They are below 39 miles an hour, but we are seeing sustained winds at 20 to 30 miles an hour, 25 into the Palm Beaches, 24 Stewart, 32 into Vero. But we still have very strong wind gusts. In fact, look at that. Into Vero Beach, we have a current wind gust of 53 miles an hour. So along the Treasure Coast, we're still seeing those really strong winds that just pick up from time to time. And again, into Vero, we have that wind gust of 53 miles an hour. But we are generally dry along the coast. We're tracking some wet weather back across the lake, right around Belle Glade. That's where we're seeing some steady rain right now, over towards Clewiston and over towards Okeechobee as well. Along the coast, generally dry, other than just a couple of very light rain showers right now near Wellington, and into interior Martin County and St. Lucie County. That's where we're seeing a little bit of light rain too. But as the day goes on and as the center works its way in that direction up towards the north and towards the west, the outer bands will also start to slide towards the north and towards the west. But with the southerly flow in place, we can rule out a few showers from here working their way into our area. So for the most part, we're going to start to see clearing skies as we head into the late afternoon. This will be very slow to clear, but as far as the steadier rain, that's going to move up in this direction, and we'll get into some showers from time to time as we head into the next few hours. So there's the center of the storm system, center of Nicole. Notice what happens, starts to push up towards the panhandle later today. The sun starts to break through those clouds. We could have a shower or two from time to time. And then as we head into tomorrow, the storm system was well to our north, and we're seeing much improved conditions here in South Florida. More sunshine around. The winds are considerably weaker. And as we head into Friday and into the weekend, we're looking at some very pleasant weather.
At risk.
Oh, 1,000%. The water's going to take some time to really subside. So
we don't want to get in that water.
Yeah, not recommended to go swimming.
I'm just
surfing.
asking what other people are thinking. If they're thinking, I have the day off, I'm going to go out there.
Yeah, no, not recommended.
All right, this is getting better. We've seen on and off here, I-95, State Road 60, the Vero Beach area, where things have just been a super soaker and then drying out a bit. Looks like it's picking up just a little bit there this morning, but a little bit more traffic, and I stress little, getting out there on the roads. Here's the thing, Palm Beach County, let's go back there as well. If you are heading out on the roads, be careful. We are getting reports of debris along 95, so that is still very much an issue. In this case, we're seeing it north and southbound the Delray Beach area, right around Linton and Atlantic Avenue. The severe weather could have something to do with this last night. This was a crash that involved an FHP trooper, and you can see that tanker there. This was on I-95. A video sent in to us by Nicholas Hine, a tanker, a state trooper, and then we know at least one more vehicle were involved. Nicole, canceling thousands of flights, many of them still canceled as we speak right now. PBIA shut down early yesterday, made that call early on. Same thing with airports in the central part of the state. Right now, they're not updating their social media pages, but they are saying go ahead, check directly with your airlines, although it does seem like, things are tapering off a bit. So it is very likely that we will see flights resume out of PBIA probably around 12 and on.
Okay, let's get to northern Palm Beach County right now. Juno Beach, that's where we find our Florida 24 reporter, Sophia Hernandez.
I'm Sophia Hernandez reporting from Juno Beach, where really the focus is on these cold, powerful winds. You can see it behind me. Thankfully, the rain has let up. Nicole hitting more than an hour ago, and thankfully this area hasn't really experienced much flooding. Again, the focus is really on those strong, powerful winds. We are about less than a mile away from the shoreline in Juno Beach, typically a vacation area, an area that attracts many tourists, especially this time of year. The people that we have spoken to, they have come to try to squeeze out the little bit of summer that they've came to experience, and unfortunately they were met with this storm. Now you can see down below on the street some FPL trucks. That is also another focus of today. Last night, the hotel that we are staying at, power came in and out throughout the night. There's about more than 8,000 customers here in Palm Beach County currently without power. So going into Thursday, that's going to be a top focus here in Palm Beach County, is restoring power to those residents who don't have any, and also surveying any damage or debris in the area. Again, thankfully, this close to the shoreline here in Juno Beach, we are not experiencing any of that. But there are other evacuation zones to the north of us and to the south of us, all along Ocean Drive. That's again the coastline that will be experiencing some kind of damage and debris, and that will also be the focus going into Thursday. Again, from Juno Beach, Sophia Hernandez, Florida 24 Network.
I gotta say, this is probably some of the most powerful video that we have seen in terms of the intensity of that storm. This is Cocoa Beach, and I kind of feel like it just speaks for itself. A lot of times we talk about when things really kick up, stay off the roads. You've always got those folks who try to chance it, but that's precisely the reason why you've got your police officers, your deputies saying stay off the roads, because you don't know what's going to hit and when and where, and it just makes for a mess for everybody out there.
Watch it again. Bam, right there. All right, we're going to be right back after this, folks. All right, here we go, 625. So I want to show this picture eventually. We have the, because the sun's out.
Yeah,
now we're
it's
seeing
up now.
It's calm. I mean, in parts of Palm Beach County.
Yep, finally
sure.
getting a little break.
Nicole moving along. Holly Davis, Mike Trim, Katia Hall with you, kicking off this 625 right now, moving our 6:30 half hour. So where is Nicole right now, and what can we say about it?
It's northwest of our viewing area, center moving away. We're still getting some of those rain bands pushing through, but I think the worst of it is really over, and it's get out of here, right? Get out of here.
It's just a matter of seeing the damage and
exactly
the power outages.
Yep. So we still have that to deal with, unfortunately, but at least the worst of it is over. Still some gusty winds out there. It'll be a bit windy out there today, but as we progress through the rest of the day into this evening,
where's this?
Comfortable.
Is this Delray?
Delray. We love this beach shot. It always usually has some really nice sunrise shots, and you can see it's still a bit windy out there. The surf is still pretty rough, but we are looking at improving conditions, especially into the next few days. Those wave heights, they're still pretty high, so we still advise you to avoid going in that ocean water. Wave heights running up to 14 feet in some spots. Yesterday, they were climbing up to 20 feet. So look at these wave heights. You can see they'll start to come down here. These colors lightening up, and then into the weekend, we'll see this blue shade pop up here. That indicates wave heights down to about 2 to 4 feet. So it will start to improve into the next few days, but today is not a day to take out the boat. Seas running 9 to 12 feet, occasionally up to 15 feet. Even those inland waters are going to be on the rough side. For your Friday, seas running about 4 to 8 feet, moderate chop in our inland waters, and then into the weekend, seas running about 2 to 3 feet, light chop, and even into Sunday, really nice weather. We're expecting highs in the low 80s, seas down to 2 to 4 feet. Again, most of the rainfall will start to clear throughout the day. Still could see a shower or storm this afternoon. Can't rule that out, but the worst of it is we'll start to move to the north and west away from our viewing area and pushing towards a Big Bend area throughout the afternoon. It's a quick moving storm, so it will be out of here as early as tomorrow morning and moving up towards Georgia as a tropical storm, and then remnant low towards the Carolinas as it continues to weaken. And then for your Thursday forecast, some pretty nice weather into this evening, and then into your Friday, mostly sunny, dry to start. Isolated showers, storm cannot be ruled out. And as we've been talking about, the weekend forecast looks really nice, especially for the Stewart Air Show. Dry to start, just a few isolated showers and storms on Saturday. Dry conditions across the area on Sunday with a humidity going down as well.
Okay, let's go ahead and check in with Jessica Bruno. She is in Jensen Beach.
I'm Jessica Bruno. We're here in Jensen Beach, not too far from where Nicole made landfall, and the conditions this morning are okay. We are seeing some debris washing up along the shore. The water is kind of high, but I will say yesterday we did see a lot of flooding in this area. One road not too far from where we are right now was washed out. All of that water has receded. There are some power outages in this area, but again, no crazy flooding. The rainfall has really slowed down. We're just getting some light mist right now, a little bit of wind. The hurricane made landfall about an hour and a half ago or so. So things are not too bad right now. We'll of course be tracking it throughout the day. Reporting in Jensen Beach, I'm Jessica Bruno. Back to you.
Take a look at this. Mike Guerra, one of our viewers, sent this moments ago. This is heavy rain. Lake Worth Beach. So this was just a little bit ago because, you know, you are seeing some rain here and there, but for the most part, we're going to show you what it looks like all around the Palm Beaches and Treasure Coast right now, especially Palm Beach County as the sun rises. Holly?
Okay, so let's deal with the here and now. And the fact of the matter is we still have flights that are canceled this morning going out of PBIA. The airport now shut down for probably about 20 hours. The hope, though, is that some of those outbound flights will start picking up again around noon today, but you do want to check with your airline directly before you head out. We do want to see what it looks like where you are. Our weather spotters, you all have been just invaluable. You've been giving us so many different angles, so many views. We've got a great team, a huge team, but when you come into the mix, it's just that much better. So we appreciate it. We're inviting the rest of you, hey, get involved, pick up your phone. If you've got something interesting to see, we would love to see it, and you can share it at the news tips section, and that's on our website right there.
All right, we want to see what it's looking like outside. The beautiful sun sunrise. Yes, there's some cloud cover, but folks, the sun coming out and Nicole moving away. This is Hobe Sound Beach. We'll just let them pan in there and pan around, our photographers. Yes, the wave heights, Holly, still rough out there. Absolutely. That's going to be churning up much of the day, even into early tomorrow morning. But hey, what can we see there? No rain.
So we saw some angry seas really early on with this. Maybe now we'll just describe it as mad, you know, and keep going. All right, let's get to some more new video here. This is West Vero, the corridor there. Rain, wind, this was earlier on. Still on and off throughout that area, but certainly subsiding from what we saw last night, even earlier this morning, as Nicole was downgraded to a tropical storm.
Hey, how about Hobe Sound? This is still happening, and there are crews on the scene. Our Dave Bowman saying this utility pole split by the storm. This is Osprey Street, just east of US 1. Currently, no power lines affected. We're told the sheriff's office still there in case it falls down. So not really safe to take that. You can go pretty much one road up and make your way around if you're there on that US 1 near Hobe Sound.
Okay, we'll also wait and see what comes of this. The lagoon, this is the Indian River Lagoon in Sebastian. Those waves really got to whipping earlier. And the hope is that, like with Ian, we saw some sewage leak into the lagoon, the aftermath of that storm. We certainly do not want to repeat this time around.
All right, fanned across the area, the Palm Beach and Treasure Coast all night have been reporters, including NBC's Jay Gray.
Let's check in with him. He's in Jensen Beach.
Good morning, and Nicole made landfall just to the north of us near Vero Beach about 3 this morning. It was a Category 1 hurricane, but is already now downgraded to a tropical storm. Don't let that fool you. This is a storm that's still going to cause some problems. We've seen heavy rain. We've seen wind gusts here in Jensen Beach over 60 miles an hour. And of course, you've got that tidal surge that continues. Low tide right now, but a high tide on the way. That's expected to bring more problems. Right now in the state of Florida, more than 80,000 people without power. That number expected to grow as this storm makes its way through the state and up into Georgia, eventually over the next few days into the Carolinas as well. So this storm will have some staying power. The good news is it seems to be moving quickly right now, but in its wake it's leaving beach erosion. We've got some roads damage, and we've got some water in places that it just is not supposed to be right now. There are several homes and businesses that have been affected structurally by this storm. And once we get daybreak, we'll have a little more on how devastating that Nicole has been, making landfall again early this morning near Vero Beach and continuing to move across the state of Florida right now. That's the latest from here in Jensen Beach. I'm Jay Gray. Back to you.
Hey, let's go a little north of, well, this is Cocoa Beach. Well, you know, dying down somewhat, still pretty up there, those winds. And we'll see that, you know, as the storm kind of makes its way up along the southeastern seaboard. T.A. Walker now. Back with us.
Yeah, listen, as the sun comes up, T.A., you're taking a look at a wide spanning area, and some of these reports that we're seeing are overnight, but how about what it looks like right now?
Yeah, I love this. I'm using the STEM cameras. This is FAU Stadium in Boca Raton. You can see the sunrise is coming. There's light clouds. As we move up the coastline, you'll see it'll get darker and darker and darker, but this is Delray Beach Fire Headquarters. See lots of clouds, but the sunlight is definitely poking through. This is the town of Palm Beach. Again, same kind of scenario there. As we move up the coastline, you can see it gets gloomier and gloomier and gloomier as we head into Hobe Sound in Indian River County. And as we get all the way up to the Indian River Mural Bridge, you can see that there's still a lot of cloud covers, gloomy outside. Those are the tower cams. One thing, we got a sunrise picture sent in to us. You report at WPTV.com. This is West Palm Beach. And then I do want to draw y'all's attention to a sinkhole update into Cuesta at the intersection of Pine Hill Trail and Quail Circle. It's temporarily been repaired and is holding, there's cones around that, they say, but please use caution when going into that area. Mike and Holly.
Okay, another example of that rain coming down really quickly in a lot of those places, and so you're starting to see the after effects with some of those sinkholes.
Yeah, including Vero Beach right now, where I really saw a lot of erosion, a lot of road damage right there. Derek Lowe's been surveying that damage. Derek, what are you seeing now?
Hey Mike, yeah, we're starting to get somewhat of a better picture as the sun attempts to come up here in Vero Beach. Still, there's so much cloud cover, but at least now you can see the surf, and it's still fairly rough. You can see the tide coming in as high as it is, and that's really been the case all morning as we wait for those westerly winds to hopefully keep it out. You can see it's still coming up to the boardwalk here, and I think you guys have really been talking about it all morning. Part of the story here is that a lot of these coastlines up here in Indian River County and Vero Beach, they're still recovering from Hurricane Ian. A lot of these boardwalks and coastal roads like this one here, Ocean Drive, they were already susceptible before Tropical Storm and Hurricane Nicole hit and made landfall here. But as you can see, it's almost like county leaders and police were anticipating this. They have this caution tape up on this boardwalk here that was obviously placed before all of this concrete and roadway washed out. And you can see this boardwalk has just taken a beating over the last 24 hours. And Steve has mentioned, you know, we're still seeing some wind gusts here, upwards of 40 miles an hour, and they're starting to slowly calm down, but every once in a while they're still coming through. I mean, you take a look up at those trees behind me just to give you a better idea. I know it's hard to kind of see the wind through the TV, but that's about the best picture we can give you to really give you an idea. It looks like some police or some kind of officials are making their way up here. They've placed concrete barriers along the entire stretch of Ocean Drive, really trying to keep the public out of this area. We've seen some walkers actually, since the sun has come up, come out here to get a look at the damage. The Indian River County government, county administrator, and emergency operations center, they're hoping to have a press conference later this morning. I'm sure they're going to be doing some surveying, looking for damage, and hopefully we'll get a better idea of where the areas were hit, and we can also bring you some pictures later throughout the morning and throughout the rest of the day. But this is what it looks like right now in Vero Beach. I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Derek, not only that boardwalk area getting beat up, also Deerfield Beach. That's a picture from last night. And boy, you know, the waves were big. The waves are still big. That's just in Broward County, south of Boca Raton. But we're also seeing a little ray of sunshine.
Yeah, that's such a beautiful shot, though. It really is a money shot. I don't get tired of seeing that one. Let's go real quickly. Live look here. The Intracoastal, getting a lot of viewer photos and pictures. People are really excited to see the sun come up over this area. It's going to be a nice day. It's going to be muggy. The next couple of days, our meteorologists have warned us. Right now, we're still waiting for that tropical storm warning to expire. But our meteorologists are saying, you know, at this point, the worst of the storm has passed.
All right, a live look though at Lake Monroe. Ooh, central Florida right there, courtesy of WKMG. You can see a live look there. The wind still battering the water there. Oh man, it's those waves are really crashing in right now. Again, a live look. So that's Nicole moving through the state, as we said. Maybe could make, you know, go into the Gulf and make a second landfall.
Well,
even.
That's what they're saying. Yeah, near the Panhandle, but it's out of here, and that's what a lot of our viewers are extremely excited about. I believe Dave Bowman is standing by in Hobe Sound.
We are at Osprey Street in Hobe Sound, just a little bit less than a mile down from US 1, where there is a hazard on the road. It is a power pole. You can see at the bottom, it's split right there. Wooden power pole split. Go up to the top. The good news about this is that there's no electric lines hanging from it, but it's at a very precarious angle, and it is something that really any drivers on this area for the time being, until this gets taken down, really would need to look out for. Again, you look at the top, it is very close to this one power wire right here. The other wires, here's a little bit of clearance, and it looks like if it's going to fall, it's going to likely miss the power lines, although if you see a little spike right there, that is very close to one of them. There is some traffic here. As a matter of fact, right now we see some of the electric crews that are arriving. You see a sheriff's deputy with the car right there with the blue lights on it, and just a little bit beyond it, what looks like to be a couple of power company trucks. We'll find out a little bit more for you as time develops, but it appears they may be ready to take care of the problem now. Still, if in the next few minutes you plan on going on Osprey Drive between US 1 and the beach in Hobe Sound, be very careful. That power pole is leaning at a very precarious angle. In Hobe Sound, Dave Bowman, WPTV News Channel 5.
Hey, WPTV News Channel 5's Joel Lopez joining a couple of thousand viewers who are in the dark this morning. He's in Fort Pierce.
Yeah, Joel, has the power come back on to that hotel you were? You're able to get back outside there now.
Good morning, guys. Yeah, we left the hotel. There was no power, but driving here to the Fort Pierce Marina, we did see a lot of intersections without power. So if you're driving through the roads in Fort Pierce, be extra careful. They did see some police officers trying to help with traffic, but here at the marina, there's still a steady stream of rain. I know we keep talking about the pretty sunrises, but we're not seeing it here yet. It's still very overcast, and if you look behind me, you can tell by the palm trees that the wind is still very, very much blowing, but really no damage here. The boats all seem pretty strapped in. The most damage we've seen is just kind of palm fronds laying on the ground or trees that are, you know, branches knocked over a little bit. But again, things seem pretty good over here. Again, the wind is still really much blowing here. So hopefully things die down from here. I know the worst of the storm you were saying has passed. So we're going to keep driving around. Again, if you are on the roads, be extra careful. Those lights are out. Emergency officials urging people to stay home in case they have to respond to any emergencies or help with any power poles. So guys, that's about it for us right here. So sending it back to you guys.
Let's bring Peter Robbins. He is with Florida Power and Light in the mix. Hey, Peter, we talked to you a couple of hours ago. So in terms of power outages, have you guys been able to make much of a dent?
Yeah, thanks for having me back on. So, look, we've actually seen the number of outages across our service territory kind of creep up here lately as we felt more of the direct impacts of Nicole, particularly in Brevard County, which is the Melbourne area, in Indian River County, Vero Beach, which is closer to where the storm made landfall. Here in Palm Beach County, we're still sitting about in the same spot that we were, but now that the winds have died down and we're starting to get our crews out on the road, we should be able to start chipping away at that number here in a hurry. And obviously we've got folks up in the Treasure Coast and Space Coast area who will have a busy day. You know, we've definitely got some customers up there without power, and we're going to focus on getting their lights back on.
Seeing Palm Beach County by your own outage map on your website, just under 9,500 without power. You did say the priorities usually are emergency operation facilities first, fire stations, things like that, assisted living facilities. Have you identified any big trouble spots that you're trying to take care of right now?
I'm not aware of any. I haven't heard of any big trouble spots overnight. What you're describing is what we would call critical infrastructure. So I'm not aware of any at that time. We'll certainly continue to assess that going forward. But it looks like, you know, the outages here in Palm Beach County are, I hate to call them routine, but they would be sort of the sort of residential and business related outages, not the critical infrastructure as much.
Got it. Peter, I know a lot of our viewers said Ian really was a wake-up call not to get complacent. FPL, I know you guys work all year long to try and make improvements to the power grid to make sure, you know, when these storms come, you are more than prepared. Were there, though, any lessons, any takeaways from Hurricane Ian on the West Coast?
You know, look, Ian was a devastating storm over there, and what it really showed us is the power of storm surge. I think most of the damage we saw there was from that storm surge, and I think we're going to be dealing with some flooding and storm surge issues in the Melbourne and Vero Beach area. From what I can tell, it doesn't look nearly as bad. Right. It's not as catastrophic. But when you get that salt water interacting with electrical equipment and anything metal, you can have corrosion and you can have equipment that needs to be replaced. So we'll do those damage assessments today. We'll start to get in there as the weather improves and kind of roll up our sleeves and assess the damage. But that was a big takeaway from Ian, was really just the power of storm surge and the fact that it can take a long time to fix things after they get corroded by salt like that.
And if you're just joining in, this is Peter Robbins with FPL live on the line with us. So just to recap, you know, as Peter said just earlier, no critical infrastructure that they know of right now. FPL has been damaged at any kind of hospitals, any kind of emergency facilities, assisted living facilities.
Let me ask you, though, I know we do have viewers. They are sitting in the dark right now. They're listening in through some of our radio partners. Best case scenario for Palm Beach County, Treasure Coast, when do you anticipate getting those lights back on? End of the week?
Oh gosh, you know, we're still doing our damage assessments, and really the weather just left a few hours ago, so I can't give you a hard deadline yet, but I know we'll be doing that damage assessment, and as soon as we can commit to a restoration time, we will share that information immediately so customers know exactly what to expect. Rest assured, though, we'll start reconnecting folks right away. That number will start going down, and we'll be working at it all day long while we do the damage assessments and work towards providing people that sort of point where we will have the vast majority of customers restored. So as soon as we know, we will absolutely share that.
All right, Peter, thank you for your time. We know it's busy. We'll check back in with you live in a little bit. Hey, how about the West Palm Beach Intracoastal, the sunrise? And if you've been in here, lived in Florida for any amount of time, the sunrise and sunsets after a storm are something else, you know, and that is the case this morning. Look at that. Producers, where is this? Where are we taking a look at? Where is it? Hobe Sound. Thank you, TA. Hobe Sound Beach, beautiful. Seas still rough, sunrise beautiful. Am I right, Holly?
Okay, let's give you another angle here. Brevard County, we want to go there. This is really pretty though, but we're going to get off that for just a second. Brevard County, I believe we have some images coming from there. Perhaps not. That's okay. That's okay. We'll go with the flow here. Let's bring in Katia Hall.
Look at that sun. Look at that sun.
Really nice.
Okay, you know.
You look at that and I almost want to say, is it Friday yet?
I know, right? We're right around the corner.
Not quite.
Right around the corner. We just got to get through today and then we're right there. But the surf is still really rough out there.
And you warned that surf advisory risk still in effect.
Yes, exactly. High threat for rip currents out there, small craft advisories out. So today's not the day, but as I showed you earlier into the weekend, looks really nice.
Well, let me ask you this. So when the eye came across and 3 o'clock roughly made landfall North Hutchinson Island just south of Vero, the winds shifted. You know, they were coming in from the northeast, correct? And then they started. So exactly what does that mean? What did that mean for the storm, and how did that change things, the trajectory?
So when the storm is coming onshore, you get a strong onshore flow. Essentially, the water comes to the land, and that pushes water onshore. That's what we call that storm surge.
Right.
And now with the winds flipping back around, the water gets pushed out.
Reversal.
Reversal. So the water is, getting pushed out right now, so that's good.
We're supposed to go.
Exactly, we're supposed to go. Get back out there.
Right.
But it's still pretty rough, and we have even the threat for beach erosion that we saw yesterday, and we'll see that more as the sun comes up. In fact, Singer Island was one of the spots that we were monitoring for possible beach erosion. And you guys can kind of just tell from this camera here. It definitely looks like some impact there. Yeah, absolutely.
Water's still high, looks like it.
Oh my gosh, yeah, it's really rough out there. I mean, seas climbing up to about 10 feet in some spots. And as I mentioned, tomorrow it's still going to be pretty rough. And then into the weekend, we'll start to see those seas calm down. As you take a look outside right now, we have cloudy conditions across parts of Palm Beach County. Might even see some breaks of sunshine across Boynton Beach and Boca Raton. Heavy rainfall, though, still across Okeechobee County, Belgrade. Here's the center of now Tropical Storm Nicole pushing away from our viewing area. Again, here's Okeechobee County here. Here's Indian River County and starting to move up towards Orlando and St. Cloud. So that's just where the center is. You can see that counterclockwise flow around that area of low pressure. But look at these rain bands extending across the state here up into Daytona Beach. That's where they're seeing some of the heaviest of that rainfall. Across Miami, they're starting to see clearer conditions as Nicole continues to pull away. So we could see a second landfall actually up towards the Panhandle early tonight, and then it will continue to push away from the state. And as it does, it will continue to weaken and dump some pretty heavy rainfall across Georgia and also the Carolinas. Here's a look at those current winds. Again, we still have a tropical storm warning issued, but at this point, it's looking like the strongest winds are out of here and now starting to move up towards Orlando. You can see winds up to about 36 miles per hour, up to 56. That's that sudden rush of air pushing through. So very strong winds there. And you can see our wind speeds are starting to come down a notch as Nicole continues to pull away. So here's a look at the future wind tracker. Still very gusty in Melbourne up towards the Space Coast in Orlando throughout the day. But for us here locally, a bit on the windy side, and then those winds come down this evening. And then that storm will start to move up towards the Panhandle overnight tonight, where it could make landfall. You'll notice strong winds there, and then into Friday and Saturday Saturday, Sunday, winds are really not going to be an issue. A light breeze from time to time, and that is about it. So for today's forecast, we are looking at a little rain to start, an isolated shower or storm for us here locally. But as we head into this evening, it is looking very nice with clearing conditions. And then up towards Tampa, wet weather, Orlando, mid-70s, soggy weather there. Tomorrow's forecast, look at this, more sunshine across the state as Nicole moves out of the state and up towards Georgia. And then into the weekend forecast, a pleasant forecast in store, a couple of isolated showers or storms. But by Sunday, with a passing cold front, you'll notice temperatures towards Gainesville, St. Augustine. These are the afternoon highs down to the upper 60s. And for us here in South Florida, highs in the upper 70s to low 80s. Also the humidity going down as well. So the weekend forecast looking really nice, especially on Sunday with the humidity going down a notch. Mostly sunny on Sunday, a couple of afternoon storms in the forecast for your Saturday. Here's a look at your first alert 7-day forecast. Get a bit on the windy side, at least through this afternoon. Winds coming down this evening into your Friday, Veterans Day, 85 degrees. A few isolated showers and storms in the afternoon. Stewart Air Show forecast looking good, mostly sunny, less humid by Sunday. Early next week, we continue that dry weather trend. And then maybe another front, guys, as we head into the middle of next week. And that could bring us some storms for Wednesday, but drier conditions by the end of the work week.
Okay, Katya, we appreciate it.
All right, let's take a look at some more video and gosh, this was overnight, and we're going to take a closer look at this morning. Jensen Beach road damage. This is from WPTV's Megan McRoberts. You can see the Indian River Drive right there. Really took
coming in overnight, but this is something that we are going to be dealing with for a couple of days, maybe even a couple of weeks until that can be fixed. I know there are road closures, and there were police there blocking that area off earlier, trying to make sure that people were not passing through. But this is, again, one of those lingering effects of the storm.
How about this from Melanie Henshaw? Thank you, Melanie. Rising water tipping over a boat off Flagler Drive in West Palm Beach.
I just read a comment about this from one of our viewers, and they said that is the image that they're going to remember when they think about tropical storm or Hurricane Nicole.
There it is.
The downpours, in some cases, impressive. In Vero Beach, that's really where that storm made landfall, a little south of that area. This video coming in from Stephen Badeau showing the strong wind, the rain that really just came down on and off throughout the night. WPTV News Channel 5's Jessica Bruno joining us live now from Stewart Beach.
All right, the sunrise there. Jessica, how's it looking?
Yeah, the sun is rising. We still got some rain coming down, pretty windy. Check this out. Now, granted, I am new to Florida, but I have never seen anything like this, and residents I've been talking with say they haven't either. This is a buoy that is washed onto the shore. It's a wave buoy. These are a lot bigger close up than I thought they were going to look like. Yeah, really incredible to see. The tide, as you can see, is really high. I was standing right next to this a few minutes ago, and I got my feet wet because it's still pretty high out here. And as you can see, as I said, wind, rain coming down. But people we're speaking with were really expecting things to be a lot worse. They were telling me they were expecting some pretty bad beach erosion. We have seen some power outages in this area, but for the most part there aren't too many. A lot of people I was talking with a few minutes ago saying they were expecting to lose power but never did. Still, everyone's saying, you know, it doesn't hurt to prepare for the worst. Back to you guys.
And a lot of people are saying they're glad they prepared, even though maybe they didn't get anything. You can't regret that.
You see so much stuff tossed up, you know, in a hurricane as well. We saw
a buoy.
In Ian, a buoy all the way from the Dry Tortugas came up almost to South Florida. But there you have what Jessica's taking a look at now. And if you have any pictures, maybe it's a buoy or whatever washes up on shore, as long as you can do it safely, you report at WPTV.com. Share those pictures with us.
All right, I think we're going to go now to T.A. Walker. Speaking of pictures, he's kind of the man. He's been tasked with going through hundreds and hundreds. Keep sending them in because we want to keep him busy all day long.
If you guys could stick with me, guys, I want to show you this live pictures of Hope Sound that Eric Pasquarelli was sending in. If you've been a little stressed this morning, this is your moment of zen. The sunrise coming up over Hope Sound. You know, maybe you put your shutters on, you're in a dark black box all night. This is like
Warm
thank
and muggy,
you,
yeah.
Eric Pasquarelli, for putting this up here for us. We really appreciate it. I'm going to move on. This is Nicole in Boca Raton. She says it's beautiful. This is Glades going towards 95. Moving on, speaking of Jessica Bruno, about an hour ago, she tweeted these pictures out of Jensen Beach and some of the damage there along the roadway. If you have anything you want us to show, please send it to youreport@WPTV.com or our weather spotters. If you could upload pictures, if you could safely do so, and your videos, we'd really appreciate it. Mike?
All right, gotta love so the back and forth from the beauty of the sunrise to what we dealt with all the way from the Bahamas. That's where this was overnight and into the morning. Hurricane Nicole making landfall there. Green Turtle K sent in to us this video from the owner of the New Plymouth Inn.
All righty, let's go to Tampa up next. That's where, well, you can see either, just one of those things where it is moving in different parts of the state and reporters are fanning out, getting ready. But look at, again, that's the work of the outer bands. We saw that in Indian River Road. I believe that was Martin County.
Yeah, Jensen Beach, Indian River Road.
So the pavement, they're just buckling.
Gotcha. Yeah. All right. Well, we are going to
We're going to do weather real quickly.
We're going to do weather, and then we're going to get to that. So Katia Hall, been tracking this. Steve Villanueva, been tracking this. Nicole, is it all the way out of our area yet? I know people are like, I don't want to go outside until it's gone, if you're on the Treasure Coast especially.
Yeah, I mean, it is starting to pull away. We're still getting some rain bands, some gusty winds, but and you should really kind of, I don't know what happened to my computer behind me in a black hole there.
Literally, right?
The computers are over it anyways, too. Yeah, Tropical Storm Nicole pulling away, and you can see the rain bands still impacting us. And again, emergency managers are asking people to kind of just stay inside throughout the day so they can reassess the damage appropriately, and throughout the day we will start to see even clearer conditions. Here's a look at the latest on Tropical Storm Nicole. Winds down to 60 miles per hour, and it's moving west-northwest at about 14 miles per hour, and the storm will start to move to the northwest here towards the Big Bend area by this afternoon, having winds of 50 miles per hour, and it could even make a second landfall as it pushes towards the Panhandle. And then as we head into your Friday afternoon, it will be somewhere around the Carolinas, but at this point weakening into a remnant low pressure system. We still have tropical storm warnings issued, but at this point, again, the worst of the weather is out of here. We could see some gusts at times reaching maybe 40 miles per hour, but it does look like winds will start to calm down throughout the day. Here's a look at those current winds, up to 23, 25 miles per hour in Vero Beach, 21 in West Palm Beach, calmer winds down in South County towards Boca Raton, Okeechobee about 25. And there's a tropical storm force wind up towards Vero Beach, actually a gust, so 41 miles per hour there. So as we head into the rest of the day today, conditions will start to improve. Here's a look at that wind gust forecast. Throughout the day, you can see our winds starting to taper off into this evening, a bit on the breezy side, but looking very nice into the next few days.
All right, good morning, everyone. 7 o'clock on the dot, post Nicole. We're getting a lot of viewer pictures and videos of Nicole is gone. People are taking a deep breath. The sun has risen.
Yeah, she's just changed form, you could say. It's been a long morning. We saw the Cat 1 landfall, now a tropical storm, Nicole, again, back to what it started out as in our forecast. But we're still tracking her throughout the state.
And a long night, too, for our WPTV First Alert meteorology team, our entire team. Kudos to you guys. You've been on the air for 60-plus hours now. We want to start things off with Katya Hall. I know we also have Steve Villanueva in the house. Katya, what can you tell us right now?
Well, right now, the tropical storm has weakened even more, had winds of 70 miles per hour, now has winds of 60 miles per hour, and will continue to weaken as it lifts up to the north and west. Now, the center of Nicole is away from our viewing area, moving towards the Orlando area. For us here locally, we're still getting some outer rain bands, and as meteorologist Steve Villanueva will actually track that rain for you in just a minute here. But in the meantime, I just wanted to show you rain totals over the last 24 hours. Not really impressive. Upwards of 2 to 3 inches of rain in some spots. Boca radar indicating upwards of 3 inches of rain fell in your backyard up towards Vero Beach, about the same as well. And again, we're still dealing with some of those outer rain bands pushing through, but as we head into the next few hours here, we should start to see things clear out. In terms of how much more rainfall we could see, not a whole lot, maybe a 1/4 of an inch of rain up towards the Treasure Coast and Palm Beach County. Most of the rainfall should start to come to an end for you as well as we head into early this morning. Can't rule out a stray shower or thunderstorm this afternoon into your Friday. A nice looking forecast, and then into the weekend we will actually see that humidity go down a notch as a weak cold front pushes through the area. Don't get too excited. The cold front really won't cool things off a whole lot, but at least we'll drop that humidity for a couple of days or so, and then we're back to that muggy weather as we head into the middle of next week. All right, I'm going to toss it over to meteorologist Steve Villanueva, who has a look at, I believe that's Singer Island, Steve.
Yeah, so there's a live look outside. There's Singer Island. You can just see the waves will continue to batter the coast. But now that we have an offshore wind, that's good news for us. We're not going to see the pounding waves like we had yesterday with that onshore flow, but the seas will slowly start to subside as we head into the next several days. Still not recommended to go in the waters because the waters are very rough, and we will certainly see those rip currents as we head into your Thursday afternoon. All right, so with that said, here's what's happening right now as far as winds are concerned. These are sustained winds. They're in the 20-mile-an-hour range. So we're not seeing those tropical storm force winds over 40 miles an hour, at least not sustained. We are seeing wind gusts stronger than that. So right now, winds sustained anywhere from 21 miles per hour into West Palm, up to 25 miles an hour into Vero. But notice the wind gusts, at least in Vero, we do have wind gusts over 40 miles an hour. But as the center of the storm continues to pull away, the winds will start to back off as we head into the next few hours. So it stays breezy through, well, we'll say 1, 2 in the afternoon with wind gusts up to 30, and then the wind gusts are down to 20. And then as we head into the nighttime hours, wind gusts anywhere from about 10 to 15 miles an hour. And by tomorrow, the winds are much improved. Right now, the steadiest rain back across Lake Okeechobee. So Belle Glade, you're starting to dry out into Belle Glade, but into Okeechobee, that's where we have some steady rain. Likewise into Western Martin and St. Lucie counties. The center of the storm is just north of Sebring. And as it goes in this direction, right here, this outer band will also follow it in that direction. So the rain will be pulling away as we head into the next few hours. But for now, into Belle Glade, you're right on the edge of that steadier rain. Into Okeechobee County, that's where we have a good swath of some light, steady rain. Likewise into parts of western St. Lucie County. The worst of the weather right now is north of the I, near Daytona Beach and up towards Jacksonville. So they are certainly seeing the big rains coming ashore, lots of thunderstorms, still the potential for them to have some tornadoes as we head into the next several hours, but not for us. Now that we're on the southern side of this storm system, for us, we'll just have a few showers from time to time, and we'll eventually start to see more and more in the way of sunshine as we head into the afternoon hours. So for today, winds sustained at about 30 miles an hour, wind gusts potentially over 40 miles an hour, skies slowly clear, but a few showers still around as we head into your Thursday.
All right, Steve, thank you. We want to get to Vero Beach with Derek Lowe. That is where Nicole made landfall around 3 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, I know last check, winds were just starting to pick up after that eye passed over Derek, can you hear us? What are you seeing out there now?
Good morning, everyone. Yeah, I hear that the sun is coming up. Some city officials and even some pedestrians are starting to make their way to Ocean Drive, I guess an area that is somewhat notorious for washing out. I'm joined here by the city manager of Vero Beach, Monty Falls. Monty, you've come out here, you've seen this morning. What's your initial reaction right off the bat?
Well, we've seen this several times throughout my tenure at Vero Beach. This is really similar to what happened in 2016 with Hurricane Matthew and the extent of the damage. But back in 2004 with Francis and Jean, we lost this road all the way out to the center line here. So, you know, it's bad. We're going to make our repairs, get it back to normal as soon as we can, but we still got an angry sea out there.
You were telling me decades ago, and I don't know if we have that picture back in the studio, we can pull that up as we're kind of comparing and contrasting. That was from Hurricane Matthew, but you said a couple decades ago, you guys actually came out here with some concrete pillars and secured this boardwalk, but as we can clearly see, you know, the erosion is still affecting the roadway. That's something that we can necessarily control.
Yeah, the boardwalk was completed in 1984. Had some concrete piles put down, so it's pretty substantial. We've not had any real structural damage to the boardwalk throughout the decades, but the roadway's been problematic. As you can see, the dune's gone, and it's starting to undermine here where we're standing.
You said back in 2016 when that portion of Ocean Drive here washed out that it was $360,000 to repair. You guys tried to get it repaired with FEMA, it didn't work out. You know, hopefully we can get some assistance this time around, but if not, it's probably going to be a more costly repair. Do you think that it's just this area is very susceptible from the past storms that we've had just within a couple weeks with Ian, and just the water is very dense and soft right now, or the ground, I should say, not the water?
Well, yeah, we lost some of the dune with Ian, so that exacerbated what's going on here today. But FEMA has helped us out with the repairs dollar-wise, but we did try to get some assistance and try to get a seawall here back after the 04 storms and weren't successful doing that. So until we can get some kind of permanent repair like this, we're gonna deal with this when we have a coastal erosion event.
Are you aware of any other areas you guys have been driving around throughout the morning that have really been damaged?
There's some beach erosion, but nothing like this. Hummiston Park to the south of us, we've closed that boardwalk because it's been undermined as well. But this is the worst that we've got.
Yeah, really, we were talking too, and it's almost, you know, on the mainland versus the island, it's like two different realities.
Yeah, the environment here is totally different than the mainland. When I came over this morning, you know, it might have been some 15, 20 mile an hour winds, but nothing like this.
Yeah, we just had one pick up here just a second ago. We appreciate you joining us. We'll be, you know, tuning in with you later and kind of get updates with you guys throughout the morning, and hopefully everybody's staying safe. But that's the latest here in Vero Beach. I'll send it, guys, back to you.
And you can see things by no means quiet out there where Derek is in Vero Beach.
Absolutely. The downpours here have been impressive in Vero Beach. This was hours ago. This is a U report video from Stephen, I believe, showing how strong those winds and rains have been throughout the night there, again, in the Vero Beach area where Nicole made landfall. Now now it is moving away. So as Katya and Steve have been mentioning now, we are supposed to be seeing some calmer conditions, less windy, still might be breezy out there into the afternoon hours, but things are going to improve. And even as TA Walker has been showing us, we've seen some sunrise pictures and videos coming in. So certainly improving in other parts of our area, especially in the Broward into Palm Beach County areas as well.
Yeah, a light at the end of the tunnel for sure, but just by scope, you know, there are other areas of the state that are really getting pounded, including, you know, the Gulf side of Florida that just went through their own nightmare with Hurricane Ian. We do have other crews throughout our viewing area, including Dave Bowman, who's been up all night, it seems like, tracking this storm. He now is in Hobe Sound Beach, a little drier from when we last saw you, Dave.
That's good news. Good morning.
Honey, Chris, I think you can say a lot drier. What a difference 24 hours makes. We have a few sightseers here at Hobe Sound Beach. And if you look to the north, that's the only gray skies you'll see. That perhaps the very back end of the tropical storm. But if you go along the beach, you see quite a strong surf. waves breaking far out from the shore. Notice some of the white spray that comes from the top of the breaking waves. This is really quite a sight to behold just a little bit after sunrise. If you go even a little bit more to the south, you can see the sun is behind the clouds, and you can see a few rainstorms far offshore in the distance, but a number of sightseers on the beach enjoying both the spectacle of these strong, powerful waves. I mean, it's a sea of white out here, and just enjoying a sunrise, something that yesterday wasn't really possible because the early rain bands from the storm were hitting, and it was a completely different area. One other note, and it's a bit of good news here, despite the power of the waves that you're seeing, the beach erosion here, at least at Hobe Sound Beach, appears minimal. And so that's good news 24 hours after a tropical storm hit ashore just a few miles to the north of here. Reporting live in Hobe Sound, Dave Bowman, WPTV, News Channel 5.
We are glad that Dave is seeing much drier times right now. He will deserve a break there from the rain for him.
Yeah, we have more video coming in still as people are waking up the morning after landfall of Nicole here. This one coming from Fort Pierce. You see things still pretty bustly up there in terms of the gusts that we're seeing throughout our viewing area.
Absolutely. And now we want to get to Danielle Seats. We believe she is on Hutchinson Island, and we want to check in with her. And I still see crews behind you, Danielle. What's going on there?
Honey, hold on. I'm going to have my photographer step slightly out of the way here. Yeah, we have some crews coming through. You can see it here firsthand. You know, I haven't been able to talk to any of these guys, but these guys are the unsung heroes. They're just citizens that live around here. There's another one over on the other side. They are just moving all of this sand and debris off the road to try to keep it so that people can not only come through, but so that the sand doesn't start to pile up. So like I said, we're on Hutchinson Island. It's the south end of Hutchinson Island. This area of roadway is blocked off. We do have some crews down here. I was talking to them. They say that there may have been an emergency further on down, but they weren't able to pass through that sandy area just past them either. So they had the SUV go through there, but that may have been an emergency. We're trying to follow up on that as well. But yeah, just back to these unsung heroes that are driving these bulldozers. They're the ones that are making it so that this area is passable for emergency crews and then for residents eventually. Right now, this section of roadway is blocked off. It's for residents only at the time. We're just on the south end of Hutchinson Island, Bathtub Beach. Maybe some of you know that one at home. We haven't gotten down to that area yet. I did see some of it yesterday. There was certainly some damage to some of those homes, but for the most part, it looks like our high tide has come in. Hopefully going to start going down here soon, but yeah. Those bulldozers, they're the heroes here today, and definitely thanking them for what they're doing. I'm going to try to talk to them, and hopefully I can bring you that interview. For now, reporting live from Hutchinson Island, I'm Danielle Seat. I'll send it back to you in studio.
Yeah, Danielle, and I actually just wanted to ask her if she was able to talk to those crews, but she answered that for us. She is going to try to talk to those crews and see what they've been dealing with out there. I believe right now we have some numbers in from FPL outages by county. Indian River County, 17,340 customers without power, 3,350 in St. Lucie County, a little over 4,000 customers in Martin County, 5,000 customers in Palm Beach County, 1,730 in Okeechobee County. As we talked to FPL earlier this morning, you know, they are working obviously around the clock and as safely as possible to try to restore power to those people that need it, and working, as you asked him, Chris, just strategically into the areas that needed the most first and sort of, you know, putting it in a priority level.
They're in for a long night, day, and possibly even a week. They didn't give an exact timeline as to when they're going to be able to get everybody back online. But those numbers that you see there on your screen, a lot higher than what we saw going into the late night last night. And they haven't been just sitting idly. They're waiting for those wind speeds they mentioned to get below 35 miles an hour before they can send those linemen out and go ahead and start that important work of restoration. But still, it's not something that they can do at the snap of a finger. You can go ahead and report some instances of outages, but a lot of the times they already know about it through their smart grid system. But if you notice that the rest of your community, for instance, is online and you happen to not, that would be an instance to do so. A lot of important information coming from out of there as they work around the clock to keep you guys with power. You know, that's something that's very important as we go through this storm process here, something we're pretty familiar with here in South Florida.
And we, of course, always keep checking back in with our crews. I believe we have a report that Jessica Bruno filed a little earlier this morning. Let's take a look.
I'm Jessica Bruno. We're here in Jensen Beach, not too far from where Nicole made landfall, and the conditions this morning are okay. We are seeing some debris washing up along the shore. The water is kind of high, but I will say yesterday we did see a lot of flooding in this area. One road not too far from where we are right now was washed out. All of that water has receded. There are some power outages in this area, but again, no crazy flooding. The rainfall has really slowed down. We're just getting some light mist right now, a little bit of wind. The hurricane made landfall about an hour and a half ago or so. So things are not too bad right now. We'll of course be tracking it throughout the day. Reporting in Jensen Beach, I'm Jessica Bruno. Back to you.
And again, we want to make a quick note. This was obviously earlier this morning from Jessica Bruno. Things have improved significantly, so I want to bring in Steve Villanueva with more on what things look like right now. It is 7:16 in the morning on Thursday. Steve.
Yeah, Steve, Nicole's still slowly making her way through the state.
Nicole right now actually moving at about 14 miles an hour, but by the time we get to lunchtime, it's going to be up here near Tallahassee. Winds, they're coming down. We have max winds right now at 60 miles an hour. As it came ashore, it had winds of 75 miles an hour. So now that it's on land and no longer over the warm ocean waters, it will continue to weaken because it needs to be here in order to sustain its life cycle. Otherwise, once it's on land, that's it. It no longer has the fuel and it starts to fall apart. And that's what we're seeing right now. So winds of 60 miles an hour. It is working its way towards Tampa. And as we head into the next few hours, eventually it's going to start to push up towards the Tallahassee area. By 1 p.m., winds of 50 miles an hour. And then as it works its way into Georgia and then eventually the Carolinas, by the time we get to Friday, winds of 35 miles an hour. At that point in time, it is basically just a tropical depression, a remnant low at that point in time. Now, for us, we still have well, at least at the Palm Beach County, they did drop the tropical storm warning. So we no longer have that tropical storm warning into Palm Beach County. So that is new. Otherwise, we still have the tropical storm warning in effect from Martin County, St. Lucie County, Indian River County, and back over towards Okeechobee County. But at least into Palm Beach County, they did drop that tropical storm warning. And the reason is we're no longer seeing those tropical storm force winds. And in fact, right now, winds are in the 20-mile-an-hour range. These are sustained winds, so we're seeing winds sustained in Okeechobee 25 miles an hour, likewise Vero into Stewart and into West Palm, winds at about 20 miles an hour. We're seeing wind gusts stronger than that for sure, and we will continue to see that, especially along the Treasure Coast, with wind gusts over 30 miles an hour to right around 40 miles an hour. But into the Palm Beaches, we're seeing wind gusts below 30 miles an hour at 28 miles an hour. So here is the deal. As we head into the next few hours, at least along the Treasure Coast, we'll continue to see wind gusts over 30 miles an hour shortly after, we'll say, lunchtime. As the storm pulls away, then you can see those winds really starting to back on off as we head into the evening hours. And then for tomorrow, winds at about 10 to 15. Now, we do have some steadier rain back across the lake and into Okeechobee County, into parts of western Martin County, into parts of St. Lucie County, and now moving into Indian River County, too. The rain is generally light, but it is steady. And notice we're not seeing any moisture into coastal Palm Beach County and very little into coastal Martin County. The heaviest rain right now is actually on the western side of the lake. And notice we're not seeing any lightning strikes. So there's the center of the storm system right there, and it is working its way up towards the northwest. Now into Basinger, Okeechobee, that's where we're seeing the steadiest rain. Into Indiantown, it looks like a couple of showers for you. And over into the western parts of Port St. Lucie, right around Tradition and PGA Village, that's where we're seeing some steadier rain right now, and that stretches up towards Vero Beach. But here's the wider view. There's the center of the storm. It will continue to push just north of Tampa and then eventually up towards Tallahassee. And this is the southern edge of the storm. And as the storm pulls away, this right here will simply follow it and head in this direction up towards the northwest and eventually ever everyone dries out. So the timeline for today, we'll still have sustained winds at about 20 miles an hour, wind gusts anywhere from 30 to 40 miles an hour, generally along the Treasure Coast. The skies will start to clear on out, so we will start to see more sunshine, and we will have a few showers here and there as that steadier rain starts to pull away from us.
All right, Steve, thank you. We want to send things over to our TA Walker. He has been looking through and sifting through video and pictures, and he's got a lot of new stuff for us.
Yeah, Hani and Chris, I want to show you the juxtaposition between conditions on the Treasure Coast and on South Palm Beach County, in South Palm Beach County. Check this out. We showed you this just earlier ago. This is Betty. She's in Fort Pierce, and things are there, windy and blustery, and of course I'm getting all these notifications in my way as I'm trying to play the video. Here we go. So that's what it looks like up where she is. Then when we move over to things in Delray Beach, it's nothing but blue skies, golden clouds reflecting the sun. That's what Julie Wallace is showing us there at her yard. And then moving over, this is my favorite video of the morning, to be honest with you. This is Tager, a double rainbow, he says, in Tequesta as it disappears off my screen. 1 second. Let me see if I can get that back for you guys. And no, I can't. So I'm going to move on. This is over in Jefferson, and Boca Raton is showing the waves and the rough seas. He sent that video in to us. Conditions are getting better there in Boca Raton on the beach. And then Marianne on Hutchinson Island sent in this video. It's showing the conditions. There's very little wind. And look at this. He also has a rainbow. So we're seeing rainbows all over the place. And I will try to get that double rainbow back to you in my next hit. But that's what it's looking like here. If you have things you want to send in to us, you can send it to youreport@WPTV.com. Or if you're a weather spotter, just post it up there. All you guys are busy this morning. Back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you so much, TA. As you said, continue to send in that photo and video stuff as long as you can do so safely. We do have stuff going on around the rest of the state too, including out of Central Florida. One of the things we want to show you, the strength of Tropical Storm Nicole in Central Florida, the Cocoa Beach area.
You just hear the metal there hitting a pole, maybe hitting the ground from that stop sign. Just kind of goes to show you how gusty those winds can get at times. It's not, obviously sustained for a long time, but when it comes, it can really be obviously dangerous, especially if you're driving in that area and that were to hit your windshield, like we see that car just driving right by.
Narrowly miss that car, and that's something to take into account when you're advised to stay off the roadways unless you absolutely have to be, or in some spots that we saw in our viewing area, Okeechobee County, last night, for instance, issuing a curfew even in some instances.
Right, and we can see here Nicole causing spillage in the Indian River Lagoon. This is in Sebastian, Florida, and we've been seeing this picture over and over again because it's just so powerful to look at the water again coming in, and we've seen so much damage to boardwalks, to piers, and to docks like we see this one here. It's just kind of been the theme, and of course as it now heads to Central Florida, they're going to be seeing that windy, rainy weather that we've had here for the past couple hours too. And we want to take, this is not live video, but I think we will get to that in a moment. Taking a look right now in a video coming out of Brevard County, those strong gusts of wind reaching across the state, again, whipping palm trees around us, a sight that we've been seeing a lot here in South Florida. Again, over just the past 24 hours as we've been tracking Nicole go from subtropical to tropical to hurricane back to a tropical storm.
Yeah, it's been a roller coaster. A lot of you wondering if things will get back to normal. That includes, when's your trash day going to happen? Well, Solid Waste Collection of Palm Beach County will be resuming trash pickup and reopening all facilities later this morning at 10 a.m. So just a few hours from now. It says residents should place all garbage, recyclables, and yard as well as bulk waste out on the curb, but also ask residents to be mindful about the rain and high winds. It also says there will be no makeup day for yesterday. Something to keep in mind there. Our neighbors across the state, this is the Sunshine Skyway Bridge. Not a lot of traffic, flashing lights. Those winds whipping very strongly. Very limited traffic going across there right now. Getting some back and forth reports of possibly a closure as those winds aren't expected to die down.
Right, well, soon. And I wanted to say just 20 minutes ago, ABC Action News was tweeting on Twitter that the bridge is closed, Skyway Bridge is closed due to high winds now at 50 miles per hour. Again, motorists and cars, they should not be driving on that bridge, so I'm not sure how it's even possible that we see cars driving on it right now as we're taking live pictures in Central Florida. You see it there for yourself. So I'm not sure what's going on, but at last check, it was closed.
There we go. Not a safe situation out there. Definitely, I believe there are detours in the area, so if you can, something to keep in mind, or just stay home. We will continue our team coverage of Tropical Storm Nicole in just a few minutes after this short break. We are back with our continuing coverage of Nicole, still keeping tabs with our crews throughout the viewing area. Right now we want to go ahead and check out one of our reporters, Brianna Nespral. She's in Lantana near the old Key Limehouse, one of those areas that really felt the effects of that storm surge. Brianna? Hey Brianna, can you hear us out there in Lantana?
Brianna, we can see you. I think she's standing by to go live for us, and she doesn't realize that we actually have her live.
Yes,
shot
we'll
in.
keep tabs with her as we.
We'll check it back in with Brianna.
She's there. That's the good
She
news.
is definitely there, and she's getting ready to stand by. We want to bring in our Katya Hall to give us an update on what conditions are like.
All right, let's take a look at the latest on Tropical Storm Nicole. Winds now down at 60 miles per hour. It's sitting the center about 30 miles southwest of Orlando and moving to the west-northwest at about 14 miles per hour. It is a quick mover, so by this afternoon, it will be somewhere around the Cedar Key area and then pushing into Georgia as we head into tomorrow, and even in tomorrow afternoon, it will be up around the Carolinas as a remnant low-pressure system. Still dumping some pretty heavy rainfall there, but it will start to weaken over the next 24 hours. Live look outside West Palm Beach. Yep, it is still a windy day out there. You can see current conditions across the viewing area. Winds out of the south around 21 miles per hour and a bit cloudy in a couple of spots, but we're seeing some breaks in those clouds, especially across South County with the drier conditions there, and still some clouds and rainfall pushing into the Treasure Coast. Temperatures running in the low 70s at the coast, 72 in Wellington, upper 60s in Port St. Lucie. As you're stepping out the door throughout the day, just grab the umbrella just in case. For the first part of the morning through about 11 a.m., we could see a couple of spotty showers towards the Treasure Coast, drier conditions for South County into Palm Beach County, and then by 2 o'clock, a stray thunderstorm possible. But notice by 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 o'clock, we dry out nicely, and even into the weekend, Steve, we're looking at improving weather conditions.
Yeah, the weekend looks fantastic. At that point in time, the humidity will be lower, temperatures a little bit cooler, especially at nighttime, so it is going to be very comfortable. All right, so here's a live look outside. In fact, into the Palm Beaches, it's relatively on the quiet side. Still breezy for sure. We have winds sustained at 20 miles an hour with wind gusts stronger than that. Winds right now sustained anywhere from 28 miles an hour into Vero, likewise Okeechobee, 21 Stewart, 21 into the Palm Beaches. But notice those wind gusts, especially along the Treasure Coast. We're still seeing wind gusts of 30 to 40 miles an hour. So it is quite blustery into the northern side of the lake and back over towards the Treasure Coast. Not as bad into the Palm Beaches because the storm, the center's right there. So we're certainly much farther away from the center compared to Okeechobee and the Treasure Coast. You're still relatively close to the center. Now we will continue to see wind gusts of over 30 miles an hour right on through the early afternoon. Then the winds start to back on off. And then for tomorrow, winds at about 10 to 15 miles an hour. Still seeing some steady rain, not so much into Palm Beach County. You have to go back towards Lake Okeechobee to see the moisture. In fact, into Belglade, we're starting to dry out. Notice how it's starting to move in this direction. So the storm is actually working its way up towards the northwest, and it's pulling the rain with it. So that will happen for everyone over the next few hours. All of this, the back edge, will simply work its way in that direction up towards the north and towards the west. But for now, we're seeing some locally heavy downpours into Basinger, over towards Okeechobee. We're seeing some steadier rain right now into the western parts of Port St. Lucie near PGA Village. And in that area, right around Tradition, moving up towards Fort Pierce into Vero Beach, still seeing some steadier rain, but at least into coastal Martin County and back over towards Indiantown, not much in the way of moisture. And into Palm Beach County right now, we are dry. So there's the big picture. The worst of it right now is well to the north, Daytona Beach over towards Jacksonville. That's where we have some big thunderstorms rolling ashore. They could have some tornado warnings issued for them, basically for the severe weather segment of these tropical systems. The best place to find out is north of the eye wall. South of the eye wall, you no longer have that severe weather threat. For us, in fact, we have more of an offshore wind, and that's going to help with the coastal flooding. All right, so here is Vipercast as we head into the next few hours. The sun does break through those clouds. This is 10 a.m. A couple of spot showers here or there. As we head towards 2 o'clock, still a few showers around, and then by the evening hours, the skies are considerably clearer. So for us, sustained winds at about 20 miles an hour. Those are below tropical storm force winds, but we could have wind gusts of 30 to 40 miles an hour generally along the Treasure Coast, at least for the next 2 to 3 hours. The skies will start to clear on out. A few showers around, but much improved weather as we head into the next few days.
All right, Steve, thank you. That's good news for us people to head to work this morning on Thursday. We already know so many of you are.
Yeah, let's try this again. I believe we now have Brianna Nesperal in Lantana at the Old Key Limehouse, an area that has seen a lot of the effects of what was Hurricane Nicole, now Tropical Storm Nicole, along Ocean Avenue. Brianna, what can you tell us?
Well, good morning, Chris and Honey. It's such a beautiful morning now. What a difference from 24 hours ago. We're here at the Old Key Limehouse in Lantana, and they did experience a lot of flooding. We got those images and videos from you viewers. I want to show you just how much flooding we had here. Let's see if we could take a look, walk this way, so you can see just how much debris there was. It washed ashore here in the parking lot, went all the way to the end. Let's see how far back we can go with our photographer. But this is just a look at what was left from the storm yesterday. Right now, all the water has receded. Just a lot of leaves, debris from the shore now in this parking lot. But I was speaking with the owners just a few moments ago. They told me, this was nothing unexpected. They expect these king tides in November, but they didn't expect, the storm to combine with that. So they were prepared. They were bringing a lot of their outdoor furniture inside. Yes, they were open yesterday, but around 7 o'clock or so, they closed down. They brought everything indoors, preparing for possible flooding, for storm surge, for this storm coming. And also, just moments ago, I want to show you a beacon of hope. Let's see if our photographer can zoom in to this American flag. The owners just raising this flag. I asked, what does it mean to them raising it again? They told me they survived. They're lucky, and they can't wait for patrons to join them today. So now they're just cleaning up and getting ready to open for lunch, welcoming you all back to the Old Key Limehouse. But again, this just a beacon of hope that we were lucky here in our area, that nothing too bad happened over here. I'll toss it back to you guys in the studio.
A sign of hope. I've been to that restaurant a couple times for lunch with friends and with my kids, actually. It's an awesome place, and I'm glad to see that they're back up on their feet and they're getting ready to open for lunch. So if you're in the area and you're looking for a place to have lunch, well, there you have it.
Yeah, Old Key Limehouse.
House restaurant, yep, in Lantana.
Let's take a look at what Fort Pierce Utilities Authority is working on right now to restore power. It says roughly 1,500 of its customers are in the dark this morning.
That's right, and crews have been deployed to multiple areas. The agency says power will be restored, of course, in a priority order, starting with essential facilities first, for instance, like hospitals and things like that. We also heard from, FPL early this morning. I was asking, did we talk to him last night or overnight, or was it 4 o'clock this morning?
A long stretch in this
it's hard to keep
wall-to-wall coverage.
Track. Yeah.
But part of that is making sure we're asking the questions that you all want to know. So we did get Peter Robbins with FPL on the line, asking him some important questions, including when we're seeing the morning after right now, the signs of hope, the rainbows and the flags. There's still a lot of people waking up without power. Who gets priority on who gets back online first? Here's what he had to say.
Typically, we start with our power plants, right? We need to be able to generate power to send it out on the grid, and we look at our transmission system, which is really the backbone of our system. I haven't had any indications of any challenges with those two components of the grid in this storm, and that helps us restore power much more quickly if those two big components of the grid are not damaged at all. We obviously prioritize critical infrastructure, things like hospitals, police departments, fire stations. We want to make sure those folks are back up and running first. And while we're doing that, we are trying to get big blocks of customers restored at once. So we look for opportunities in the beginning of the storm to maybe get an entire neighborhood back online by fixing 1 or 2 pieces of equipment. So we step through that process as we go. We don't stop working, though, until we're at the very end of that process, which is when every last customer is restored.
A long road ahead of them for that. We just went over some of the outage numbers that we're still waking up to today. It just got updated recently.
Absolutely, and also FPL reminding us that you don't need to call in. They know exactly where they need to go to restore power, and of course, they're working as quickly as possible. Let's continue to listen in.
Well, it happens a lot. A lot of us get anxious about our power coming back on. They can only do so much, but we did ask Peter Robbins, about what help is on the way. So a lot of the times we see these storms come through and we see an excess of bucket trucks and such in the area.
And I believe he said about 13,000 linemen were getting, on standby to respond.
The utility industry really is one family, and we help each other out. We have each other's backs. So that 13,000 strong workforce I mentioned includes support people from other utilities here in Florida and from out of state as well. So in some storms, we've drawn people from as far away as Minnesota and in northern states like that, and even from Canada. So we really have a wealth of resources. The entire industry really relies on each other in situations like this, and we've been able to pull in some extra help because, again, we know customers want their lights back on as quickly as possible as soon as a storm is over.
Listen, I, as a mom of two, when the power goes out, the first thing you want to know is when is the power going to come back on. It doesn't matter if it's 20 minutes or 3 hours. It feels like that long.
That's why we see things like generators during times like this go on such a premium at hardware stores and the like. We had a long conversation with them, as you can see earlier this morning. But one of the big questions too is what are they doing to make sure that the effects of this storm and getting the power back on, that whole process, what are they doing to make sure that it's not as extreme? You know, it's, as we said, in the thousands right now in terms of customers in our viewing area that are dealing with those outages. Well, they said that they've been going through a long period of hardening the system, improving that infrastructure. Here are the details on that.
We've invested a lot over the years to really harden our grid and make sure that it is as storm resistant as possible. It's never going to prevent outages. We can never have a system where we'll have 0 outages from a hurricane because we have above ground equipment and power plants and transmission lines. But I tell you what, the investments we've made in the grid have absolutely paid off. Just to go back to Hurricane Ian, which was a month, 6 weeks ago, our entire transmission structures and our entire transmission system came through that storm intact. And if we have to repair that after a storm, it can delay us getting to your house and your neighborhood by days, if not weeks. I mean, that is like the backbone of our power grid. So to have those systems come through hurricanes pretty much unscathed is huge in terms of shaving time off the restoration for folks. And it also helps prevent outages on the front end, right? Putting lines underground, putting in concrete poles instead of wood poles, hardening lines that go into hospitals and 911 centers and things like that help keep people on. And really, at the end of the day, having power, it gives you kind of a sense of return to normalcy after a storm. It feels like you can kind of catch your breath and say, like, we're getting back on our feet. We're getting back to normal. So we know it's absolutely critical for folks, and we make those investments year round to make the grid as storm-proof as possible.
All right, we want to show you pictures here, or rather video sent to us from James Milloway. This is from Flagler Court. This is again last night in the height of the storm. Things probably look different there right now.
Right, Flagler Court, that area in Flagler County. To our north of Daytona Beach and near the St. Augustine area as well. That's close to where we know that eye was traveling as far as this morning. Things continuing to come in terms of pictures and images. This is a vanishing dock that we got an image of from West Palm Beach. Part of that area affected by the storm surge we saw so much of. We saw a lot of images of boats being pushed away, and now you see the docks affected too as part of that high tide.
And that has been certainly the trend. Showing you now live pictures. We want to take a look back at that Sunshine Skyway Bridge in Hillsborough County. Again, closed to traffic. FHP Tampa just 49 minutes ago on Twitter saying that it is closed to all traffic due to high winds.
Yeah, and you can see why. That camera shaking there. Those winds in excess of 40 miles an hour. Traffic in areas that the roadways are open near that bridge, you can see really crawling as people are trying to be as careful as possible.
And also, yeah, this is also another view from Tampa. Keep in mind, these people in Central Florida, they were just dealing with Hurricane Ian just 6 weeks ago. So the area certainly not getting much of a break there from Nicole either, but hopefully this is the last storm of the season. Let's all hope and pray to God that it is.
Fingers crossed on that. Hey, we will get an update on what the rest of our forecast does look like as we continue to track Tropical Storm Nicole. We'll continue our coverage in just a few minutes.
Grab a second cup of coffee and join us back here. All right, good morning, everyone. 7:44. We are taking a live look right now in Tampa. This is the Sunshine Skyway bridge closed to traffic, at least for now. I've been following some of their meteorologists in the Tampa Bay area and in the Tampa area in general. They're reporting, at least at Tampa International Airport, some 55-mile-per-hour wind gusts there. And I think what we see, definitely a cruiser there on the bridge. We're not sure if, I assume they're obviously making sure people aren't getting on that bridge because it's dangerous.
So, yeah.
But again, those reports of those high gusty winds coming in from the central Florida area, Lakeland Airport, 52 mile per hour.
Yeah. Nothing to take lightly, Katya, especially if you're that high up.
Yeah, it's, oh my gosh. I mean, just looking at that bridge, my hand is sweating. Oh my gosh. Definitely not a situation you'd want to be in on that bridge. As we take a look at the Tampa area, we're getting some of those outer rain bands pushing in. And yeah, wind gusts have been reaching over 50 miles per hour at times towards Tampa. The center of Nicole moving away from our viewing area, and it's now sitting about 30 miles southwest of Orlando, but notice the impacts from Nicole being felt all the way up towards Daytona Beach, even as far north as Georgia, with some of these rain bands extending across that area, and even as far south as Marco Island and also Fort Myers. Also the threat for some storm surge up towards the Tampa area. We have these onshore winds coming in, wrapping around this area of low pressure, not just there, but up towards Daytona Beach and Jacksonville as well. 3 to 5 feet of storm surge for Daytona up towards Jacksonville and even down into Cedar Key and Tampa. As the storm continues to move away from the state into early Friday morning, it will start to push up towards the Carolinas into Friday. It's a quick mover, and by that point it'll be out of here. But most of the state up towards Tampa, they're still going to be dealing with the impacts from Nicole throughout the day. Now for us here locally, as the storm pulls away, we're seeing less of an impact than what we saw overnight when the storm made landfall. Still dealing with some of those outer rain bands moving across Okeechobee, Vero Beach, and also Port St. Lucie. But as we take a look at Palm Beach County, Jupiter down into Boca Raton, we have a few clouds around, but we also are seeing some peaks of sunshine. So here's a look at the Boca Raton camera. Mid-70s. It's hard to imagine that we had a landfalling hurricane just last night with these beautiful skies across the area. Boynton Beach, 72 degrees. Also seeing a similar scene with those pops of sunshine across the area. A bit of a windy day still. You can see this, the West Palm Beach camera shaking back and forth here. But I want to point out the fact that up towards Okeechobee and Vero Beach, it's certainly a cloudy start to the day and still a bit wet as well. The rain will not stick around all day long. We'll see skies start to clear, especially for the Treasure Coast and Palm Beach County throughout the morning hours. This is 11 a.m. Still a stray shower up towards Port St. Lucie and maybe even a couple of thunderstorms across West Palm Beach down into Boca this afternoon. But this evening we clear out. It's a nice evening. And Friday, another nice day, mainly dry. A couple of afternoon showers and storms into the weekend forecast. A similar scene with mainly dry conditions for the first part of the day, a couple of showers and storms on Saturday. Sunday, even drier as a weak cool front pushes through the area, and behind that front we'll see less humid air, so really nice Sunday in store. Winds are still pretty windy in some spots, especially towards Vero. Winds sustain around 29 miles per hour, but notice those winds are starting to come down for the Palm Beach County area, and we'll continue to see those winds taper off throughout the evening, and by Friday just expecting winds around 5 to 15 miles per hour. So with those winds cranking up throughout the day on the water, it is going to be very rough, still gusty at times, seas running 9 to 12 feet, occasionally up to 15 feet. We have a small craft advisory issued. Inland waters are going to be pretty rough. And then tomorrow, still a little bit bumpy on those seas, but into the weekend, we will start to see some improvement. Rip current threat will be extreme today, so stay out of the water. You have the weekend to get out there. Here's a look at that first alert 7-day forecast. Get a bit on the windy side today, and then as we head into tomorrow, better conditions, some afternoon storms on Friday. Weekend forecast looks pretty good aside from an isolated shower or storm. And Sunday, the air show is just going to be beautiful out there, mostly sunny. Make sure you're staying hydrated though, because it's still going to be a bit on the warm side. Grab those sunglasses, and then into early next week, mainly dry conditions with rain chances only at 10%.
All right, Katya, thank you. All right, this is a look at I-275 again in Tampa. It is wet out there. You can barely even see those cars there on the road, and their lights are on. Obviously, really dangerous conditions right now to be driving around. I did see some slowdowns there on I-275. Some of the news outlets out there are reporting a crash in the northbound lanes. But again, we can see, at least from these live pictures, that traffic is moving. So if there was a crash, it's probably being cleared and taken care of right now.
Yeah, and you can see just because it's weakened to a tropical storm, Nicole is still nothing to be taken lightly. We went through something very similar just a few hours ago here in our viewing area, and you see the effects that it had. So this is really a statewide event in terms of weather.
What a contrast now. We want to send things over to our TA Walker. He's been standing now for hours editing video away at his computer just to have some of the awesome pictures that have been coming in and video too, TA.
Yeah, and TA, depending on how you look at it, you are at the end of the rainbow.
Aw, I love that. I can get my pot of gold now.
You're with the good news.
This is from Tiger in Tequesta. Just to give you reference, this is the Jupiter Lighthouse. I'll go ahead and hit play. It's a double rainbow, and it doesn't really make it out too great in this video, but look how it arches up all the way over here. It comes all the way down over here. Just beautiful video in from him. We really appreciate that. This is from Nicole in Jupiter. She's showing us how some tree has damaged the back of her SUV. That's some damage she had there in Jupiter. Then David's checking in Lake Worth Beach. This is looking west, clear skies. A beautiful morning there in Lake Worth Beach looking west. And then we're going to go out to Bev in Royal Palm Beach, and she took some beautiful sunrise video. And these canals she's showing you, this is actually my neighborhood. You can take these canals and go get yourself a coffee or go to the grocery store or whatever you want to do. These beautiful sunrise over the canals there in Royal Palm Beach. Just breathtaking views this morning. We're going to go up over to Lori in Double Rainbow again in Palm Beach Gardens. Here's the main rainbow, and just lightly right above it is the second rainbow. So rainbow is really the headline this morning. And then over here we have, this is from Matthew in West Palm Beach. This is docks here in the Lake Worth Lagoon. And he wanted to point out that some debris had washed up or was left over from the storms last night. And then by contrast, the dichotomy of Port St. Lucie, this was just sent in from Precise Signs, and they're showing how the winds are still picked up there. And Katya just kind of mentioned that the further north you go, the more windy it is. So Hani and Chris, you can see all this videos coming in. Please send it to youreport@WPTV.com. I want to share it with everyone, our eyes and ears, and we're so thankful for it. Or you can post it on our Weather Spotter page for WPTV.
And they've been listening, TA. Like you said, we've seen almost a constant stream. People getting busy out there.
Once people woke up, my inbox has filled up.
That's what I said. It's like 3, 4 o'clock. People were still asleep. 6, 7 a.m. People were waking up. They're sending us the stuff. What have you seen? Have you been able to read some of the comments? I've been trying to open up these emails and read. And some people are just saying, this is what I'm seeing on my way to work. And I mean, life is pretty much back to normal, at least as far as this morning is concerned for us.
It looks like there's just a lot of light damage, a lot of water, a lot of light damage. You can see like right here, there's a bush that has fallen over. We're going to get into the nitty gritty as our reporters fan out Hani and Chris across the viewing area later next hour.
Yeah,
I love the rainbow after the storm.
And I don't know why I can't say your name. I know you for years now. Hani.
It's okay.
But Hani and Holiday, if y'all were...
Yeah, when Holiday and I had to sit together, I'm sure it was like a little bit of a tongue twister, but it's okay. We're all family here.
Been a long couple days here
Yes.
at WPTV. Hey, we're not done yet. We're going to continue. News Channel 5's team coverage of Tropical Storm Nicole continues in just a few minutes.
All right, this is a look, I believe, at
PBIA.
Flight cancellations and delays all throughout. Nicole has caused thousands of flights to be canceled, many of those set for today. PBIA shut down around 9 o'clock yesterday morning due to the storm, of course. This morning we did check their website. Most morning flights are canceled both in and out of PBIA. It looks like many flights are set for this afternoon. Those are still listed as on time, but of course, as you know, if you've ever caught a flight, check with your airline first. Make sure you check on the app on the phone or in your house before you leave for the airport, because they, even on their website, they're saying this is not a shelter. We don't want you hanging out at the airport if you don't need to be here, especially if your flight has been canceled.
And that flight insurance, really important if you can grab it to make those accommodations for re-reservations or bookings.
Right, and rebook.
We're also keeping an eye on power outages. We've been talking back and forth with FPL here this morning, and also keeping tabs on their website, their outage map, as it is continually updated. Right now we can tell you that 17,340 homes in Indian River County are currently without power as of last update. 3,350 in St. Lucie, 4,090 in the rest of the counties that you see there.
And I believe this update was actually from maybe an hour or so ago. But we'll continue to check those out for you. We'll be right back after the short break. Stay with us.
Good morning, 8 o'clock here on WPTV. A long morning as we've continued to track the path of Nicole from landfall to now her making her way across the state.
Absolutely. We want to welcome both our WFLX and our WPTV viewers as we, of course, continue to track the storm. Let's get to First Alert meteorologist Steve Villanueva first with the very latest on Tropical Storm Nicole. Good morning, Steve.
Well, good morning, guys. Good morning, everyone at home. Here is the deal. Right now, Tropical Storm Nicole is getting weaker now that it's on land. Right now, winds of 60 miles an hour. As it came ashore right near Vero Beach this morning at 3 a.m., it did have winds of 75 miles an hour. Category 1 hurricane now. Now that it's on land and away from its fuel source, the warm ocean waters, it will continue to get weaker and weaker. So now winds of 60, moving very quickly, though, towards the west-northwest at 14 miles an hour. There's Tampa right there, and you can see it is working its way in this direction. It'll stay just north of Tampa, but as we head into the next few hours, eventually it'll work its way back into the Gulf of Mexico, make a second landfall near Tallahassee, and then start to work its way farther to the north. So as we head towards 1 p.m., winds at 50 miles an hour, and then after that, it does get weaker and weaker, and eventually just becomes an extratropical low as we head towards Friday, 1 p.m. At that point in time, it simply just dissipates. Now, into Palm Beach County, the tropical storm warning has been discontinued. We're not seeing tropical storm force winds into Palm Beach County, but into the Treasure Coast and back into Okeechobee County, we still have that tropical storm warning in effect. Even though we're not seeing tropical storm force winds sustained, we are seeing tropical storm force wind gusts. We are seeing wind gusts over 40 miles an hour in some spots. Otherwise, right now, sustained winds in Boca, 12 miles an hour, 18 into the Palm Beaches. We're seeing sustained winds anywhere from 20 to 28 miles an hour into the Treasure Coast and back across the lake. But notice the wind gusts into the Treasure Coast. That's where we're seeing wind gusts. Okeechobee still quite blustery at almost 40 miles an hour. Into Vero still blustery at a 40 mile an hour wind gust. Likewise into Stewart. Into the Palm Beaches, we have a wind gust right now of 32 miles an hour. So we'll continue to see those strong wind gusts through about lunchtime until about 2 o'clock. And then after that, the wind gusts do start to back on off as the storm continues to pull away from us. And for tomorrow, we'll have winds at about 10 to 15 miles an hour. The latest on radar into Palm Beach County, we're generally dry, but we're still seeing some locally moderate rainfall into Okeechobee County. From Okeechobee over towards Basinger, that's where we're seeing some light to moderate rain. It's very steady and blustery there. We're also seeing some steady rainfall into portions of western Martin and St. Lucie County, at least the very tip right there of Martin County, generally into St. Lucie County and into Indian River County as well. The rain is light, but it is steady. But into Palm Beach County, things very quiet. And notice the back edge of the rain shield. It is pulling away from Palm Beach County. That's going to be the trend over the next several hours. As the storm continues to work its way up towards the north and west, it'll simply drag the rain with it. So soon enough, everyone will start to dry on out, but it will take longer into Okeechobee County because you are closer to the center of the storm. The worst of the weather right now is up towards Daytona Beach and over towards Jacksonville. That's where we do have those strong thunderstorms coming ashore, and they could still see an isolated tornado, but not us. The threat of severe weather for us is pretty much over. So as we head into the next several hours, we'll be in and out of the clouds, generally mostly cloudy, but we will have sunny breaks. And as we head into the afternoon hours, could have a few showers here or there, but nothing of consequence. But the winds do stick around, especially into the Treasure Coast for the next few hours.
Good thing that worst of it, though, is moving away from us at this point. And we're starting to see some sunshine out there, Steve.
Look at that.
Yeah, nice start to the day. Boca Raton, still a bit breezy out there for you. A bit on the windy side, though, up towards the Treasure Coast. That's where we're seeing some of the highest winds. And yeah, we're getting some breaks in those clouds, making way for a little bit of sunshine. And I do think that you could see maybe even a rumble of thunder this afternoon. But our rain chances on the lower side for Palm Beach County at this point. Port St. Lucie, a much different scene in your backyard. Cloudy, a bit rainy to start. You'll start to see that rain, though, clear out as we head into late morning. As I mentioned, maybe a thunderstorm this afternoon, but for the most part, you can see as we head into about 6, 7 o'clock, conditions do improve. Mainly dry, a few passing clouds, temperatures down in the mid to upper 70s. Overnight tonight, it looks mainly dry as well, with temperatures in the 60s and low 70s for those lows. And by tomorrow afternoon, an isolated shower or storm cannot be ruled out, but it is looking mainly dry as we head into this evening, overnight, and going into tomorrow. Coming up, we'll have a look at your weekend forecast.
All right, Katya, thank you. And I believe right now we I want to send things over to Danielle Seat. Before we do that, if you haven't done so yet, please download our WPTV News app. You can track the tropics and the local forecast with our First Alert weather team. They are awesome. Use the QR code you see there on your screen to get the latest updates.
Our hurricane coverage now turning over to St. Lucie County. We got WPTV and Fox 29's Danielle Seat out there, right?
That's right. She is on Hutchinson Island. Danielle.
Good morning. So we're on Hutchinson Island, like you mentioned. This is MacArthur Boulevard, and Martin County Sheriff's Office actually just told me that there are parts of this road that are washed out. You can already see, though, crews cleanup already completely underway here. So these crews are with the county, and they're moving that sand, putting it back up onto the dune, as you can see it there. This is an area, it's been a problem area for the last 24 hours. This is where the water has been coming up. Waves have been pushing the sand onto the roadways, and they're just putting it right back on. It's been time and time again this morning, that water coming down into the roadways, and they're pushing it back on. You know, they're not only doing this, though, for the residents, but they're also doing it because EMS needed to get through this area. We saw hazmat crews also come through, so we're trying to figure out what happened there. We are going to head into these residential areas. So we're just at the tip of MacArthur Boulevard. So if you head down that way, got a couple miles, Bathtub Beach also down that way for anyone that knows this area. So haven't made it down that way yet, but we are going to head that way now as we start to see that storm blowing out of the area. No rain, bit of wind in the area, but we are seeing some residents coming back into their homes. I've been seeing some videos of some of the damage. There was one of the homes at least where the bottom was wiped out, and then there was some foundation that was ruined, but we are going to head in there and try to get a closer look and see just how bad everything is. But they are letting some of the residents pass through here. Not recommended. It definitely is a situation where you don't know when you're going to get stuck, but crews are out here working diligently on that. For now, reporting live from Hutchinson Island, I'm Danielle Seat. I'll send it back to you in studio.
Yeah, Danielle, we're just looking at a portion of the roadway there. You said there's still a lot more to go from what you see from where you're at?
Chris, yeah, so there's a couple miles still, and there's a lot of homes. There's a golf course, and then there's Bathtub Beach. So yeah, there's a couple miles down that way. Dozens of homes down there, all on the water. It's a very narrow strip of land down this way. So that's why in this area there's no homes on either side, because there's water on either side, and that's why that water is actually coming up onto the roadway, because ocean is just right off the road.
You know, you said you were going to try to talk to some of those crews there that you saw, the heroes of the morning for sure. Were you able to talk to any of them, and what did they say?
Yeah, I was able to talk to them, but they're with the county. So I've reached out to the county. I'm going to try to get in one of those trucks, but they are with the county. So they weren't able to talk to me, but they were in high spirits. You know, they're out here. They've been out here for hours at this point, and they're moving fast, and they're making sure, definitely getting it done. These guys know what they're doing.
We saw your video on Twitter about 41 minutes ago. Those trucks there, again, moving the sand out of the way, out of the road. How long would you say it took this morning to get this all cleared up?
Well, that's the thing. I mean, they cleared it up relatively fast, but then that water just takes the sand and wipes it back out into the roadway. So then they have to go back over there and do it again. So it doesn't take them too long, maybe 15, 20 minutes from the initial point. But then when it wipes it back out, they have to push that sand back up onto the dunes.
Do they plan to stay in that area until later this afternoon?
Yeah, and Martin County Sheriff's Office also said this is one of their focuses right now. So they're out here for now. I think this is one of the worst areas, so they're planning to stay here unless they get called to any other location. But because we are hitting that high tide, hopefully that water will start moving back out, and then they won't have to keep piling that sand back up onto the dunes there.
It has to go somewhere. Hopefully it's back where it came from. Thank you so much, Danielle. Great reporting out there this morning. We're also seeing social media light up this morning with all your pictures and videos of what many are experiencing as the now tropical storm Nicole moves across the state.
That's right. WPTV's Tate Walker joins us now with more of what our viewers are sending him. Good morning, TA.
It's flooding, and to be honest with you, this is Elaine. She's one of our WPTV First Alert weather spotters. She's actually up in Clearwater, and this is what she posted 15 minutes ago. heavy rain and strong winds up there. Moving on, I want to bring up this right here. This is courtesy of Graham Burton. This is the Vero Beach Marina. You could see conditions up there still very windy. The waters are choppy. It still has, the conditions haven't fully recovered like they have in southern Palm Beach County in Vero Beach. Then moving on, this is the juxtaposition of what was in Vero Beach. This is a rainbow sit in by Ian in Palm Beach Gardens. And he sent us another view too. Look at this. And he shows us, you can barely make this out, but it's a double rainbow. People are sending this double rainbow in all over northern Palm Beach County. This is from the Port St. Lucie Police Department. The officers came across a couple downed trees overnight. There are currently no road closures or reports of flooded streets. They say continue to use caution if you have to drive, if you have to get out into it as they survey the area. I did want to show you a video Jessica Bruno, our reporter, put on Twitter. This is in Stewart. There's some light flooding there in the parking lot of one of the beach parks. And then she actually found this buoy, and when she was standing next to it on the beach, she was about the same size. It's a very large buoy. It's hard to see the sizing of that. And then this is from James Milloway. This is the Lake Worth Lagoon, and this is a dock that eventually started breaking away overnight, and these are the pictures he was showing us of his neighbor's dock. And then I think the winner of the day has to be our photographer, Eric Pasquarelli, if you guys want to take this video. He got this live shot of the sunrise in Hobe Sound, and it was just breathtaking, and you could see people going and taking selfies with the sunrise. It was just beautiful. But in this world of everybody has a smartphone, it really helps us see that the conditions in South Palm Beach County are so much better than in North County. But look at that sunrise.
No, it makes a picture perfect backdrop. Are you kidding me?
I feel like anybody looks good in front of the backdrop.
Absolutely beautiful. It just goes to show you everybody's kind of taking things in strides and you know,
and how quickly things can change.
Right.
And the thing is, you can take pictures and send them to us safely, and we can share them with everybody just like this. So you report at WPTV.com, or if you're a weather spotter, get your post up there. We really appreciate your help. We want to remind you, if your storm impacts you in your area, and only if you can do so safely, snap those photos and send it to us. We appreciate it.
Right. We love seeing the good, the bad, the ugly, the yucky weather out there, whatever you have.
I'm here for the rainbows.
Share with us. And we love seeing those. We definitely love seeing those.
Right.
And here it is again. You report at WPTV.com. Just a reminder for you out there. Something else, just piggybacking off what you were talking about with the police department. So many of our areas, our 5-county viewing area, reminding people they are going to go out there this morning, if they're not already out there this morning, to assess what's going on, to try to restore power to areas that don't have power. So they're just asking folks to, unless you're driving into work, which I know a lot of you are, early this morning, stay off the road so that the crews can assess what's going on and then go out there, clean up what needs to be cleaned up, and get your life back into the fast-moving pace that we all have to live in, right?
Absolutely, absolutely. Follow those warnings, and here's why. You see how the effects of Mother Nature can really take a toll on the coastline. A lot of that in our viewing area. You see here the seawall completely wiped out. This is close to where Nicole touched down in Florida. Beachfront property now becoming literally waterfront property. Metal on asphalt there, I believe that's in Cocoa Beach, where they're also getting pounded right now by not only the outer bands, but close to the center of the storm as it makes its way across central Florida. That's why they tell you not to be on the roadways, folks. As simple as that. You don't want to see a stop sign flying through your windshield.
Absolutely. And I believe do we have Todd Wilson next joining us now? Okay, we do have Todd Wilson. So continuing our storm coverage, we head to Jensen Beach.
Yeah, Todd has been up and forth our viewing area, really seeing the effects of Mother Nature out there.
Morning, Todd. Good morning. You look dry, my friend.
Good morning. Luckily, I am dry, but we have a really crazy situation right now. I'm kneeling right here where actual land is supposed to be. From there all the way to this greens where you see the land right there, that was land, and where people would step off to go onto the beach is that white step right there. But all of that land is now in the ocean. And what you have now is a crumbling road. This is Indian River Drive. This is pieces of the road that has just crumbled. And the crazy thing is, I spoke to a guy who lives right across the street here. He told me, he said the last time there was a big storm, the county had come in, they've done all kinds of packing and made sure all of this was taken care of, and they packed it in tight, made sure the road was taken care of. Look at it today, it's all gone. Take a listen to Brad Crawford. Oh, okay. Well, you know what? Here's the crazy thing also. Now, Brad Crawford told me, he said that they had actually been out without power since 10:18 last night. I'd say no more than maybe 10 minutes ago. FPL was down the road there. They had a truck up. They had a guy going. He just restored their power, I'd say no more than 10 minutes ago. This whole entire area without power. Finally, they've got it back, but now they're dealing with, of course, a crumbling road. Live in Jensen Beach, Todd Wilson, WPTV, News Channel 5.
That's good news. We're happy for him there, for the neighbors there on that road.
Yeah, now Todd, while we still have you, I see some traffic cones in that area. Is that roadway closed to public traffic? Because you can see why it would be dangerous to drive.
Well, there's a car driving by right now, actually, as we speak.
I'm glad you asked that question. Okay, so because the road was crumbling, they had Martin County put out some cones. They were, directing traffic, limiting traffic in this area. And the interesting thing is right down the road is St. Lucie County. I mean, literally the line is right there, and they were up working on the poles to try to restore power here. But right now they've opened traffic back up. It's freely, except for, of course, this portion of Indian River Drive.
All right, be careful out there. And thank you, Todd.
Yeah, great reporting out there.
Yes, ma'am.
That's going to take a while to fix, but we'll stay on top of that. Hey, we also have a live look at Lake Monroe. That's in Central Florida. We'll be back with that. Leave you with those images there from one of our partners. We'll have much more of the tracking progress of Nicole as we continue our coverage here on WPTV and WFLX.
That's still the case. All right, welcome back, everyone. 8:19 Thursday morning. As Nicole continues to move on out of here, out of our area, we do want to show you and point out some of the FPL outages by county. Indian River County, about 17,000 or so customers. St. Lucie County, a little over 4,000. Martin County, 3,300. Palm Beach County, Chris, this is still the same number. I know you were checking the map online just now.
Right, we were making sure we got the most up-to-date numbers there from FPL there. Roughly every hour, updating these numbers. You're seeing them fluctuate a lot as they get out there. The most recent update coming at 8 a.m. So there you have it. The number of outages you see there, 17,650 in Indian River County. We know that's pretty close to where the tropical storm, Hurricane Nicole, made landfall earlier this morning, right around 3 a.m. It's been a long morning there as a lot of people are waking up without power. And Steve, you're tracking what's going on over there as well across the state. A lot of the state not out of the clear yet.
No, the center of the storm system is pretty much right on top of the middle of the state. It is a tropical storm, Nicole, once again. Winds of 60 miles an hour. It did come ashore just south of Vero Beach around 3 this morning as a Category 1 hurricane with winds of 75 miles an hour. But now that it's on land and away from its fuel, the warm ocean waters, it is getting weaker. But it's moving very quickly off towards the west-northwest at 14 miles an hour. There's Tampa right there, and you can see it is basically in between between Tampa and the Space Coast, so right around Orlando. That's where the center of the storm is, and it's working its way up towards the northwest as we head into the next few hours. Eventually gets a little bit weaker, winds of 50 miles an hour, expected to push offshore and then make a second landfall somewhere near Tallahassee over by the Nature Coast, and then eventually work its way up towards the mountains of North Carolina by Friday. But at that point in time, it is no longer a tropical system. It quickly falls apart. Now for us, we still have a tropical storm warning in effect for the Treasure Coast and Okeechobee County, but it has been expired into Palm Beach County. No longer expecting tropical storm force winds in Palm Beach County. Live look outside. The waves still a big issue, but over the next few days, the seas will start to come on down. So some good news there. Plus, we have an offshore flow, and that's going to help to keep the pounding waves generally lighter today compared to yesterday, because yesterday we had that onshore flow. So basically just push the water on towards the land, but now that the winds are going westerly, it's going to push it out to sea. So some good news for us. Here are the current winds. These are sustained winds. Into Boca, right around 10 miles an hour. Into the Palm Beaches, right around 20 miles an hour. Likewise, Okeechobee. But into Vero Beach, we have a sustained wind of about 25 miles an hour. But notice the wind gusts. We're still seeing wind gusts of up to 40 miles an hour into Vero, 30 into Okeechobee, 33 Fort Pierce, and still into Palm Beach, still pretty blustery too, with a wind gust right now of 32 miles an hour. The winds stay with us through about 2 p.m., at least a 30-mile-an-hour gust, and then after that, the winds do start to subside as the system continues to pull away from us. Heading into the weekend, we're looking at a much better situation. Much drier air comes in. Daytime highs lower to the middle 80s. Very little rainfall around other than just an isolated shower or storm. We have the Stewart Air Show this weekend, so it looks like if you're going to that, the weather's going to be fantastic. Notice how quickly the rain is pulling away. So notice in the first few frames, it's close to Belle Glade, and then in the last few frames, it is now working its way onto the northern side of the lake. We do have a few showers down here, and some of these showers could affect us as we head into the next few hours. Otherwise, the steadiest rain is over Okeechobee County, Indian River County, and parts of St. Lucie County. But again, all of this will continue to work its way up towards the north and west and away from us. We're just tracking a few spotty rain showers from Belle Glade down towards the county line, and those could make a run into our western suburbs. But from Stewart, Port St. Lucie, Fort Pierce, we're dry. Vero Beach, you're starting to dry out too. You're right on the edge of that rain shield, and the rain shield will work its way in this direction, and it's simply going to follow the center of the storm system. So you can see the storm right now covering most of the state, but the strongest part of the storm is to the north of the center. So it's up here into the northern part of the state. From Daytona over towards Jacksonville, you can still see a big fetch of rain coming on in with thunderstorms, and these thunderstorms could spin on up tornadoes. So they could see that, but the threat of severe weather for us has come to an end since we're now on the backside or the bottom or the southern part of the center of that storm. So here's Vipercast. As we head to the next few hours, we're going to start to see more and more in the way of sunshine. The winds get weaker and weaker, but a few showers here or there with the winds coming in from the south, bringing in some moisture from time to time. Now the seas still quite rough. Today, occasionally up to 15 feet. Inland waters will be rough, and there are your high and your low tide times. First alert 7-day forecast. We're going to start to see improving weather slowly as the day goes on. Still a gusty day today, and we could have a shower or a storm here or there. As we head into tomorrow, Veterans Day, a much better situation. Middle 80s. We're looking great. Not much rainfall around. The weekend looks fantastic. And next week, very little rain too. Temperatures coming on down at nighttime as well. Temperatures dropping into the 60s, and the humidity will be dropping as well.
Sounds nice, Steve. And speaking of Veterans Day, the Tequesta Chili Cook-Off will be on Saturday from 2 to 6. The weather's going to be nice for that. Steve Wiegel and I are actually judges. We're going to be trying some chili, so wish us luck.
Oh, boy.
But that should be a fun event. And by the way, you can still get tickets online. It's a wonderful event. We honor our veterans, and there'll be live music. Anyway, it'll be a good time.
Still time to salvage your weekend. We also got the Stewart Air Show going on.
Absolutely. That will happen on Sunday. Well, I think all weekend, but I'll be there Sunday with my family, so maybe I'll see you there.
Yeah.
We continue our coverage, though, now of Tropical Storm Nicole with our Brianna Nespra. I believe she is joining us live from Lantana. Good morning.
I can tell, Brianna, by the looks of things behind you, that high tide is back.
Yeah, good morning. I mean, what a different sight. About 45 minutes ago, this was all clear. The water had receded from yesterday. Now, if we take a look, the high tide is back. I don't know if you can see from here. Let me see if our photographer can zoom all the way in. The dock completely submerged. We keep inching forward since we were standing over there. It's time for that high tide again. But You know, we're told this is pretty normal for the month of November. And let's talk about that. I'm going to bring in the owner of the old Key Lime House, Ryan Cordero. Please don't get too wet over here. But we were talking, this is pretty normal. This high tide, this is something we were expecting for this month, correct?
Yeah, this is a king tide, but we did have the full moon, which also played a part in it, and the storm surge. So it is elevated, but there's always a king tide here.
And now, you know, there's basically a double whammy. We had the high tide and the storm hit at the same time. And is this something you guys were expecting here at your restaurant?
Yes, I mean, it was, as you would say, a perfect storm with all the culmination of all these different variables, but it's high. Didn't get too high for us, and we weathered the storm, had a hurricane party, had a good time, and we're open today.
I know you guys were open yesterday. I want you to show me just how high the water actually got. If we can come over here, can you kind of visualize how much flooding we had? Because I know it did go into the dining area.
We were about this high, probably about a foot high. Didn't get into the main dining, but was in the bar area. So if you were here for the hurricane party, had your feet in the water and had a drink in your hand, it was a good time.
So it was a good time. It didn't fully affect us here in Lantana, here in Palm Beach County, here at your location.
No, it was nothing dangerous. It was just an excuse to have fun, and everybody came out, and it was a good time.
And now you are going to reopen again today for lunch. What can patrons expect coming out here later this afternoon?
I would expect a lot of people coming out. Open at 11. We only close for Thanksgiving, so business as usual.
So no matter if your feet are wet, we're in the flooding, people can come out here. It's going to be a fun time tonight.
Yeah. Feet in the water, drink in the hand.
We love that. We'll toss it back to you. I'm going to get a drink in my hand, hopefully, later tonight.
All right, Brianna, thank you. We want to check in now with WPTV's Cam Eppinger. He is live in Indian River County. Cam, what are you up to this morning?
Well, honey, we are here at the Emergency Operations Center in Indian River County, where we are standing by getting ready for an official press conference that's set to start at 10 o'clock. The good news is for residents living here in Indian River County, the majority of the bridges here in this area have reopened. However, officials are still encouraging residents. They're saying, hey, if you don't need to be outside, stay inside, because there's still lots of debris that's left behind, and crews still need to clean up that debris. Now, the only bridge that's still closed at this hour is the 17th Street Bridge, and for more on that, I want to bring in the Sheriff Eric Flowers here in Indian River County. Sheriff, just kind of talk to us about that 17th Street Bridge. It saw some flooding overnight.
Yeah, I talked with Vero Beach Police Chief Curry. He was over there this morning, and on the east side of the bridge, there's some flooding right in that area where the river meets at the base of the bridge. They had some problems. It was significantly worse at daybreak. It's gotten better, but still not passable, so they're still blocking that area. But the Barber Bridge is open, Wabasso Bridge is open, and overall, our county fared very well. I've traveled the length of the county on US 1, Old Dixie, no major problems. All those traffic lights are functioning. We do have a few traffic lights that aren't working in the county, but overall, we really were spared. I think the eye passing over us helped out and gave us a little bit of peace. Our neighbors to the north, Brevard County's having a little issue with some power and things like that, but overall, Indian River County's in great shape.
How are we looking? I know we talked a little bit earlier. How are we looking on power outages at this time?
The last number I had was around 17,000 residents without power, but those are coming on rapidly, and I expect very shortly we're going to be in good shape with folks pretty much being back to normal here in Indian River County.
Now, as we head into the day, what's your message that you want residents to know at this time?
Early morning here, we're still assessing damage. So if you've got nowhere to be, please don't be out just looking. We'll try and give you some updates. Really, I wanted to post some pictures and things, but there's not that many pictures to even take this morning. Even areas that we've traditionally had flooding, we really haven't had that much problem with, and anything we did have has already subsided as the morning has gone on. So there's not really anything to see is the story. So I suspect that there's probably some businesses that had said they were going to close today that are going to want to open, but I think they're probably going to have problems getting their employees to come in since they've been told they've been off today. So I think we'll be back to normal in a couple hours. Just give us some time and go out. I'm sure there are people who want to assess their businesses and make those decisions on whether or not they're going to open today based on whether or not they have power. But I think in a couple hours we will see Indian River County back to full operations.
Sheriff Eric Flowers here in Indian River County. Sheriff, thank you so much for talking to us. Again, the latest information at this hour, majority of the bridges are back open here in this area with the exception of the 17th Street Bridge, and we do know that's set to open back up once water recedes. For now, reporting live in Indian River County, I'm Cam Eppinger. I'll send it back to you all in the studio.
All right, Cam, thank you for that report. We appreciate it. We'll check back in with you at 10 o'clock to see more on what they have to say.
All right, thank you so much, Cam. Here is a look at the rest of the state, still not out of the grasp of Tropical Storm Nicole. This is Sunshine Skyway Bridge. You can barely make it out.
Right, I was going to say you can barely see what's going on there. That looks really nasty. We'll be back with more after the break.
Thank you for joining us again, continuing our coverage of Tropical Storm Nicole, this time in Stewart Beach.
And that is where we find WPTV's Jessica Bruno live joining us right now. Good morning, Jessica.
Yeah, guys, well, if you're just tuning in this morning and you missed it earlier, this is quite the sight to see. A buoy has washed ashore here on Stewart Beach. We first brought you this report, I would say it was about an hour and a half ago, and since then we've had more people gathering here on the beach. A couple people said they were watching WPTV, saw the report, and they wanted to come out and see it for themselves. We did try to look this up. I'm not 100% sure because, as you can see, the buoy is pretty dirty, so we can't quite see the number on it, but a gentleman who was out here looked it up because he thought he recognized it from Fort Pierce. We saw a picture of a buoy out there, and we think this came from Fort Pierce. So not quite as far as we earlier were thinking maybe it came from, but still pretty crazy. I spoke with one gentleman earlier today. This is what he had to say after seeing the buoy out here.
I guess that's irony. The wave buoy washes ashore in the waves. So I guess the surfers are going to have to come see what the waves look like in the old back in the day as opposed to looking on the app now, because the app I think is down.
Pretty funny reaction there. Now, everyone I've spoken with so far this morning who live here near Stewart Beach say they didn't lose power, they didn't encounter any crazy flooding. The beach's parking lot was flooded a little bit when we pulled in this morning, but nothing too bad. So everyone out here just thankful that things were not as bad as they were thinking they could be. Reporting live on Stewart Beach, Jessica Bruno, WPTV News Channel 5.
Jessica, sorry. I love that you have spectators now around you looking at this thing as they're watching your report. And I think TA earlier was saying, I think she was standing right next to it, and the thing is pretty big. Can you stand next to it? Can we just compare the buoy to you?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Caleb, we're gonna go stand next to it so they can see how big it is. And I'm gonna walk through some water now, which is, and so as you can see, we can show this. The water, I know earlier when we first came out here, you may have seen, how high the tide was. It keeps coming up, but yeah, this is how big it is. So earlier when I was standing out here, they've all had the same reaction. Seems a lot bigger in person than you would think. So yeah, as I said earlier, the numbers are it's pretty dirty, but we're pretty sure it came from Fort Pierce. So yeah, that gives you the comparison you were wanting to see.
Thank you. Such a trooper.
Interesting. Yeah, I did see a .edu at the end of whatever's written on there. So I'm just speculating it could be for research purposes. We'll get to the bottom of it. I'm sure there's a lot of people watching who have some hypotheses as well. Thank you so much, Jessica. Put yourself at the elements' mercy for us there to get that comparison.
Nice to see, though. She's still smiling. I love that, and in good spirits, too. All right, social media, of course, lighting up with pictures and videos of what many of you are experiencing as now Tropical Storm Nicole moves across the state and away from us.
Yeah, somebody who's been at our side all morning here, taking it all in, for better or for worse. Tia Walker continuing to get those viewer photos and videos.
And I'm sorry, Tia, before we get to that, have you had any coffee?
I still have not had time
to
leave
his first cup of coffee.
to get coffee.
I'm going to have to get you coffee during the next break that we get here.
Thank you.
Still running on adrenaline, or what's left of it.
I want to go first to the WPTV First Alert Weather Spotters. This is one from Allison. This is a rainbow where she is. This next one is really delightful. This is Lee Potter. He sent in a sunrise photos along the coastline. He didn't put where he's from, but he also sent in a rainbow. And then this one's really funny. This is from Brian Thomas. He says, peacocks doing well after the storm here in Westlake, where there's peacocks all in his yard. They survived the storm. Tina in Vero Beach is sending in this photo. You can see lots of flooding leading up to this bridge here. Lots of aerial flooding, so you probably don't want to drive through that because you can't tell how deep it is. Kara in Boca Raton sent this beautiful sunrise photo there at the beach there. You can see that the beach looks like it normally does there in Boca Raton. Moving over to Shannon, she lost a tree. She's really bummed out about that. And I know that's always heartbreaking when you lose one of your beautiful trees in your yard. And then this was a video or a photo sent in. The Lake Worth Lagoon, and they were showing how debris had washed up onto the docking here. Just light cleanup for them this morning. Rex and Royal Palm Beach, are the Royal Palm Place in Vero Beach. Again, there's some street flooding there in Vero Beach that you guys are showing us this morning. We'll send some crews to make sure that check the status of that. And then, of course, more rainbows. This is Michael Rafferty sitting in rainbow there in Palm Beach Gardens. And then I want to end with Bevan Royal Palm Beach because this is my neighborhood, so it's good to see that it's doing well. These are the canals that run behind all of the houses there. You can take the canals to go to the grocery store or to get a cup of coffee or what have you. But she's showing in the sunrise this morning. It's just beautiful. Now, we want to remind you, if you see a storm impacts in your area, and only if you can do it safely, of course, snap some photos or record some video and send it to youreport@WPTV.com. That's youreport@WPTV.com. I'm not sure where I'm going here, so I'm going to send it back to Holiday and Chris.
Yeah, and we actually do have, I know, Tia, you talked about Vero Beach. Vero Beach Police just posted on their Twitter page, there's flooding Royal Palm Boulevard at Indian River Boulevard. At that intersection, they're saying please avoid the area of Royal Palm Boulevard and Indian River Boulevard around the Presbyterian Church there in Vero Beach due to flooding. Seek alternate routes. So I know Steve and Kata, you're both sort of been watching what the reports are coming in as we continue to look at what the area is experiencing now as Nicole moves away.
Yeah, and what would you say, Steve? Is this due to the high tide or rain?
Yeah, no, the high tide mostly. The rain, we ended up on the lower range of our expected rainfall. We ended up with about 3 inches into the Treasure Coast, anywhere from 1 to 2 inches in the Palm Beaches. So a lot of this is still from the water that was coming ashore during the high tide cycles. And plus, we're back up to the high tide cycle now. So the waters are still quite rough offshore. But the good news for us, what's working for us, is that we have more of an offshore wind right now. So that's going to lessen the threat of coastal flooding because it's going to push the water away from us, as opposed to when the storm was approaching, it was the pushing the water towards us. So now we have the opposite. We have that offshore wind. All right, so with that said, here's the latest. Right now, winds of 60 miles an hour, moving pretty quickly to the northwest at 14 miles an hour. The center right around Kissimmee. The storm did come ashore early this morning around 3 a.m. right near Vero Beach, has a category 1 with winds of 75. But now that it's on land and away from the fuel source, the warm ocean waters, it is getting weaker winds of 60, and it will continue to get weaker. In fact, as we head towards the lunchtime, winds of about 50, then it starts to curve up to the northeast, and by Friday, no longer a tropical system at that point in time, just an area of lower pressure. We no longer have a tropical storm warning in effect for Palm Beach County, so good news there. From Palm Beach all the way down in South Florida, the tropical storm warnings have been discontinued, but we still have that tropical storm warning in effect for the Treasure Coast and back towards Okeechobee as well. Here are the current wind gusts. Well, these are the sustained winds. So the sustained winds are the constant winds. And right now we're seeing sustained winds of 21 miles an hour in Okeechobee, 24 into Vero, but 18 into the Palm Beaches. However, the wind gusts, especially into the Treasure Coast, are very strong. Vero, wind gust of 40, Okeechobee, a wind gust of 35. Rainfall is pulling away from us. So there's the center of the storm up there. And as it pulls away from us, the back edge of the rain shield is also getting tugged along with it. So you can see that the steadiest rain is now pulling away. This morning we had steady rain into Belle Glade, but now that steady rain is up into Okeechobee County. So that's where we're seeing some light to moderate rainfall there. Things improving into Fort Pierce and into Port St. Lucie. Vero, you're also drying out. Still seeing some steady rain in Sebastian, but that's going to start to push away in this area as we head into the next hour or so. And right now into Palm Beach County, just a couple of spotty showers into interior Palm Beach County. But there's the big picture. The worst of it right now is into the northern part of the state, Daytona Beach, Jacksonville. They're getting pounded with the big thunderstorms that are still coming ashore. And these thunderstorms may produce some isolated tornadoes up there, not for us. Now that we're on the bottom half of this eye wall, the threat of severe weather is pretty much over for us. So here's the deal. For us today, temperatures lower 80s. We'll be in and out of the clouds throughout the day. At times we're mostly cloudy, at times we're partly cloudy, and we will have a few showers around. We're not completely dry, but the steadiest rain is starting to pull away from us. In the meantime, let's check in with my good friend Claudia Hall. What's going on over there, Claudia?
Getting some reports of flooding around the Key Lime House once again. So here's a look at the high tide times for today. We are coming close to that high tide time of around 9 a.m. for the Lake Worth Beach Pier and Fort Pierce Inlet, almost around the same time frame, around the 9 o'clock hour as well. So there's a chance we could see some coastal flooding once again. In the meantime, as we take a look at those storm reports, not just here, but up and down the Sunshine State, numerous reports out there from a tropical storm Nicole, and the reports just keep coming in, now moving across our those inland communities up towards Orlando. Most of the reports were just situated along the coastline, but now as tropical storm Nicole moves towards the Tampa Cedar Key area, we're starting to see those very strong wind gust reports across the area, and even some storm surge reports for the eastern half of the state towards Daytona and Jacksonville. Here's a look at those winds across the state, up to 30 miles per hour in Orlando, Tampa 23 miles per hour, and wind gusts. I know we were taking a look at that bridge camera there, up to about 52 miles per hour. So some very strong winds in this area up towards Orlando, 43 miles per hour. But you can see for us here locally, those winds are starting to come down a little bit more. Still a little bit windy and gusty out there, especially towards the Treasure Coast. But you'll notice throughout the day, we'll start to see those winds come down, and it's looking breezy as we head into this evening. Towards the northern portion of the state, though, towards Tampa, Gainesville, obviously still dealing with the potential for tropical storm force conditions as tropical storm Nicole pushes towards that area. But as we head into Friday, things will start to improve, not just here locally, but all across the state. So let's take a look at the forecast for today. Going to be dealing with the potential for tropical storm conditions, again, towards Cedar Key, Tampa, through Orlando today. And then for us here locally, we'll see things dry out as we head into this evening. Afternoon temperatures in the low to mid 80s and still a little bit wet at times and maybe even a couple of thunderstorms. But this evening conditions do improve. Into tomorrow, Tropical Storm Nicole will start to move out of the state and will start to weaken as it moves up towards the North Carolina area into a remnant low pressure system. Behind this, we'll see drier air move in. So tomorrow's forecast actually looks pretty nice. Orlando at 83 degrees, mid 80s in Miami and in West Palm Beach. And then into your Saturday, we'll be tracking a cold front that will start to move into the Panhandle. That'll bring them a little unsettled weather for us here locally. A stray shower or thunderstorm cannot be ruled out, mainly in the afternoon. And then by Sunday, with this front passing through, we'll see slightly cooler, drier air filter in. So look at these temperatures towards St. Augustine, mid to upper 60s there, mid 70s in Orlando, the humidity going down. For us here, we'll see our temperatures drop a couple of degrees. It really won't be very noticeable, but hey, we will take it. For if you have plans to head to the Stewart Air Show, look at this weather. Nice on Saturday, just a couple of thunderstorms out there, 84 degrees by the evening, picture perfect for 70s. And by Sunday, we'll see highs in the mid 80s, mostly sunny and also mainly dry across the area. We'll continue that dry weather trend as we head into early next week.
Dry weather. I like the sound of that.
Hard to believe after the couple days that we've had.
I know. Hey, before we get to Derek, I do want to mention St. Lucie County Sheriff. They posted on Twitter, bridges to the Berry Island are now open, but Indian River Drive remains closed from Walton Road south to the county line as crews work to clear not only down power lines, but also a big old tree that fell on the road, and parts of the drive have also washed away. So repairs, they're saying, could take several weeks. Please seek alternate routes, so maybe your morning commute takes you, along that way. Yeah.
Be patient with those crews as they're clearing the area to make things safer for you. Hey, we do want to go to Derek Lowe right now. He joins us over in Vero Beach, Indian River County.
Well, right now we're on Ocean Drive here in Vero Beach, and you can see Public Works and police are now taping off part of this area that we've been at all morning because pedestrians are, now that the sun is up, coming out to try and get a look at this boardwalk in this section of Ocean Drive that has just been washed out to the beach and completely beaten up. We spoke with the city manager earlier. He had mentioned that this was almost anticipated, that it washed out back during 2004 in Francis and Jean, and even again in 2016 with Hurricane Matthew. The aftermaths of Hurricane Ian, this area was somewhat susceptible already, with the ground being a little bit more dense than normal. He said it's going to be a costly repair. Back in 2016, it actually cost around $360,000 to repair this stretch of Ocean Drive. And he said today it looks like a much larger portion has already been washed out to sea. Later this morning at around 10 a.m., Indian River County officials are going to be having a press conference, hopefully to give us an update on the damage now that Hurricane and Tropical Storm Nicole has left the area. We'll be sure to keep you updated on that once that comes available and once it's over. But for now, reporting in Vero Beach, I'm Derek Lowe. I'll send it back to you.
We'll be checking back in with Derek, obviously, once that presser takes off and we have new information out of Vero Beach.
Yeah, we do know for one that Indian River County, we saw a lot of power outages. So that's just one thing. Derek showing us another thing near the coast, that what they're going through.
And right now, I think we want to take live pics too from Cocoa Beach and take a look what conditions look like there. Oh, and that is the little picture there on the bottom. It's hard to decipher like what exactly we're looking at because we see it on such a small screen.
Yeah, definitely very strong there as they're bracing with Tropical Storm Nicole. We'll continue to track its path here in a few minutes after the break.
Well, the sunrise brought dozens of people to Hobe Sound Beach, some to see the high waves, some just to get out after the storm, take a deep breath of fresh air.
Yeah,
nothing
rough
like
morning and the sun shining. A different light on things. WPTV and Fox 29's Dave Bowman joining us live with where people are coming together on the beach. Dave?
Hey, Chris, we have a little bit of a miracle here in the aftermath of the storm. You see a number of people surrounding a baby loggerhead turtle right down there, a hatchling. As it heads its way to the sea, people are standing around it, and it's probably a good thing they are before any of the birds get it. It's after the hatching season, which usually ends in October, but a bit of a miracle we're seeing here on Hobe Sound Beach as this poor little baby struggles to get to the sea and hopefully living a good life after that. This is something that we've seen rarely here. It's out of the wild and quite a miracle going on here. Earlier today, people were here to see the sunrise. They were here to see an incredible sunrise. If you look to the north, you'll see gray skies. And look at the white caps. The sea is white today. Strong offshore winds have made for quite a spectacle as well. And sea's been roiling up there. We talked to a couple of people who were surfers who thought that this would be ideal, except the waves breaking too far from shore and potentially dangerous as well. Let's go back to the turtle, though, because that's, I think, what people are talking about. He or she is about a third of the way the journey on the sea. You got to love the determination here, just with those little front flappers just trying to make it out, and a crowd of people around to make sure this little baby can make it to the sea. Again, this is something that was totally unexpected because the hatching season runs from March and ends in October, and usually most of the hatchlings, take place during the summer months. We've got a big wave coming up that people are seeing, lots of pictures going on. But this is a moment many will remember after the hurricane as we watch the baby head out into the Atlantic. Reporting live in Hobe Sound, I'm Dave Bowman, WPTV News Channel 5.